Hey kids, shake it loose together. The spotlight's hitting something that's been known to change the weather. We'll kill the fatted calf tonight, so stick around. Kenny and the Jets. Good morning.
I didn't even know where you were going with that.
Yeah.
I don't know any of the words except for the chorus to Benny and
Dude,
the Jets.
it's one of it is one of my go-to karaoke songs. I get up there and I honestly don't know many of the lyrics. What? What is yours?
Since You've Been Gone by Kelly Clarkson.
Since You've Been Gone.
It's a hard note to hit, and it's 10 out of 10 every time.
You have been gone out of my life for quite some time. I have not seen you in a little while. It's good to be back with you. I talk to your mom more than I talk to you now these days, which is
you falsely claimed on my Instagram yesterday that you had texted me. That was not true.
I did text you, and you didn't text me back. No, maybe the text just like went through or whatever.
No, you never texted me. Let me show you
right
now.
I texted you, bro, 100%. And I was texting you. I was texting you last week too, because I'm like, yo, what's up with your mom, bro?
Let's show the text. There's nothing wrong here.
Okay.
So we have we got Emerson saying, I miss you, and I miss you too. And then that was it. And then yesterday,
that's weird.
And then yesterday you texted me, testing, at 6:19 p.m. Where's my camera at here?
Yeah.
Let's get back into why am I out of focus now? Logitech.
I don't know. Just don't worry about it right now. I'm in a different spot. I'm also a little thrown off. Everyone knows I throw up that big ass DraftKings like step and repeat banner. Well, that cuts the sunlight off in the rest of the apartment. You know,
the record should show. First of all, the record shows that I have never cheated at any rock paper scissors games we've done. The record,
I have video, dude, and I'll post it today.
You have to post the video from our Zoom call. Ask the production staff. They have the recordings. I don't want to see what it shows on YouTube, because when we were doing it last time, I tried to go early. I tried to shoot early because I knew that there would be an issue. So I tried to throw my like an extra second early, and it still looked like it was delayed. But you never texted me. You said I miss you. First of all, the first time you texted me, you said, "I'm sorry, I missed your call." I was like, "I never called you."
Yeah, you definitely called me. Hey,
I think there's a lot going on. I think you're just mixing me up with someone else. I mean, first of all, like, I don't think anyone would ever get along with me. But also, like, you're thinking I called you, and then you're thinking you texted me. Like, I don't know if it's the most trustworthy source there.
Yeah, dude, I'm just trying to make this work between you and me, because there seems to be some tension. I don't know why. I'm closer with the rest of your family. I'm closer with people around you. I'm closer with the woman who birthed you than I am with you. And I just feel like if you can just accept us for what we are, we can move on and we can clear this hurdle in our bromance.
I don't think there's any hurdles. I just don't like it when people say things that aren't true about me.
Interesting. That's crazy, dude.
Don't paint me in a bad light.
That is
rule number one about working and being friends with me is you just let me ruin my own life. You let me back let me like ruin the situation. You don't have to over time, it'll happen. You don't have to worry about me. You don't have to make up like, oh, I have a bunk bed or.
There's nothing. I'm literally going off what my sources tell me, Kenny. Like, I'm an award-winning reporter, just like Sam Darnold is a award-winning Russian quarterback on that play.
I have to say, and it was not sarcasm in the slightest, that it is incredibly impressive to me how you continue to find fresh material, and I really do think that your talents could be utilized. Like you could write for a TV show. You could write for like wrestling. Like would be a great one.
Yeah,
I think that you'd be a great writer for wrestling.
I mean, what it is just me being real and me kind of just calling things as I see it, and that is what I've been told from people who are close to you. And so I'm just relaying the message, and I'm just having fun because I enjoy our relationship. I enjoy you as a human being. Will I enjoy your lineup? Can you share with me your lineup? Did you get one in?
Oh,
for this game?
Of course I did.
Hook me up, dude. I need to know.
Sure,
I need to know what you did.
Sure, I can share my lineup with you.
Will you?
Yes. Sorry, I was just playing the role of school principal for a second. Rashad Perriman in the captain spot for me. Sam Darnold, Lev Bell. Came back with Marv and the Hawkman for the Lions. Ryan Griffin rounding it out with his little punt play. How about you? What you got?
All right, so I went ahead and captain Jamison Crowder.
Okay.
So hoping Sammy D decides to look his way because Sammy D is in my lineup. And what do we got? Yeah!
Oh, there it is.
Victory.
Right off the bat.
Right off the bat, baby. So, yeah, I have those two living legends. I have Stafford, Galladay, Hawkinson, and then the UCF coaching legend, Matt Prater. Just remarkable stuff. I called that play. Captain scores. Another player in my lineup, tossing him the touchdown. Mark the tape. Oh, you son of a gun. Do not booth.
No.
Do not
Booth
booth.
review.
Do not.
Oh, no, Emerson.
Do not ruin this for me.
Let's see. Did he get the
Please.
feet down? Did he get him down? Oh,
I
think his
don't-
right foot might have hit the
I
byline.
don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, from that angle, it's up to tell.
Oh,
See,
my God.
Usually there's an aerial angle. Let's see. See what the scoreboard says.
Yes. Yep. I got it. Daddy's feeling good. I'm enjoying this. Oh, what's up?
Good. I got something I gotta drop on the Sim fam that's really gonna change their lives.
Okay. I need to know.
I got in my possession the song of the summer.
Huh. Okay.
Song of the summer. It is mid-March. I think it's just the right time to call it. It's a new song.
All right. Are you involved in this? Did you help make it, or is this?
No.
Okay.
But here's the thing. It's a new song. It almost sounds Bruno Mars-esque. It's got horns in it. It's got a fun, dancey vibe to it. It's got some cowbell in there. Feels real. Feels like a real groove, right? It's on a new album from a very, very well-known pop artist. It has not been released as a single yet. So I think, and my theory, is that this gets released as a single, at least within the next month. Maybe like early May, we start to hear this on the radio. And then by the time it's end of May, June, Moon, skyrocketed, song of the summer. You're party, you're out at the bar, or at the establishment rather. You're at the beach. You're driving around with your friends. Everything's great this summer. This song everywhere.
Are you going to tell us what it is?
Yeah, I just wanted to build suspense. What do you think? Who do you think who sings it? And what song do you think it is?
Just off the top of my head, I'm going to say like Justin Timberlake. Is it something Justin Timberlake related? Is he involved with this song?
No, but it actually does sound like a JT song.
Okay.
No, this is the song of the summer is "Delicious" by Nick Jonas. That is going to be it's going to be the hit. So start telling your friends. You know, you're going to look real smart when you're like, "Hey man, this new song, Nick Jonas, Delicious. This is it, man. This is the next song."
Is that the Cake by the Ocean dude?
That's Joe Jonas.
Okay. So, all right.
Yeah.
They're like the Hanson brothers, but they all went off and did their own thing, and they're highly successful.
But then they're back together.
Okay.
But he's still making his own solo album. But they're still back together as a band.
Do you think with brothers, and we saw it with Oasis too, right? You think sometimes with brothers and family involved in bands, that causes like more drama because there's like, I don't know, tension from back when they were little ones running around the house and wrestling over Legos and stuff like that.
Yeah. Did you watch the documentary on the Jonas Brothers?
I did not.
I did. You should watch it. It's very good. It made me like them a lot. I mean, I really didn't know much about them. My girlfriend's very into the Jonas Brothers, so I took her to see the Jonas Brothers at Madison Square Garden, and it was a lot of fun. They were great, and I have a newfound appreciation for them. But also, like I said, watching the documentary after we went to the concert about them coming back together as a band, I have a newfound respect for them. I know a lot more about them now, and you're right about I think that they hit stardom so early, and then Nick kind of ruined the band. Like, he just was.
Whoa.
Well, he went and I mean, he was the right reason they broke up. Basically, it starts with them like all back together. Like, they went their separate ways. Like, I think they're in Australia or something where Joe lived, and they're just like talking about the issues that they had. And I mean, it was they had an interesting rise, that's for sure. But what's apparent is that, like, you're right about that Nick was always like the star of the show. He was the talented one, and then his dad was like, well, if you're going to be like, you're not going to sing without your brothers. You're all going to be a band. He was the one that was like, you have to include these guys, and they killed it. And then but I think he's always felt like he was the more special one from day one.
Well, we have
also want to clear one thing up. Stephen Roche says, we know Kenny's girlfriend thinks this song will be a hot hit, and Kenny's stealing her thunder. I would actually like to point out that my friends and I from college have a pool for the song of the summer, and I did my independent. I listened to the new Dua Lipa song. I listened to some Bruno Mars. He has a new single out with Anderson .Paak. I listened to the whole Nick Jonas album. And that's where I concluded that I showed her the song. I was like, this is the next song. And I'm trying to sell her on it. I mean, wow. I think she's a fan, but this is all from I've called the song of the summer before, so that's why I'm out here. You guys don't know that about me. We've never enjoyed a summer together here on the DK Dream Stream. I've never been at DraftKings for a summer. This is my niche. It's coming up with, I'm telling you what the song of the summer is going to be, and it's delicious.
Well, that's incredible. The fact that you can call that, like, I'd put that on my LinkedIn page if I was you.
Yeah, would you endorse me for that if I put it as one of my skills?
I will 100% endorse you, because I know everything there is to know about you, and I like most of it. One thing I do not like, and it's not about you, it's the fact that Matt Prater in my lineup, 25.5% owned in the flex in the Big Free Showdown, almost 10,000 entries in that one, missing a 57-yard attempt. It's a bomb. The guy has one of the strongest legs in Madden, but misses it. So the Jets basically took over, starting their second offensive series of this game, close to midfield. And Andrew on the ones and twos saying, not bad, a very radio-friendly song. So
very radio-friendly.
Shout out to Andrew on the ones and twos today. Producer Michael's with us. We got Kyle cooking from the ops team, and the Jets cooking as well. We got first and goal coming up from the 4. Sam Darnold, dude, he looks good going to Chris Herndon, baby.
He does. I mean, he never goes to Chris Herndon in real life. Jimmy B makes a good point here, and he says that the song of the summer hasn't been released yet. LOL. I mean, you don't need to LOL. That's not that funny. Probably next month or May. But here's my thing is I think that this song, it's not a single yet. It's on his album. I think he releases it as a single. Oh, my goodness.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. You know who that is. Crowder. Eaton Chowder.
Wow.
Let's go, dude.
Put him in your captain spot?
I certainly did. 47% owned. 47% owned in the Kenny and the Jets contest. We had 115 entries. I made it late because it's a freaking 23-hour day today. 14% in the captain spot. Dude is on fire.
He is. Man, I didn't own him, so I lost. I'm happy to see the Jets doing so well, though. Anyway, but my theory is that he'll release it as a single. The thing is, there's songs like that, like Heat Waves by Glass Animals, which I also think, I mean, it was released too long ago to be a song of the summer. What's the song
called again? I wanna look at the lyrics. What's the song called?
Delicious.
Delicious. By which Jonas dude?
Nick Jonas. That's gonna be your new favorite. You're gonna do the Peloton to that song, 100%, 1,000%. It is a Peloton song, Emerson.
Oh wow, this is interesting. So,
but a lot of songs like that don't make it to the radio until they're released as singles, and that was there's this the big song Heat Waves by Glass Animals right now. That released like last August, and now it's becoming popular. So it sometimes it's just about when the single's released, and I think he'll release this as a single right before the summer. Are you listening to it right now, or are you just reading the lyrics?
No. Yeah, so I'm gonna first off, I was Googling. I needed to know the song of the summer for the past 50 years. So I was interested in that. It takes me up to 2018. In My Feelings, Drake.
Yep.
Despacito, right? Remember that one?
It has Despacito and Old Town Road. There's a lot of them here, though.
Yeah. So then I'm looking at the lyrics.
There's multiple for each year.
Yeah, there are. And this one apparently that you like, Delicious by Nick Jonas. So it starts off, verse 1, tongue between your teeth and angel eyes. Ha! I know it's going down tonight. Woo! Something in the way you move your thighs. I like watching. Woo. Little bit of sweet. You got the spice. I know it's going down tonight. Yeah. Everybody wants to take a bite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, with lyrics like that,
And then he goes, this is the pre-chorus. They like watching you. They like watching. Oh. They like watching.
Yeah. They like watching. That's how it goes.
I'm just trying to find the word delicious. Here it is. You know that I want it. Hey, baby, you're so delicious. Hey, 3 a.m. Woo. Dripping in definition. Hey, watch your body moving left and right. Woo. Got me working up an appetite. Hey, I'm licking the dishes. Woo. Because, baby, you're so delicious. Hey.
Wow.
All right, so licking the dishes, part of the Clean Plate Club, everyone.
I'm also part of the Clean Plate Club.
Dude, every time. Oh, we got ourselves a fumble, but it is recovered by Detroit. So right now, if you're just tuning in, we're having ourselves a time here. First of 6 sims on the slate today. My internet has reset, so I do not have the schedule in front of me. Producer Michael, if you would be so kind to drop it in when you get a moment, please. But it's 14-0, and Jamison Crowder here has a couple touchdown receptions, both delivered by Sam Darnold. And now the Lions on their second offensive series of the game. First one, ended in a Matt Prater missed 57-yard field goal. Kenny is dropping knowledge about the song of the summer, which he believes is going to be Delicious by Nick Jonas. I see everyone here on YouTube and Twitch. Everyone's having themselves a day. Thanks for making us part of your Sunday. Kind of rough losing an hour of sleep last night. You back?
Yeah.
What was going on there?
Nothing.
What was your roommate saying?
Some of my music.
Oh.
I was looking. What I noticed is I don't know if you're doing the same thing, but Billboard has a chart, and you can look at what the #1 song was on a specific date.
No, that's neat. The internet's got everything.
What if you? When did you start working at DraftKings?
Like 3 years ago. No, I don't. I do not remember the specific date.
Do you think
they hired me and immediately made me the highest paid?
What month was it?
I think it was still like sweater weather, so it was either the fall or the spring.
April?
Yeah, I mean, we could do like March.
We'll think about what
the
Masters going on? Were the Masters happening?
I think it was coming up.
Okay, so let's do March. All right.
Yeah, just do March.
2018, right? Let's do mid-March 2018. Can you guess what the #1 song was when you started at DraftKings?
March 2018.
Oh, it only has the summer months.
Oh,
so
okay.
How about June? Well, no, that's boring. What about when's your birthday? Well, I don't know if you want to say that out loud, but
I mean, I can reveal it's in the month of May because I look like a May baby.
Why don't you slack me what what year it was?
Okay, maybe I will. Do you want me to give you my social security number while we're at it?
No, but
we got another fumble. This one's picked up by the Jets. You should get excited about this. This is your team.
Yeah. I just want to know. Oh, wow. Drew's saying that his prediction for Song of the Summer is it comes on the new Space Jam soundtrack. I like that.
Yeah, I'm a little hot and cold here.
No, I just wanted to know if you could name the Song of the Summer from when you were born.
Okay. Hold on a second.
Michael just gave us the rundown for the rest of the dream stream. Does he want us to just hop off the air right now? Is that?
No. I asked him for it. I asked him for it earlier because I want to let people know like what's coming up. So you and I are getting
the boot here.
No. You and I are done after this. It's going to be Geoff and Geoff for the next 2, and then there's going to be a Rossi Tom sandwich at 6 o'clock, and then Glash and Brandon at 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock.
Gotcha. Okay.
So while we're experiencing fantastic spring-like weather and temperature here in New England, I believe Brandon out west is just getting hammered by like 2 feet of snow. So good for him. Lev Bell here. Hey, can I ask you a question about real football and your team?
Any questions you want? Yeah, sure. Yeah,
I know that. What is going to happen with Sam Darnold? Is he going to be your quarterback next year, dude? I know. And I'm prepared to not say a word for the next 10 minutes as you answer this question.
No, I'm stressed about. I don't know, man. I don't know.
All right. Well, first off, talk to me. Don't be stressed. This is supposed to be a good time.
This situation. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't. I have never been less sure about anything than the Jets quarterback situation. I have zero idea what's going to happen, so I'm the wrong person to ask. You can ask me what I would do if I were the Jets. And if I were the Jets, I would trade to. I would trade to for. I would trade to a team that was trying to move up. Like let's see here. Let's get a little crazy. What's the 2021 draft order in the NFL? This is coming up soon, by the way. This is like next month.
Well, hell, free agency starts on it's St. Patrick's Day, I think, right? The 17th. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Not that like people aren't talking to each other now.
So what about like the Niners, right? Like what about like what if they wanted to move up to get a quarterback? Or Carolina's the one, like 8. So if I were the Jets, I would trade to Carolina. I'd get Carolina's first this year. First next year, or maybe a first this year, and is it? I don't know what the first round pick was. I'm the worst person, but I do know that if you trade the second pick in the draft, you get a heck of a lot. So you can at least get the 8th pick this year, probably a first round next year, maybe a third round this year as well, right? So I would turn that second round pick into I would trade that second pick and turn it into 2 first round picks. So that would give the Jets 5 first round picks in the next 2 years if they did that. And I think that is tremendous. Then at 8, I go out and I draft I draft like one of these really talented offensive tackles at number 8. Or maybe there's also some great corners. The Jets could use a corner, maybe Patrick Surtain. But that's what I'm doing there at 8, okay? God forbid Sewell or Devontae Smith fall there. You just like won the lottery. You won the whole you best organization in football. Then at 23, I'm taking Rashad Bateman, any host of wide receivers, maybe an edge rusher. But what I'm doing with the second pick is I'm continuing to build my team. And if Sam Darnold doesn't turn out to be the answer, if he turns out to stink this year in the new system, then next year you get a quarterback, or the year after. The thing about it is the Jets are so set with draft. We talked about this on the Dream Stream yesterday, Koff and I, or maybe it was Geoff and I.
Okay.
2 days ago.
Yeah, Koff and Geoff are the same thing.
Yeah, that's right. We were talking about how to build a team and how you want to build the team first and then install the quarterback, right? Like you want to build the line, you want to put a great defense on the field, you want to get great defense on the field, you want to get a good coach in place, good system in, and then that is when you install the quarterback and you just give up everything you have to get a quarterback. So you give up 5 first-round picks to get the quarterback that you want. That's what ends up happening, and that's why, that's what the Chiefs did. That's what the Eagles did when they won the Super Bowl. That is a proven formula to win, and that's why I think that you guys are going about it all wrong, taking Trevor Lawrence, right? I mean, not that I wouldn't, right? You have to take Trevor Lawrence because he's there.
I know what you're trying to do, buddy. It's not going to work.
You're not picking Trevor Lawrence, but. The Jaguars are so far away from contention that, I mean, you have to take Trevor Lawrence, right? He is Trevor Lawrence, but you're not going to be ready to contend for but by the time the Jaguars are ready to contend for a title, if the rebuild works, you're going to have to re-sign Trevor Lawrence. And now you're handicapped with your salary cap because now you have to give Trevor Lawrence whatever the heck he's going to, I mean, it's going to be ridiculous, right? Because every time a quarterback signs a new deal, it's for more money than the last quarterback. So you're going to have to give Trevor Lawrence $200 million. And then you're stuck because now you can't sign any free agents. You can't re-sign that talented whatever, wide receiver you draft. You're stuck. And that is what happens to that's what happened to the Texans. Look at what happened to the Texans. And I don't understand why no one's learning from what happened to the Texans. They paid Deshaun Watson before they had a whole good team, and now look at what happened. That defense was awful, and their defense is years away from being rebuilt. And instead of just having the money to sign a few guys on defense and immediately make it better, they're stuck with a quarterback burning a hole in their pocket. And we learned last year that just one quarterback can't make a difference. Hawkman, TD.
Hawkinson! Oh, that is going to look good in Daddy's lineup. And finally, Matt Prater will get on the boards with an extra point. Been disappointed in the man built by UCF. Yeah, it definitely sounds like you have listed off every position for your team. You really have. You're like Geoff Ulrich when I asked Geoff Ulrich, okay, what's the best play in golf this week when we're on Sweat? And he lists 30 golfers. And I say, okay, dude.
You know what?
Thanks,
it depends on how you feel about Colin Morikawa, because if you feel good about Colin Morikawa, you put Morikawa in the lineup, and then down.
Well, no, first off, he's going to start with Louis.
Also very interesting.
Louis Oosthuizen is his dude, just like with Reed T. Fowler. He's got his guy.
Zippy now.
Yep, you knew it. I didn't even have to say it, and you knew it.
What a terrible week for Johnny this week.
Okay, so this is a great question by Jimmy B. Which NFL team makes the playoffs first, the Jets or the Jaguars? I'm going Jaguars 100%. 100%,
so give me the
buddy.
reason why, besides the fact that you like them.
Yeah, so the reason why is because of Trevor Lawrence. Now, neither one of them are going to make the playoffs this year, okay? So this is about who I think is going to make the playoffs in like 2 or 3 years. Okay. So the Jaguars, with the amount of young talent that they have already established in the wide receiver,
so what young talent? I am being very open-minded with this. Okay, DJ Chark, who else?
Chenault, and then and I'm assuming they're going to beef up that offensive line a little bit. They just put the franchise tag on Cam Robinson.
And he he's an offensive guard?
Tackle,
okay.
I'm just going to accept and expect Trevor Lawrence to have like a Justin Herbert like rookie season.
Okay.
Which means year 2, likely in the MVP conversation.
Yeah. Now I have a question for you. So basically, a wide receiver, a guy that's fast. I don't think there's a lot there. I think that it's going to take more than just those guys to be a good young core. So how many draft picks?
Yeah, it's mainly defense. And then they're going to have to do like everything on defense. I just think they'll get there before the Jets. That's all.
So how many picks? Because I don't know. I'm trying to figure how many draft picks do they have next year?
For 2022? No, not off the top of my head. I do not know.
Okay, because I was going to look it up because I know that the Jaguars are the only team in football that actually has a better array of draft picks this draft than the Jets.
Oh yeah, they got a couple first rounders this year too.
The Jets have 2 first rounders as well, 2 and 23. The Jaguars have 1 and 25, which is like hilarious that they're so similar. And then you guys have 33, we have 34. You have 45 and 65, we have 66 and 87, and then so basically you have 1 extra pick, some a couple better picks in there. So this year I think that yes, you have the better draft. I'm curious next year what the picks look like, and if it's just front loaded or if they have a bunch of picks, because that is a determining factor for me as well. I want to know what okay, let's see here. 2022 first, second,
hey, 17 games too. That's huge. That's another win.
If Ngakoue is a first ballot Pro Bowl selection and the Vikings win the Super Bowl, then you get a 3rd round pick.
That was this past season.
Yeah, if he's a okay, so you're gonna either have a 3rd, 4th, or a 5th. It seems like a 5th because Ngakoue is probably not going to be a first ballot Pro Bowl selection. So you'll probably have another 5th. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 2 5ths, a 6th, and a 7th next year. So that's okay. It's not a bad draft at all. The Jets next year have.
I also think. Do you guys have a lot of money in free agency to spend? I know the Jags.
Million,
Okay, so the Jags have the most. So like we're up there together. But then the 4 picks in the top 45.
It's a very interesting discussion. And I'm legitimately just trying to go through it and see. So the Jets have 2 first rounders next year, which is automatically would set them apart from the Jaguars. Then they have they got the 4th from the Seahawks.
Yeah.
No, they traded their 4th to the Seahawks.
So big picture for the Jaguars with all of these picks and all that money to spend in free agency, I think if they're able to come out of the process with, I don't know, approximately 8 good starters, I think that would be the perfect start to begin receiving postseason like predictions and receiving a little more respect and love. So
okay,
I think it goes the same for you guys.
All right, Jets have 11 picks next year as well. 2 in the first round, 2 in the 5th round, and they don't have a 4th rounder. So I think that in the next 2 years anyway, the Jets have a slight edge in picks. Although, like I said, the number 1 pick next year or this year is going to be huge because Trevor Lawrence could end up, being better than anybody the Jets find at quarterback. The other side of the token is if the Seahawks trade Russell Wilson, which is a new little wrinkle in the Jets' future that I'm sure everyone's been thinking about these last few days. if the Seahawks trade Russell Wilson, they are going to become one of the worst teams in football. Just judging by how bad they were last year on defense. So the Jets could wind up having like 2 top 10 picks next year, which would be insane. Anyway, I do think that the Lawrence factor is probably the biggest one. If the Jets manage to draft Wilson at 2 or trade for Deshaun Watson, then they are absolutely going to make the playoffs before the Jaguars. I also do think that they have like, I don't think that they have a lot of great young pieces, but they have Marcus May installed at safety, who's very good. They drafted Bryce Hall was really good. Yeah, last year in short action, they were a rookie out of Virginia. They had they have some Quinnen Williams is a building block on defense, and then they have Mekhi Becton, a building block on offense. So I think that they have a slight edge over the Jaguars right now. The next 2 drafts are going to tell us a lot. Jets have more picks. Jaguars probably have an edge this year in terms of better picks. So I think it's really close, man. I really do. I honestly, I mean, I'm biased, but I would probably give the edge to the Jets because of the volume of picks. But, it's also the Jaguars should, in theory, be able to do better because they'll start with Trevor Lawrence. But it's all in theory.
For sure. And then like Urban Meyer comes in, and the Jaguars do have some building blocks as well. So defensive end Josh Allen, Miles Jack, linebacker, defensive tackle Devon Hamilton, CJ Henderson.
Right? Miles Jack?
No, I think it's only like 5 years maybe. That's not that old.
And isn't he also always injured?
No, he's not always injured. I can look up
25.
Jack. I mean, he was coming out of, God damn, where was it? UCLA?
Yeah, I know he was injured coming out of college, but he was also injured last year as well, right? So you already signed Miles Jack. So you got him through 2023, 4 years, $57 million. Okay.
I mean, 16 games, 11 and 14. He's missed a few games with injury over the past few years.
So the Jets have more cap space than the Jaguars.
And then DJ Chark, as I mentioned, running back James Robinson. But there's still holes everywhere else. So Trevor Lawrence comes in.
We're tied at cap space, I think. The Jets have a slight edge.
And it made sense for them to throw the franchise tag, by the way, on Cam Robinson, left tackle, because he's got to protect Lawrence's blind side.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Urban Meyer also has made it clear he plans to start the team's rebuild along the defensive line.
As he should.
Yep. Agreed. Start him up in the trenches, babe.
I can be open-minded about conversations involving it. People think that I just babble and don't listen to people when they,
No, that was a good conversation there. That was good.
Yeah.
I appreciate you being okay.
People also mistake my probing as like I want to try to take you down in an argument, whereas I was just asking about the draft. I don't know. Like, I'm just like, well, hey, what great young players do the Jaguars have? Because I don't follow the Jaguars that closely. I know that James Robinson's great. I know they have some receivers, but like, I don't know what their defense is really looking like. I know that they were missing everybody this year, right?
Hey, dude. We were just having a convo, and I was able to give you a few guys. There's still a lot of holes to fill, but there are some building blocks. It's all good. You don't have to explain yourself to me. Are you explaining yourself to the DK Sim fam?
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. I do think that I am very excited about the Jets, and I think that, like the Jaguars, they'll go from laughing stock to. I don't know if you feel the same way, but I just feel like maybe it's just the new generation of humans, like. But they're very short-sighted, and I feel like sports are cyclical, and I don't understand why people. The Jaguars are in a little bit of a different boat than the Jets, but I don't understand like every sports franchise really, like except for the Browns. When they're bad, like they're just good like 5 years later. Like it's always a cycle, right? Like the Steelers used to be great and then they stunk and then they were good. And like the Yankees used to be really bad. Like 20 years ago or 30 years ago, the Yankees were awful. Like the Yankees were like the worst team ever 30 years ago. You watch Seinfeld, they're all just yelling about how bad the Yankees are. And then the Mets were great. And now the Mets, then the Mets stunk. So it goes up and down. So like, there's no point in just being like, oh yeah, you know, I mean, the Jets have, you know, I mean, you might say the Jets will never win a Super Bowl, and you're right about that. Like, as a Jets fan, I know they'll never win a Super Bowl. But the fact that like they've never been this bad. The Jets were never like borderline not winning a game all season in my lifetime. The Jets have been really bad before, but not this bad. So, like, people act like that is the standard for the Jets. Like, oh yeah, they like hardly win a game. Like, dude, this team they almost went to the playoffs last year or 2 years ago. You know, when Sam Darnold had mono, he comes back. They were like basically a couple wins. You know, if they would have beat the Ravens, they could have made it. And then, you know, the other side of the coin is like they had freaking Ryan Fitzpatrick, you know, lead them to the steps of the playoffs. And then of course he had the worst game of his life right when all they had to do was beat the Bills, who had like 7 wins and Matt Barkley starting, and Ryan Fitzpatrick threw 3 picks and lost. So I'll never forgive that bearded fraud of a man for doing that. But yeah.
Hey, he's smart though. He went to Harvard.
I mean, not smart enough to you know, figure out a pretty easy.
You can have you know, book smarts, but maybe not have street smarts or football smarts.
Right. Yeah. The whole thing about Fitzpatrick is he's great in these situations with like bad teams like this year, where he's just throwing it. You know, it's like, you know, no one expects him to do well, and that's when he's the best. He's just like chucking the ball into tight windows. He's just playing crazy football. And then when he's actually like on the verge of doing something really good, like remember the 12 years ago the Bills started out like 5-0, and everyone was like, what the heck's going on with Ryan Fitzpatrick and the Bills? They got to make the playoffs, and then they absolutely tanked. And that's what his career has always been, and what he should be remembered by. It's like really good on bad teams when there's low expectations of like just being really much better than you think he's going to be. But once he actually is like on the verge of doing something really great and becoming leading his team to be one of the better teams in the league, just absolutely flops, can't handle it. So I don't know what it is about his whatever, but like I've never seen a guy play better and then just absolutely choke like he did that season. He had arguably the best wide receiver tandem in football. He was playing great, and then it was all there for him. All he had to do was win an easy game, and he lost. You know who doesn't do that, Emerson? Matt Stafford.
He doesn't lose?
Matt Stafford is a winner.
Oh, you know who else is a winner? Winnie and Georgie, my 2 fur babies. Back in the end zone. Who is it? Is that Hawkinson again? No, it's Kenny Golladay.
I tried to lead you right into that touchdown call, and then you brought up Winnie.
Sorry, more important to me than Matthew Stafford, who is no longer on the Lions, so this doesn't even count for me. Hey, Joe, go follow the Sassy Springers on Instagram. Do you follow Winnie already? So if you follow,
now I have to follow Winnie's band. Is that what this is?
Relax. Her account now has had an upgrade. We're just bringing the little sister in, and they're known as the Sassy Springers. You don't have to follow anybody else. You just freaked out. Like, if I did ask you to follow another dog account, like that would be the end of the world, but I'm not. I'm just letting you know that Winnie LaPooch is now the Sassy Springers on Instagram. 2 dogs. I know you're a cat guy, but they're 2 dogs on the account. They're loving, and everyone over on Twitch has been amazing, talking about how beautiful these 2 fur babies are. If you guys missed it yesterday at noon, I introduced Georgie. She is our new Springer, 8 weeks old. She is a hellraiser, and she is very brave. She's already jumping off the couch in the bed and just sacrificing her body for the good of toys and for Winnie. Also, I'd like to say happy birthday to Germ over on Twitch, a loyal member of the DK Sim fam. Germ, I want you to know it's a pleasure to have you here, and happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Germ. Happy birthday to you. Now, don't forget to follow the Sassy Springers on Instagram. How are you doing?
That was Emerson Lazio. The Sassy Springers. On 104.3 KFM, New York.
WL, they say.
Coming up next, it's the song of the summer. Delicious. Jonas.
Stop. That was good. That was good, buddy. Sam Darnold, let's go. Testing the atmosphere, and he's picked off. He's picked off. So the Lions have marched back. So the Jets, Sam Darnold, Jamison Crowder for 2 touchdowns. That pushed them to a 14-0 lead. And then it's Hawkinson with a receiving touchdown. It's Galladay, his 29th touchdown of the Sims. 14-14. Jets were trying to answer back. And now Sam Darnold has been picked off. And the Lions will once again continue this 14-0 run that they are on.
And the crowd goes wild.
And the crowd goes wild.
More of Albert here.
Oh, isn't that the impersonation that Glash does too? And the reason I bring that up is now I didn't realize you were active on.
I'm not. That was my first ever TikTok. My friend talked.
Oh, that was? That was great, dude. I'm not going to lie. I laughed out loud. I thought it was funny, and I'm like, wow, are you going to be good at TikTok?
Maybe. I have to figure out other ideas.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't think you should force anything. Even if it takes like a few days, I don't think you've got to be someone who posts every day. You know what I mean?
Oh, no, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to try to figure out my friend, what happened was we were out watching, the games on Friday night, outdoors, and he was like, we were making fun of, how the coaches just never wear the mask. They yell, they take them down to yell constantly, and sometimes just stand there with it down. Like, why do they even have them? So I was like impersonating the coaches, and he was like, you should do a TikTok. And I was like, no, like I don't really do TikToks. And he talked me into it. And I have like a mental block. Like I was saying yesterday, like I can do things for a really big audience, but like when it comes to doing something for a small audience like that, I freak out. Like I can't, like mentally, like if I'm doing, like if someone, like when I was growing up, my friends used to be like, oh, do a little play-by-play for this game. And it'd be like me and like my 2 friends. And I'm like, I can't do that. I can't do play-by-play right now for 2 people. Like I get nervous. Like I can't, like mentally I have a block. But, doing play-by-play on the radio where like thousands of people might be listening, I'm fine,
Yeah, I get that.
I
get that. So do you think you'd be able to do like stand up at a club with a small group of people, like improv or something? Or would you need a bigger audience, like a stadium filled with people?
If there was an audience, I would be able to, I'm just saying, like, if it's like 4 people, like that, even that, it might be okay. But that's a lot of people. That's not a lot of people. It needs to be like, a lot. But if it were that scenario, if I were like doing stand up, I would, if I were like at a venue, I could just pretend there was more people there.
Retease, did you know, dude, his TikTok really did make me laugh. I thought it was a good one. It was like relatable because it's the one thing you always see the coaches with the mask.
Yeah.
Hey, can you drop a link to your TikTok in the Twitch
doesn't let me do.
Chat?
You can't do.
You can do that on
links.
Twitch. You can do Twitch. Yes, you can. Glass drops his links in there all the time for TikTok. Yeah, dude. Oh, Energy 311 is demanding this. He says, I have to see this.
It's just Kenny Ducey on TikTok.
So yeah, Energy 311, CEH, Heavy Kevy, Retease, did you know? First time playing Fortnite. Good to see all you guys today. CEH. Where's Germ? I sang happy birthday to Germ. Did Germ miss it? Do I have to sing happy birthday to him again? Also, 69 likes over on YouTube. No one else needs to like the video. We're at a perfect number of likes.
It's my half birthday today.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is kind of a half big day for you, right?
Yeah.
You know who else's birthday it is today? So Germ is lucky enough to share a birthday with Steph Curry. Steph Curry turns 33, and I saw how passionate he was last night in their loss. Simone Biles, absolute gymnastics legend, and she's only 24. Albert Einstein, pretty smart dude. And today is his birthday. Is that in? It is. Dr. Jones on the board. I'm on this website that tells you famous birthdays. I don't know who a lot of these people are, but now I'm looking at their descriptions. It's because a lot of them are TikTok stars. So maybe one day you will be on this website.
That'd be great.
There's TikTok stars and YouTube stars. I would be unfamiliar with them. By the way, 24 touchdown to the Sims, 4. 24 touchdown to the Sims for Mr. Jones. And the Lions now on a 21-0 run after trailing 14-0 early in this game. 18 seconds to go in the third quarter. I love how Lisa Robinson says, you are the reason she hates the Jets. That's hilarious.
I know it is, and it's foolish. I'm just someone who gets on here to entertain people. I'm like, like a circus animal.
Gone Fishing, what's up, dude? Says it's almost that time for springtime birds to be feeding outside your window. That's true. I don't know if we're going to... Babe, are we going to feed the birds again this spring? Yep, I'm getting a head nod. She is saying, yes, we are. So I look forward to seeing our jacked Blue Jay back and talking to all the other beautiful lady Blue Jays around the neighborhood. And Jordan Lindenbaum, pleasure to have you here today. Oh, and he points out,
yeah, I like Jordan Lindenbaum. He's cool.
I do too. He points out I am third right now in my contest.
Congrats. Yeah, I'm definitely not.
I know that.
Yeah, I did have the Hawkman, but no. And I do have Sammy, but I don't have Crowder, so that's gonna really hurt.
Yeah, and Jason pointing out on. Yeah, Jason points out on YouTube too. Crowder was so cheap. There hasn't been anything in terms of rushing, like 6 of 21 for Lev Bell. That's the most. Darnold just had that 1 for 21. So Hawks got 8 for 65 and a touchdown. Jones, by the way, 1 yard shy of the 100-yard bonus. Has 7 catches, 99 yards, and a score. Galladay, 5 catches, 55 yards, and a touchdown. Crowder has the 4 for 51 and 2 tutties. I don't think we've seen him at all in the second half.
Haven't. I mean, that's one of those curses where you got the guy that goes into the end zone. And you think, oh well, it's all gravy after this, and then there's no gravy. You're just eating dry turkey, So, yeah, I mean that's you just lock it out really that the 2 catches managed to be in the end zone.
James Farrell says, "Where the hell is Perryman? Wasn't that your captain?"
That was my captain. Yeah, I had Perryman.
Wow.
I think I also have Chris Hogan. Hogan's Heroes. Or no, I don't. I thought about Hogan, but I went with Hawkinson instead, and I'm glad.
Spencer S. says, is Emerson in the prison cell? I am not. Dude.
Look at the Peloton. They don't let you bring Pelotons into prison.
I love this thing. I'm going to ride it hard.
Why would they ask you
if
you were in prison? You don't look like
I don't know. Maybe because
of
the blinds behind me. Kind of looks like a prison window.
They don't have blinds in prison.
I think in some white collar prisons, sure. I bet you can pick out your drapes and stuff like that. Like where Martha Stewart was, she probably had the most beautiful, fancy prison cell ever. You live right by where she was in prison?
Yeah.
Dude, talk about a comeback for her. People love her. You forget about the white collar crimes she committed. And she's got Snoop Dogg, is best friends with him. Jim Volkmer, yes. Also, Emerson, your new fur baby is precious. Appreciate it, dude. Up, Urban Legend. Urban Legend says, I just saw his TikTok. Okay, so let me know what you think.
I think he liked it because he followed me and liked it.
Good.
Yeah.
I got to, I'm following you, right? I haven't posted anything. I'm still waiting on the perfect opportunity to do something.
I just have to, think about some more ideas that I could do.
Get on here. Oh, I don't know what's going on there. Following. I'm following 5 people. You are not one of them. Give me your name.
My name. Which is my name.
What is, it's just your name?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a space?
Nope. It's my name, one word. Ken Ducey.
Ken Ducey?
Kenny Ducey.
Kenny Ducey. Is there an underscore?
Nope.
Dude, it's not coming up.
Well, you gotta hit the search button. It's not gonna auto-populate. I figured out when I was searching for Glash because we don't have enough followers. You have to physically hit the search button.
Will you just remind me afterwards? This is too difficult. Okay. Fourth and 1, and the Jets going for it. Keep it on the ground with Lev Bell. So under 6 minutes of play, they're down by 7. Gotta love the marbles on these dudes.
What's yours?
I'm Emerson Latzia, so I'm just like you. It's just my name, at Emerson Latzia.
Yeah. See, what happens is when it comes up on the search, you have to actually. It doesn't you don't pop up, so you have to hit the little magnifying glass icon, and then you pop up.
Okay.
I just followed.
Oh, I have found you. Okay, cool. I got you. That was nice. Our relationship is on the up. By the way, since we're talking about our relationship, how is your mom doing? I haven't talked to you since I connected with her last week.
She was like, she thought it was so funny. She was like, my tweets were so funny, right? I was like, yeah. She's like, I used the GIFs. I wanted to use good GIFs. I was like, you use great GIFs. She was the first person that I ever followed on Twitter. She was on Twitter. She was not on Twitter before I was, but what happened was I started a Twitter and it was JetsFan196, and I wanted to change the Twitter handle, but I didn't know how to do that. So I thought I just had to make a whole new Twitter account. So I did. So I was on Twitter for like a year before. So I think I was on it really since 2008, but it says 2009 in my Twitter because that was when I made a new one. So she was the first person I followed. Yeah. She seems
like a very nice young lady, great personality, very funny, very passionate, and loves her son.
Yeah,
seems like she really loves you.
And she is the best. She's my number 1 fan. She's great. You're like probably you're probably in like the top 10, I feel like, of my fans.
Oh, I love you. I love you because our relationship is so different.
Like in golf, tied for first.
Huh.
Some competition for the top spot,
Okay.
Though my dad will watch the sweat while he works on his golf swing a lot. He'll go out in the garage or out in the backyard, and he will have his laptop out with him and set up his hotspot and watch the sweat while he's hitting balls. Just to see me. So I mean that is a level of dedication that I don't think anyone has shown to watch me. So I feel like everyone in their own way that's very close to me is a big fan.
Yeah, I've tried to get like my parents, like my mom, to watch this stuff. And she's like, I don't get it. And I still tell her about like what we're doing now. And she's like, I'm so lost. And if I tell her on 4th and 6 from the 15 that Sam Darnold had all day to throw and ends up going out of the back of the end zone, she's going to go, oh, I totally get it. I'm used to watching him do that.
Yep. Speaking of my parents, I just realized that I'm still the owner of our Wi-Fi network on Google Wi-Fi, so I have to help my dad set up some extra Wi-Fi points.
Oh.
He was like, "Please take yourself off as the owner." I was like, "I don't think I can. I'm trying to."
Wait, you're the owner of the Wi-Fi?
Yes, I own the Wi-Fi network somehow. I don't know how that happens.
So do you pay for your parents' internet bill?
No. It's just like when we set it up on Google, I managed to. I think I set it up through my account. I don't know why, but. Like your watch, Emerson.
Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Also appreciate, I'm sure anyone else who decided to roster Marvin Jones Jr. He has reached the bonus. You get an extra 3 points there for hitting that 100-yard bonus, and we have reached the 2-minute warning. Again, the Lions were down 14-0 to start this game, decided to score 21 straight points. They have the ball. Jets have all 3 timeouts. It's 2nd and 10. You got to think maybe a couple plays here in the first down will put this game on ice.
I love stuff on ice.
Me too. Anything on ice. We have 400 plus people watching on YouTube. Everyone's just kind of waking up. They're like, oh my God, it's noon. The sim is just starting. No, dudes. We fast forwarded an hour. We sprung forward an hour last night. It's 1 o'clock Eastern time right now. It's wild. 23 hours in the day today. But we are 17 likes away from 100. If there are 17 of you right now who would be so kind as to hit the like button, we need you. Kenny and I need you. We got Hawkinson or Amendola. One of the two down the middle.
I couldn't tell.
So that'll likely do it. Spencer S., he has debunked the bunk bed rumor. There are no bunk beds. So that has been squashed. Someone did ask earlier, if you had them, would you give the top bunk to Nick Jonas?
Oh, of course. Without a doubt. Are you telling me that you wouldn't, whoever commented that?
I think everyone here would, including you, Fernando De Leon. We'll see you, buddy. Big Jonas brother guy. You know what, James Farrell? Can we all just be like Arizona and get rid of daylight savings time? Yes. I would love that. I don't understand why we still do it. Didn't we do it originally for like farmers? So they all get out there and have like more daylight or something, like in the morning. I don't know why we do it. Someone educate me, because I do not feel like Googling it. Two likes away from the Century Club. 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2. And Swift, with his 7th carry, picks up the first down, and this game is over, Rock.
It's over. It's all over. As poker player Scotty Wynn once said in the World Series of Poker. It's all over, baby.
Jesse Cofield now texting me. She is looking forward to meeting little Georgie. She was going to swing by today, but she has once again made an empty promise. She is the new Sim Patrick. You guys remember him? Rest in peace here on the Dream Stream. Lots of announcements and empty promises.
All right.
Going to try to come back tomorrow. There you go, dude. This had to feel good for you, right?
Yeah. I mean, great loss by the Jets. We're still tanking for that #1 pick, you know?
Well, what'd you enjoy the most about this sim? Before you get into your players of the game, what did you? Thank you. I was gonna, dude. Look at us.
Yeah.
Look at us. Who would have thought,
I
man?
enjoyed working with you once again. I've never not enjoyed working with you.
I know. It's always like an adventure. We always kind of have, there's always some kind of drama. Stafford, by the way, hitting the bonus as well. 3 touchdowns, 326 yards. I feel like you and I, it can be a lot like, you know, A-Rod and then J-Lo. I dove into that yesterday. The chat did not enjoy that. Although that was the lead story, like everywhere in the world.
It sure was.
So anywho.
Yeah,
you got
they're back together.
Well, that's what we think.
I think that they are. I don't think they were ever not together.
I don't know, dude.
It could be a situation where someone's like, "Oh, dude, I think they just broke up, man. It was a bad fight," and then like that doesn't. I mean, just that's just like what their sources are telling them, right? And that could just be like someone in the other room who heard the argument, or like someone who. The other thing is like, A-Rod could have thought, hey, I think it's over, man, and told his friend, oh, dude, I think it's over, and then his friend tells TMZ he thinks it's over, and then it's not over.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I think J-Lo is just trying to. I think J-Lo's trying to control the message, which I would want to as well. Krusty Coffin player of the game before we dive way too into this, and then I have an announcement.
I'm not focused. There's some good players in this game. I'm not focused on that. I don't want to talk about who was good in this one.
We have to give one. Oh, well, then I'll give one. Can I give one then?
Well, we will give it. I just want to start with the negative. I want to focus on the negative and end on the high. All right,
you're babysitter Billy, not my kid. I'm still single player of the game.
And I'm not. But A-Rod is not. Le'Veon Bell, 81% owned in our little mini free roll, around the same number in the bigger free roll. 27 receiving yards, 28 rushing yards, 4 catches. He had 9 points, very cool, 9 points. But for the ownership number, I know you guys, Brashad Perriman Nation out there, you are upset. I feel your anger. I feel your pain. But Le'Veon Bell, man, he was maybe the chalkiest player on this slate. And just absolutely just a choke from him. I mean, you're not, you want more out of him. So I think it's a bold take. Perriman was pretty bad. He didn't have anything, but at least like a lot of people pivoted off of Perriman, went with Marv Jones or Crowder. But player of the game 70%. Player of the game has to go to Jamison Crowder for me. 2 touchdowns, 78 yards, 5 catches. Great job by Crowder. No complaints there.
Just under 37 in the captain spot. Only the smartest of us decided to captain him. Right now, if scores were to hold and Kyle is just finalizing everything, Kyle from the ops team, 2-way tie for first in the big showdown. Crowder in the captain spot, Stafford, Jones, Galladay, Hawkinson, and carry on, wayward son. And as I poke over to the Kenny and the Jets contest, all for Ish and Giggles, your boy taking 3rd place. Maverick 47, JSL 23 finishing right above me there.
Congrats.
And then of course, producer Michael taking 4th place right behind me. 4th place, dude. That's first loser, man.
Yep.
Anyway, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, thanks for your help today. And Kyle and Michael and you, Kenny. Real quick before we get out of here, I had that announcement yesterday about what we're doing for the NCAA tournament this week. Today, Selection Sunday. So join us here on YouTube and Twitch, everybody. On Tuesday, we have a special NCAA tournament preview show. We're going to give you like the sportsbook perspective here on everything, like which team is coming out of each region, who could be on upset alerts, like which spreads, totals, and props the public is hammering and putting their money on. So that's the Sweat March to the tournament. Airs Tuesday morning here on the Dream Stream. That's YouTube and Twitch, 11 o'clock Eastern time on the Dream Stream. Are you going to be part of that?
I will be here on the Dream Stream during that same time talking about.
Let's go, dude. I'll be hosting. I'm excited for it. I'm going to be asking you all of the hard questions that I did not write, and you're going to answer them.
Yeah, obviously some softballs. Like ask me about Fordham basketball, all that stuff.
You know it, dude. I got you, man.
I'm real excited. It should be a great tournament. It's been a great championship week. It's my favorite week of the year. I say it every year, and every year everyone's like, "Oh, the first day of the tournament, so cool, dude." No, man. Championship week. First of all, it's like really 2 weeks, because it starts last week. But we're seeing it. We're just amazing finishes, amazing games. You got teams like Memphis last night, like potentially fighting for their season. They needed that win. They were huge underdogs to, and nearly pulled it off against Houston. So it's just some great game, and it's going to end with a bang today. Some great finals coming up. St. Bonaventure potentially getting it done. Illinois has looked great. So we got a lot to talk about on the show for sure. But should be some good finishes here today.
All right, Potato Chip, I'm out. You're out. Andrew, Michael, Kyle, they're out as well. But the Dream Stream returns here at 2:00. It's going to be Coffin. It's going to be Geoff, Vikings, Giants. So get your lineups filled out right now, and I'll see everyone back here tomorrow at high noon. Peace out.
Well, hello, DK Sim fam. Welcome on back to the Dream Stream. This is Madden Simulation 2 of 6 on this busy Sunday, but it's a football Sunday, and it just feels right. He is Geoff Ulrich. I'm Adam Kaufman. We are together for the next couple Sims. You know him as Moose. I'll just be Koff. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great, man. Actually, I got a great moose video. I'll drop it in the Slack channel that you guys can look at. My stepmom ran across a moose with her dogs this morning. Went right up to it. So just another moose story to drop on the Dream Stream. I know everyone just loves them. So
now I'm excited. You know, before I was just kind of, do I feel like doing a sim today? But now
a normal Sunday, you know, I'm just spicing things up just like I usually do. So
just going next level with it. That's what you like to hear. Obviously, we're going to get to our full lineups in a second here for this Mad Matinee, the Cook or Saquad free roll, because, you know, as we know, dude's just, he's jacked beneath the waist. We know how strong those legs are here for Saquon Barkley. I'm sure both these guys, these premier running backs, are going to be heavily captained. What do you have? What's that lineup look like?
All right. I put Evan Ingram in the captain spot again. We'll see how that goes. I went heavy Giants here, which is very contrarian because, quite frankly, Giants aren't that good in this game from what I've seen. So we'll see if it works. I went Daniel Jones, Barkley, Ingram. The only Vikings I used was Tajay Sharp and Irv Smith Jr. So again, very contrarian lineup. But if we do get like a Giants blowout, I'll probably win everything. So
we certainly have some similarities. I also have Evan Ingram in the captain spot. It was just a good logical pay down option in order to fit some higher price guys in elsewhere. Have Dalvin Cook, Saquon Barkley. I'm sure most people will own the both of them. Tajay Sharp as well. Darius Slayton, to me, very good, value play at almost 10 points a sim and $5,600 in the flex. And then didn't have much left salary wise, but I didn't want to go, full on punt play to Toilolo or Irv Smith or a guy like that. I've got Graham Gano in there. So we'll see how things shake out.
How was the first sim, everybody? Because I got caught up on the news yesterday about, Emerson and Kenny's mom, like having Twitter interactions or something. So
correct.
How was the first sim, everybody? Was it good? Did Kenny's mom show up in the chat or scold Emerson or anything exciting? Or was it just Kenny and his terrible takes the whole time?
So I asked Kenny yesterday a little bit about that, and really it was more about his mom, because who doesn't want to hear more about Kenny's mom? And I said, does she watch these Sims? He said, never. My parents have never watched one of the Sims. He did say that they don't miss a sweat. They don't any opportunity to see him on the sweat with you, with the others. That's a cornerstone, activity there for the Ducey family.
Right.
So naturally, it felt like a very logical follow-up question on my part to say, man, I mean, they must really wonder what to think of Bukes, with how mean he is to you during those shows, and in a real moment of I think therapy-like transparency from Ducey, he said, to be honest with you, I don't really know what to think of Bukes. And, I don't really have a good read on the guy. And, the more I thought about it, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, if, Bukes is, I hope he pops into the chat at some point. Bukes, as we know, total jerk to Kenny on the sweat. And it's, it's not exclusively reserved for Kenny either. Like, he'll lay into, Glash or me.
Oh, he lays into me sometimes. When he doesn't he's laid into me when I've gone against his takes. He spares no prisoners, so.
Yeah, I mean he's bought into the shtick. He'll come at you. There's a personality there for sure on the air. But what I sort of forget about with Kenny is that the rest of us have something of a pre-existing relationship with Bukes. Like, we've either hung with Bukes or talked to Bukes off air. Like, we know Bukes a bit. Like, we know Bukes is not just this.
We know he's not like that in real life.
Yeah, like, he's not just this horrible person that he comes off as, during the sweat. And but Kenny has never had that interaction with him. So,
right.
If I were Kenny, I would probably think Bukes is the worst.
Yeah, a little jarring.
Yeah.
It's all fun and games.
I'm saying.
I think Glash, for the first year, because I called Glash Brandon instead of Brendan on purpose for the first year we know each other.
You did?
I think he legitimately didn't like me for a while because I did it so much. So it's similar, sometimes you just work with people, you don't really know them, and you get to know them, and, you become the best friends of ever. So, anyways.
Drew says that Bukes and Glash are calling a sim together Tuesday night. So Bukes making his triumphant return to Simland.
Is that right?
Yeah, apparently.
How did they con Buchanan into a sim? Wow.
I think, I was asking him about that the other day, and I think it was actually more on Bukes. He said, I'd like to pop in every so often, every once in a great while, just to, show, hey, I'm still here, and hey, I can still come in for an hour and chop it up with, Glash or whomever, and then disappear into the ether again for a while. So now that obviously he's got a little bit more of an opportunity outside of football season, here he comes, rip-roaring his way in. I'd rather a Bukes and Kenny sim, but
I think the whole world would rather a Bukes and Kenny sim. But Bukes and Glasheen is actually, to be honest, for the sims, maybe makes better. We'll keep Bukes and Kenny to the sweat. A whole hour of Bukes and Kenny might just be too much too. Yeah,
I think that you're onto something there. 2 minutes gone by, opening quarter. Virtual Meadowlands in, of course, New Jersey with that NFL Shield logo. Vikes with the ball at midfield. Dalvin Cook, short run, gets 4 yards. Geoff, Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, producer Mike, Drew, our technical director, Kyle on Game Ops, proving that evidently Tate doesn't do every single Madden simulation. He had a stretch of 9 in a row, our guy Tate. Can you even fathom? Can you
stuff.
We've joked about the Cough-a-thon or, whomever, but I've joked about doing all 6 sims in one day. Tate executed, man. And I know being behind the scenes and being on the air, it's maybe not the same thing in terms of being on the air and talking for that amount of time is obviously, one thing. I think it's still a lot easier than having to do the manual scoring for 6 sims in one day. That, no question, he and Game Ops, they're working a lot harder than we are. But, man, the full 6, I don't think anyone in these are great production and Game Ops and commentary, all of us, I don't think anyone has done a 6er in the year that we've been doing these other than Tate, unless there's someone I'm unaware of.
No, for sure. I don't recall anyone.
Commentators for sure haven't, but I don't think anybody else has either.
That and I mean, if you did sit, you lose your voice. That's the one thing I'd say about commentating. Oh,
boy.
Oh, I thought he could have gone if he
should have gone.
Yeah,
shoots back into the tackle. Either way, Giants get it.
Giants.
You'd run out of things to talk about too, right?
Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, you're spot on. I mean, it's still an easier job, but there is kind of a shorter lifespan with it. So you burn out quicker. Let's put it that way. It's easier, but you burn out quick. To commentate.
We have subscribe at postroute.substack.com, aka Cena. In the chat says, what up, Koff? Moose. Koff, congrats on the win in NBA last night. Yeah, last night was a good night in the NBA. I think Emerson is quitting after 0-2. I think, bark was louder than the bite there. But we'll see if we can draw him back in and do some more.
That one was easy to see coming, not going to lie. It's just, and look, Emerson, if you're out there, it's just not your sport, buddy. I'm the same way. Pick the ones where you got more time. Think about, have to pay laser focused attention up until lock. Leave the heavy lifting to guys like Kaufman. That's why I do NFL and PGA.
Yeah, producer Mike says, I know my limitations. I know, I've asked Mike if he wants to play NBA ever. He's like, let's just stick to NFL. And he's game to play NFL anytime. But NBA, it's I would say it's a more, what's the right word for it? It's widespread. So I like to call it a more of a niche fantasy audience wouldn't be right, but you certainly, to play it, you need to be pretty devoted, like you said.
I don't think you can just look at the stat sheet with NBA, personally. You've got to know the rotations and who's who.
Jordan, our pal Lindenbaum, says, first time I ever watched a sim, it was that Bukes guy just abusing Glash. I felt bad for him. First and goal from the 3. Can we get the first points and ideally the first touchdown of this game? 3 minutes to go, opening quarter. It's a handoff. The quad father lost yards.
Big year for guys like Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones, man. It's kind of a prove a year. I mean, I don't think the Giants are going to move on from Saquon Barkley or anything, but like, you got to start producing. I mean, you're the 4th overall pick. Not that he hasn't produced, but you got to help the team. Like, you got to prove your worth at some point, or people just like me just state the obvious. Why did the Giants take a running back in the first round? It's just a waste of a pick. So it's a high pedestal he's on, but that's the unfortunate thing. When you go 4th overall in your RB, man, you got to do something crazy, because that's the only way you're justified there at that draft pick. There's a touchdown for Sim Saquon there.
Got in there, first points of the sim, and it is about to be 7-0 New York. So that in mind, let's revisit, and I don't know, maybe we need to actually pull up those drafts as well. But there were plenty of people, we were both among them, covering the draft that night. Saquon obviously goes early. What did you say he was? 3rd pick, 4th pick?
I think he was 4th overall, but I can't actually remember.
And but that was the year everyone was like, take a quarterback. You got to take a quarterback. Eli's done. You got to get it. And of course they surprise most and take Saquon, who has certainly been a very good NFL player. I mean, he is an elite running back when he's healthy, which is more often than not. Obviously lost a good chunk of last year for when you tear your Achilles or ACL, that's obviously that's going to knock you out. You can't predict those things. Those are pretty common. But when he's available, he is an elite running back. Thing was, that just wasn't their pressing need. And as we've talked about a billion times over, the running back position is just a lot easier to replace in the NFL than the quarterback position. Despite what Kenny may think about QBs and their value, you need a prime quarterback. Now, that being said, the following year, they then surprise everybody again and take Daniel Jones. It was, wait, you're taking a quarterback here? When people thought, you needed help along the lines or whatever it may be, then they decide to execute on the QB. So they've done both. They didn't go in the order people would have liked. Looking back, did they handle it right? Do you think enough of Daniel Jones, or do you still think, even after seeing Saquon as a pro, that they should have taken a QB that year and then whatever position that following year and just totally reshuffled this thing?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean,
so you're not a big Daniel Jones guy, is what you're saying?
It just wasn't a good draft to take a QB. Everyone knew, there's a reason Daniel Jones wasn't going up there. I mean, they reached. They probably could have got him later in the draft, right? So right off the bat, they weren't getting good value in that draft. I mean, I think they probably could have been a little bit more sneaky about it. And then it's like you said, I mean, it's like taking Saquon in that draft. With
by the way, Saquon went 2nd in 18. Thank you.
2nd. Yeah. So again,
that was when people were. Refresh my memory. That was when people were thinking you got to draft Darnold here, right?
See, that draft was.
Because he went
Josh Allen, Deshaun Watson.
Sure.
Did Darnold go first, though? He went first, right?
Did he? I don't think he went 1 overall. Am I mistaken? I thought he went 3.
Oh, right. Baker went first. Sorry.
Right. Yeah, I think
Baker went first, Darnold went third. And you're right. A lot of people were like, yeah, you should take Darnold. That's what the media was. But realistically, you look at that for the Giants. My God, just go and get Deshaun Watson as a late-round quarterback and trade back. Or go and get Josh Allen and take a risk there. I mean, I know it's hindsight is 2020, but I don't know, man. I mean, taking Saquon there is weird. There's just really no defending it, to be honest. So it's certainly set their franchise back a little bit. Like you said, then they had to reach in the next draft for Daniel Jones. So. I don't know. It's just poor management, quite frankly. Right. Even a better case scenario would have been trading back, letting another team try to move up for Darnold or something, and just going just getting a bunch of draft picks and just not even taking a running back or a quarterback that year. Just rebuilding your team. I mean, basically anything would have been better than what they did. So.
Buzz Killington says, Cough Moose, what's up? And Mike here, just reviewing that draft. Darnold was 3, Josh Allen went 7th, Lamar Jackson 32. Obviously, he hung out for quite a while. Everyone passed over him.
Yeah.
Important to remember, at least with regard to Josh Allen, and clearly, he's he's significantly better than Darnold, and I think a lot of people would take Josh Allen over Baker, and maybe some people would take Josh Allen over Lamar, after we've seen some of even though Jackson was the MVP a couple of years ago, we've started to see some of the limitations there as a thrower, and obviously coming off the year that Allen had. But, I remember draft night distinctly in this regard. Bills fans in particular. Bills fans were not happy with that Josh Allen pick. There were a lot of people that thought Josh Allen at number 7 was a big mistake. And,
that's right. Yeah, actually, you're right.
Even his rookie year, he didn't look especially good. And, everyone concerned about the accuracy issues, and then a bit of a jump in year 2. And clearly last year, with Stephon Diggs, significantly better and MVP candidate. And we'll see if, I know you talked yesterday about expecting a little bit of regression from the Bills. We'll see if, he can continue on with what he's been doing or not. But it is easy to forget now, what the perception was of Josh Allen draft night, which was not favorable.
Yeah, and I think a little bit of that negativity was centered around, again, it was such a deep QB draft, like Deshaun Watson, Lamar Jackson, going well, still on the board when Josh Allen was taken, and at 7. So
Watson wasn't that draft, was he? I don't think he was. Wasn't he?
Could be right.
Wasn't Watson the same draft with Mahomes and?
Oh yeah, he was Trubisky. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
See again.
Yeah.
So I guess it was more I guess it was more Lamar Jackson. There might even been another QB in there that people were hyping. I can't remember, but
yeah.
Anyways, you're right. Deshaun Watson wasn't in that draft. I always confuse.
Josh Rosen, wasn't he part of that draft?
Yeah. Wasn't Rosen 2016?
You know what? We could keep guessing, or I could just pull up the 2018 NFL draft.
Probably the best idea. Now that we're on the topic,
which I'm going to do right now.
We do have 2 sims together too.
All right, so yeah, we'll just guess for the first one, then we'll come back with the facts in the second one.
Totally.
So it was Baker at number 1, Darnold at number 3, Allen at number 7, Josh Rosen at number 10 to Arizona.
Okay.
And then a huge gap until you got down to Lamar Jackson at number 32, as mentioned earlier. And then, let's see, when was the next QB even taken? None in round 2.
Mason
Rudolph in round 3.
Interesting.
7-0 game right now. Safety territory for the Vikes. Or, Giants.
Oh, and just to put a cap on this, the Giants actually took a quarterback that draft. In the 4th round, Kyle Aletta. So, they obviously knew they needed a QB.
Right.
And, yeah. The QBs after the first round were pretty terrible in this draft. Nobody really popped up. Danny Etling. What's he doing, Danny Etling? He's still in the Pats practice squad or something?
No, he was for a year or 2, maybe even just a year, and then they cut him loose, and then he found a job. Where did he go?
He went to Atlanta or something? I think he went to Atlanta.
Something like that, Atlanta or the Jets or one. It doesn't. He didn't play anywhere.
Yeah.
Drew says Hertz rental car.
So yeah, I think the Giants fans were. I just think that there was opportunity, obviously, to get Allen or Deshaun Watson in that draft. I guess it wasn't quite as deep as I remember, I think for just long term, the Giants probably should have just traded down and taken some draft picks, or just tried to address it with getting Darnold. But would Darnold even have been that much better than Daniel Jones now? I guess that's the other side of that argument.
It depends on whether you think, the Jets ruined him or he's just not a very good player.
It's really hard to evaluate Sam Darnold. I was never really a Sam Darnold fan of him coming out of college, but even I admit, he's looked okay in spots, at least a solid quarterback, and it's just so hard. He looks good one game, and then he gets, annihilated, and the Jets are terrible. And he's had Adam Gase as his coach, which you saw what Ryan Tannehill did when he got out from under the clutches of Gase, so... Darnold, I'm not ready to just write off completely. I'm not ready to write off Daniel Jones completely either. I mean, I think Daniel Jones has a quick release. He does look fidgety in the pocket, but he's got some athleticism. So, maybe Daniel Jones just, needs a couple more years and he ends up being a pretty solid QB. Could happen.
Although, let me ask you this. Would you rather, knowing what you know now, not revisionist history, would you rather have Sam Darnold or Saquon Barkley? Because draft night, that was probably the debate.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's legit. I think even a better way to put it would be, would you rather have Sam Darnold and whoever, like the 6th round pick from 2019 or whatever,
right?
Whoever you could have got there instead of Daniel Jones, or Saquon and Daniel Jones. There's actually a pretty good argument that like the Saquon Daniel Jones combo is decent, because I don't know what else you would have gotten at 6. There probably were some really good players there. Again, we'd have to bring up the 2019 draft. So, well, let's do it. Let's see.
Well, we're here. Hit that like button, by the way. We got about 400 people watching just on the YouTube, and never mind the thousands more watching across all our platforms, including, of course, Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Again, in case you found that tough to follow, understandably, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Give us a follow there. Appreciate you. Hit the like on YouTube and subscribe as well. We are getting close to 150 likes. Let's make that move. 7-0 Giants. Moose, Koff, Mike, Drew, Kyle, all here with you. 3rd and 6 from the 28. It's Vikings ball.
Definitely some good defensive players. You could have got Devin Bush. He went 10th to the Steelers that year, but like Hawkinson went... TJ Hawkinson went 8th. Josh Allen, the linebacker Josh Allen, went 7th. So, I don't know. I mean, like taking Darnold and then...
That's kind of funny. Both Josh Allens went number 7.
Yeah, no kidding. Skipping out on Jones, I mean, unless you could have... I guess if you could have had the foresight to draft like Devin Bush, who's pretty good. Brian Burns went 16. I don't know. Again, there's actually a pretty good argument that, like, I don't know if the Giants really could have done that much better. They definitely could have done better from the fact of they could have traded down from Saquon, though. So, but most teams probably wouldn't have done that anyways. So I don't know. Maybe it's just they were being a little bit too hard on the Giants. It's still just I still don't like drafting a running back at number 2. It just seems so wrong. So.
Yeah, well, and that was the argument that night. It was like, it wasn't even whether Saquon was a good player or not. Most people believed Saquon was going to be a good pro. It was how are you taking a running back at number 2?
Yeah.
In this league, not to mention with what those guys get paid. It's not even the stature of taking a running back at number 2. It's the millions upon millions of dollars that you're committing to that position in the way this league works.
Yeah,
and that's just a rookie contract, never mind any sort of extension.
Yep.
Of course, for as much as we pick on the Giants, maybe we should be harder on the Bears, because you think back to 2017 when you had Myles Garrett go number 1, but then after that, obviously the QB's the talk of that draft. And the Bears, who traded up, I remember it fondly. We had a special that night. I was hosting it for DraftKings with Adam Levitan, and we had Smizzle, Al Zeidenfeld, we had Pete Jennings. We were all together. Pat Mayo was floating around. We did a thing at a restaurant in Boston, and back when people congregated, it was really quite a time. They traded up, the Bears, to get Mitch Trubisky at number 2, and then you have Mahomes go number 10, Watson go number 12.
Yep.
And obviously easy to say, hey, if we knew then what we know now. But Trubisky at number 2, regardless of what people did or didn't think of Mahomes and Watson back then, nobody thought, other than the Bears, that Trubisky at number 2 was a good idea.
No, and again, if you're going to make a move, like it does, and you like a guy quarterback, I think it makes more sense to do it for QB, but especially in a deep quarterback draft like that, like it really didn't make that much sense. I mean, so yeah, it was very similar to the Saquon situation. Like what are you doing? Why are you taking this guy there? Again, I think most people thought Trubisky was an interesting prospect. He was like being touted as the number 1 QB prospect, but it was kind of a 1-year hit. People were like, well, there's other names here like Watson floating around. People were surprisingly not that big on Mahomes too. Everyone, everyone always likes to bring up, well, Mahomes, like everyone passed on him, but like most people weren't really that big on him, to be honest. So
right.
like,
and that was also the Leonard Fournette, Corey Davis, Jamal Adams, Mike Williams, Christian McCaffrey, John Ross. People were really big on John Ross at the time. All these guys were taken in the top 10.
Yeah. John Ross, what a terrible draft pick that was. That makes the Saquon pick look fantastic, right? So, yeah. There's you could go down.
Still doesn't have 1,000 career yards, John Ross.
I mean, he's basically out of the league. You could, again, what the Giants did with Saquon and Daniel Jones, it's not it's not efficient from my perspective, but there's teams that have done way worse than getting like Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley, like far, far worse with their first-round draft picks over the last couple of years. The Bears are a great example to bring up. At least Daniel Jones has shown some competent stretches. I mean, Trubisky's shown competent stretches too. So, but clearly, like he's, whatever the Bears have done to him, they've basically, they've got nothing for their return this year. They're going to be left with absolutely nothing. So, the Giants just they wasted one first rounder. They didn't move up or anything. They just drafted Daniel Jones. So there's it's a good point. Teams like the Bears, the Bengals with the John Ross pick, they've done far worse than the Giants. So
completely unrelated. Dion says, "What's up, Geoff? Geoff, just getting up from a long birthday yesterday. It was great. Thought I was 18 again, but then I woke up and realized I was 38. Yeah, life comes at you fast, especially that next morning.
At least he had a moment.
Speaking of waking up, by the way, are you a napper, Geoff?
I mean, I've napped. I've gone stretches. Like, let's put it this way: when I didn't have kids, I would partake in the odd nap.
Sure.
When I was younger, and I used to do like a lot of running, and like again, I was either in school or something, or working like different jobs. Like I would actually try and nap regularly because I was like someone who used to like run like 60 or 70 miles a week. So I just try and get some extra rest if I could. But I like these days, there's just there ain't no room for naps, man.
No, there really isn't. I've never been someone, even before kids, that necessarily partook in the long nap unless I was just like falling on my face tired kind of thing. But power napping has always, I mean, I'm like the kind of guy that back when, again, I was like leaving the house before a pandemic, but like I'd pull over the car and take a half hour nap just sitting in my driver's seat if I was that tired. You know what I mean? Like I definitely would partake in a power nap. I bring this up because, one, Dion has reminded me just what, the idea of sleeping, but also earlier today, I think it was sort of in line with clocks changing and
right.
Daylight savings and losing an hour of sleep and having to be up really early for kids had swim class this morning. So there wasn't a lot of sleep last night, but I wake up and I'm just kind of tired. And so I was like, I need like 5 minutes, honestly, just like 5 minutes before the sim to kind of recharge the batteries. Because that'll be enough. You know what I mean? 5 minutes, 10 minutes. If you fall into the right sleep for 5 or 10 minutes, it can do wonders. And
sure.
I did. It was the kind of 5 or 10 minute sleep where like you have like a dream. Like you fall into deep REM sleep. I was there, man, and it was great, and I loved it. But what was jarring, and people with kids, this, like when you're in one of those moments, and a kid jumps on you to wake you up, and like you feel like you have been personally burglarized.
Yeah.
It is about, you go from a really good feeling to about the worst feeling a person can have.
It's
instantaneously.
Rough. Yeah, being woken up, especially from naps, is like you said, because you're just kind of settling in. Your body is just like, okay, I'm gonna let my defense down, and just like and then it's right snap back. It's like getting whiplash or something. My problem is with naps, like I would not be able to have like a 10-minute nap. Like There's just no way. Like my body wouldn't be like, no, we're here for at least like 30 minutes. So
we're here for
like I'm not getting up for 30 minutes at least. You know, like you put me in this situation. We're not like snapping out of it like that quickly. So
New York Goat says naps are for the weak. Oh, I couldn't disagree more.
They're really beneficial. Like if you have the time and you know you can fit them in, but
Dion here says, so true, Cough. That 5 or 10 minute is priceless. Mike here says, power nap sounds great right now. I mean, you could. I don't know what you're doing, Mike. It's not for me to say you could take one, but I mean, if you have time to listen to the sim, unless you're just like we're on the background at work or something like that, maybe you could squeeze in a power nap. Jordan's with you, says, yeah, 30 minutes. Lisa says she's tried the power nap, just can't do it. It's not for everyone. I think it's kind of a learned skill, too, the power nap.
Yeah, you kind of gotta like discipline yourself. You know, you gotta just. It's weird. It's weird from going to no napping to like trying to nap. Like the first couple times it feels weird, and then once you do it once or twice, you're like, this is actually like really helpful. So.
Well, then you have the flip side of that. John says the fact that I'm entertained by you guys talking about naps tells me this sim sucks. As long as you're entertained. But yeah, it's not good. We're closing in on the half. It's 7-0. Maybe we'll get some more Giants points here. Jordan says, I heard you gain an extra hour of energy from every 15 minutes of nap time. I have no idea if that's true, but I'm in for it if that's the case. New York Goat. I take a 6 to 8 hour nap every night. That's called sleep. That is not. Lisa says, I have too many kids. I don't get much sleep. Can relate to that. Just got on here for the first time today. Cough Moose, my favorite commentator combo, says Anthony. I can nap on command, says Andrew. No, that's called narcolepsy. That is not napping.
I am envious of the people who are just like able to sleep anywhere. Just like, you know. Oh, they're gonna pass here at the one. That is not smart.
Or are they?
Yeah.
No, boy, that pocket closed up tight on Daniel Jones. But here's the other side of that wooden nickel, as our own Tom Carroll would say. You know, the people, and my wife is one of these folks, the people who take a nap and then wake up feeling worse than before they napped, that's terrible. You know, even if you got the ability to nap, but then you just wake up feeling even more lethargic than before you went down, that's the enemy of the nap right there. Can't do that.
I mean, and that's how I feel when I get up from a nap. I don't feel good, but once I wake up, like 20 minutes later, I feel way better.
Sure.
I feel bad when I wake up from my naps, though. Like, I feel like, oh my God. You know, like I'm just like, you know, I don't know. I feel worse. Like I admittedly do, but it's extremely helpful like 20 minutes later, because then I have more energy and I feel much better. So Bryson DeChambeau just hit a literal shank off the tee. Like I'm talking, he basically missed the ball.
DraftKings own Bryson DeChambeau?
DraftKings Bryson DeChambeau just hit. He basically topped the ball off the tee. Wow. That was, you just don't see the pros do that very often.
No, you definitely don't. Buddy says, haven't been listening with the sound on, can't take Glash new voice. How's everyone doing in Simland? Well, somebody tell Buddy to crank up the volume. Glash isn't here. Field goal. 10-0. A shorty for Graham Gano. Buzz Killington, by the way, this was a while back, but I marked it to make sure I read it. Says, Moose, I have that Spider-Man comic behind you. Is that worth good money?
That one? Yeah, that's the first appearance of Carnage. It's worth decent money. Yeah, it's in, what's that one grade? 9.6. So, like, you know, the highest you usually see is a 9.8. So, it's
9.6 graded, you're saying?
9.6 graded, yeah. They grade them out of 10, the comics. So
you've sent comic books away to be graded too, not just cards.
That one I bought in the case. Like, I bought it graded, so.
Okay.
I've never actually sent comic books away because I don't really know. I'm not And one day I might. I actually have a couple old comics. I actually have a couple Spider-Man comics that are probably worth a few bucks, but I don't actually know if they're in good enough condition. I haven't researched what condition and how they grade them, so I'm just keeping them. But I bought a few graded comics. That's probably my best.
That's the prized possession right there.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's not worth that much, but it's the first appearance of Carnage. He's going to be in the second Venom movie coming out soon, so
nice.
Probably go up a little bit when that comes out.
I have I haven't collected in I don't know how many years. I mean, since before even I was done collecting baseball cards the first time around. But I, at least at the time, had a pretty extensive comic book collection. All mostly like Batman, Superman. Overlaps between those two, the occasional Spider-Man, but there's one X-Men that I have, which is probably, I guess not knowing, I would just guess is the most valuable, and I have no idea what the value would be, and it's certainly not graded a 10 or anywhere close to it. It's really not been touched by me either, but I just remember it wasn't in like mint condition when I got it. But I think it's like X-Men number 7 or something like that. It's one of the very, very first. Couldn't tell you about first appearance of whomever or anything like that. I don't even remember what the issue was or what it was about. But I just have it in a case with, all the others.
Yeah, for sure.
Worth looking up at some point, maybe.
I'm the same way. Like I got like a box of some like just older comic books that I've held like just since I was probably like 12, and I just look them up, and there was something. I mean, everything, anything rare or anything like that these days is, quite frankly, it's a pretty good investment.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that what we got here. Yeah, there are a lot of people that we don't spend a lot of time talking comics, obviously, here on these streams as compared to like cards digitally, in terms of Top Shot or obviously the physical trading card. But I don't know, that'd be a fun conversation to have at some point in time, because I'm sure there are some people out there in the DK Sim fam that are comic book collectors, or at least have been in their day. I would wonder if there is any value to, or maybe they were just so mass produced that there isn't, because we're talking like 90s probably. But I wonder if there's any value to those. You remember when there was a real big storyline in the comics where they killed off Superman? Like it was like the first time they ever actually killed him.
Oh yeah, I have that comic here, like behind me somewhere.
Yeah, and I have all of those. They're like I was going out and I was buying, I was buying them at the newsstand or at the comic book store. When every week, like I have every new edition for a span of a couple of years probably, and I have the comics from that whole storyline. I don't know if they're, and then he came back, and remember he had really long hair.
Right.
I don't know if any of those are actually worth something.
I think you're right. I think they were mass produced, because like I know I checked mine and it wasn't. It's not, even though mine's in like perfect condition. It's not worth that much, but it could. I have no idea. Like there could be certain issues that are. Again, I haven't looked as deep into that as cards, obviously, but anything, you never know these days, man. Like it's just
like
if you have a certain
Superman one somewhere in the black bag. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, the black bag, exactly.
Yeah.
It's somewhere behind me. It's like literally, I have a copy of it, but yeah, that was a cool storyline where they killed him off with Doomsday.
Right.
That was the era, though, where they were mass producing things, and
right.
Like they kind of killed their industry. Like comic books were the same as cards. They just started, just making too much, and they were making unique stuff.
The Bearded Mage says early X-Men, usually some decent money. If it's a newsstand edition, that book is on fire right now. Let's see. Somebody said that X-Men number 7 was the first appearance of Cerebro, which would be pretty cool if that is in fact the issue that I have. I'd have to go look.
I'd tell you, this players tournament is just about to get turned on its head. I do not know what is going on in this hole with Bryson and Lee Westwood. They both went in the water. Oh my
Who's
God.
leading right now?
Well, it's Westwood, but he hit the ball in the water on hole 2 and bogeyed, and now he's in the water again. And Bryson literally went shank water. Like, this is just like they're both going to make at least a bogey on this hole, and we got like 7, 8 guys like at 9 under, so or better. Yeah, this is going to get crazy real quick here.
Our man Must Be says both you guys are I think he's saying some of the good hosts. Much love, fair, except Kaufman's lack of love for Cam. I don't dislike Cam Newton. I'm rooting for Cam Newton. I'm rooting for him all the more so now that he's back with the Patriots. But if you want me to sit here and tell you I think he's going to be great next year, that would be all the evidence that you guys need that I am a total and complete Patriots honk. How dare I question Bill Belichick? Every once in a while, I think you need to. This is one of those cases. But as I said the other day or yesterday or whenever it was that we were talking about this, I am not remotely sold that as we sit here on March 14th, Cam Newton is the week 1 starter for the Patriots. I am not remotely convinced of that. So much can happen between now and then. And if his contract doesn't tell you that, I don't know what more you need to know. Very little guaranteed of that $14 million on the 1-year deal.
Yeah, for sure.
I think I'm being incredibly fair, Must Be. I've outlined both sides extensively on the Cam Newton situation. New York Goat says, sorry, Koff, only Glash is above you on my top 5 favorite hosts. I can live with that.
Can you, though?
Still ahead of Geoff.
Oh,
he said hosts, so maybe you're his favorite analyst.
I hosted last night, Lamarck and I.
How was that? I thought that was a good time.
It was a good time. We did like the sim only lasted like 50 minutes, but I was almost, kind of hoping it would be longer because I like talking to Lamarck. But
for sure. Was there a good amount of sports card collecting talk on that sim, or do you guys?
Well, again, it was so short. It was so short. Like we only got into it a little bit at the end. We just talked a little bit about Top Shot and stuff like that. But he, asked him a few questions about baseball cards and stuff like that. But no, we talked about a few different things. It's kind of an interesting. Actually, it was kind of a boring sim, but it just went so quick. I think it was over in like 50 minutes.
Spencer says, stop talking about Cam Newton or the Pats. That was unprompted, Spencer. I didn't bring it up on my own. Neville says, Neville cleanup hitter, nothing but fun times. Lamarca and Geoff, amazing last night.
Bearded Mage, what's your IG handle? If you're are you into comic books? Because I'll give you a follow too.
Bearded Mage has been throwing out a lot of comic knowledge here.
No, for sure, man. I'm
going to say he probably has an idea what's going on.
Absolutely. Give us some good investments, Bearded Mage, in the chat if you got some good ideas too. I'm always down for it.
Buddy Lee says, I don't care what they discuss as long as it's in their own voice.
I could always bring out Elmo, the Bearded Mage. Okay, fair enough. That makes sense.
The Bearded Mage is the Bearded Mage. He said it's literally what I do for a living right now.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
I'll look you up. Look you up on the old.
One of my dreams has always been to just own a comic store. I'm not gonna lie.
I loved it, man. I mean, back when Newbury Comics, like way back in the day, was comics, and it wasn't music and collectibles and everything else. Like it was just like a pure comic.
Straight up comics. Yeah.
Loved it. Loved just perusing.
Oh, totally. Yeah. I used to have when I was younger. I used to just have an account at a comic store. Get the old like monthly Batmans or whatever I was into. Oh, good times.
There he is, the Bearded Mage, Dennis.
Well, the good news. Okay, if you're on Bryson this week, he's about to double bogey, maybe even triple. The good news is, folks, I really like Bryson for the Masters right now. It's going to give you a chance to buy in, probably some decent odds. So, Paul Casey is doing terrible, so that's bad for me. Oh well. Who needs money? Who needs it, folks?
Brother Phil says, that's one thing I respect about you, Coffee. You're not one of the, what I call a hopeless homer. Such a super fanboy that you can't rationally see your team for what it is. I like to try to approach things from both sides. It's the lawyer in me. I'm not a lawyer, but maybe in another life. Jordan says there was a nice comic book place a couple blocks down from me, shut down during COVID, though.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
So many businesses obviously afflicted by what has happened in the last year. Dalvin Cook, touchdown. First points for the Vikings, finally. Rewarding, at least to some degree, all those who captained Dalvin Cook, and there are a great many. 34% of people and 94% own Dalvin Cook in our smaller Cook or Saquad free roll that we've got going on here with 135 entries. 60th touchdown for Cook here in these sims. I didn't even notice until just now. How about this fun fact? I'm top 5 right now, Moose, in our free roll, sitting 4th.
Nice.
Mr. Huser is in front of me and everybody else. Has about a 7-point lead on, on me, but 2-point lead on Sammy Ho 47. Where's Wave Goodbye hanging out?
I don't know. I'm reading the Bearded Mage's comments. He's Giant Size X-Men 1. I was actually looking at Giant Size X-Men 1, so go grab one of those. They're a little pricey. What's that?
What's this Giant Size X-Men?
Giant Size X-Men 1 is the first appearance of the new X-Men team, like Wolverine, Storm. They bring in like the new guys, like because the original team is Iceman. I think I'm gonna get this right. Cyclops.
Mm-hmm.
What's her face? The Phoenix girl.
Jean Grey.
Jean Grey. Beast and Angel.
Angel.
Those 5. And then the Giant Size X-Men, they bring in the new team. It's like Wolverine, Storm. I can't remember. There's a couple other dudes. But...
Yeah. Who was your favorite one growing up? Like when, it was the comics, and obviously maybe if you watched the cartoon back when that was on. Like naturally, the movies come out and it's, everybody loves Wolverine. Like it's that goes without saying. Was he your favorite growing up though, as well in the comics and everything else, or was it somebody else?
I was just kind of like Spider-Man guy. I mean, I mean
among the X-Men.
Oh, among the X-Men. I really had a favorite X-Men, to be honest. I just kind of like the comics. I do have a lot of X-Men comics. I don't know. Yeah, I never really
guy, which probably says something about me.
You're a born leader.
That wasn't where I was going to go, but yeah, let's take that.
I never really had a favorite. I just like the whole team concept.
Oh, Neville brings up Gambit. I did love Gambit.
Gambit was a good character.
Loved Gambit.
They need to
I can't believe
flesh
Gambit
that out.
never appeared in one of the movies. It was rumored for a while.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to remember who it was. There was someone notable that was attached to it.
Yeah, I know. Well, no, they did. He was in a Wolverine movie very briefly, in one of those crappy ones. Like I think it was the very first one they made. He made an appearance.
Yeah, you might be right about that.
It was Taylor. Oh my God, what's the guy's name? Taylor.
I don't know.
I can't remember, but I think who's the guy from Magic Mike?
Oh yeah, that is who it was going to be.
I'm pretty sure that's who is attached to it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
What's his name though? Channing Tatum?
Yeah, Channing Tatum.
Yeah,
Channing
that's it.
Tatum
Yeah,
was going to be Gambit.
Yeah,
you're right about that.
But there could have been other guys who were attached to it, but I think he was attached to it for a while. Hopefully now that the rights are with Disney, they'll flesh them out properly when they finally get back to the X-Men.
Neville Cleanup Hitter says Gambit needs a movie, and then quickly adds Tate from Game Ops needs a movie.
Tate from Game Ops is the new Iron Man. He's just
Taylor Kitsch. Is that
Taylor
it?
Kitsch. Yep, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Bearded Mage is coming with all the info, among others.
Yeah, it's great to have someone who actually knows what he's talking about in the chat.
Which is the case in all chats for these sims and occasionally for us commentators, but you guys are ever reliable on the chats. Alana says, too bad you're not a lawyer, Koff. I could totally see you in a low-budget commercial for getting what's rightfully yours, and that's that. 10-7 through 3 quarters. It's not much of a sim so far, unfortunately, but we're still having fun together. Dion says, what about the new Mortal Kombat movie, Coffin, Geoff? Yeah, we're both in on that. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That trailer is hot. HBO Max, I'm waiting for you. When's that dropping? In April, I think? Mid-April? About a month out? Saquon 60 on the ground, Cook 52. They each have a touchdown so far. In terms of receiving yards, Ingram, our captain, 7 for 71. Obviously no receiving touchdowns in this game. The only difference is a Graham Gano field goal right now.
I don't know when that Mortal Kombat is dropping. No idea. God, this Players' Championship is just getting
very
nuts.
soon.
Nuts.
Are you being driven nuts because of your lineups or just because of it in general as
a little bit of both? I'm just mainly commenting on the fact, Bryson just made a triple. A double. And Westwood has made 2 bogeys in a row now. And there's 4 guys at -10, about 5 guys at -9, some guys at -8. It's just wide open. There's disaster lurking on every hole there. It's a good venue. It's gonna be a fun finish.
AE says, were y'all in on the old Mortal Kombat movies? I mean, I was certainly in on the first one before it came out, and then I saw it. It's not. It's fine. It's fine.
Got a good soundtrack.
Oh, it's soundtrack's great. Second movie stinks. The first one was watchable.
There's a second Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, they made a sequel. But this one right here actually looks like it's going to be a very good movie. And clearly, it's gory, they're doing it right. It's not this is not for children.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. I don't, is he going to go all the way? Almost, jeez. I'm not expecting,
Yeah, it is mid-April. Thank you.
Craziness, but... it to be crazy. I just want it to be watchable and entertaining,
Yeah.
We obviously we're not expecting Oscar stuff here, but let's make a good Mortal Kombat, like you said. Let's get some fatalities in there and some good storylines. It does look good, like you said. It looks like they've got some of that going. So
I mean, there is a montage of kills and finishing moves. Just in the trailer.
Yeah.
It's man, if this is just a taste of what's to come, let's go.
I just don't want to get my hopes up too much because we have been movie starred for a bit. So if it comes out and it's terrible, I'm gonna be really disappointed. But I just want it to be watchable.
Stephen points out Connors is crushing it today, -6.
Yeah, I mean Connors is in it now too. He's only through 10. Westwood keeps hitting it into the rough every hole or the water. So this thing is wide open right now.
Touchdown. Our guy, Evan Ingram.
All right, there we go. Okay, let's check my lineup here now that I'm done talking. And I'm in 54th. Oh, that should help, though. 34th. Yeah, Ingram's having a big day, actually. 8 receptions. He has been 23rd. Okay, so that really helped. 8.9% owned in our free roll is Evan Ingram in the captain spot. Yeah, I'm up to 23rd. He's got 31.8 points up there. You captain him, too, though, so you must be... Oh, you're in first.
Oh, is that right?
You are.
Huh.
No, is that right? Oh,
how about that?
Fun.
Well, that's a good place to be.
Wow.
Our guy Freeze Pops last night, I was working with him, and he was as high as 3rd, maybe even 2nd, and it was just, I felt bad. He was so excited because he's never won one of these. Not that I've won once or twice. It's not like I've won a zillion times, but he's never won one. He just wanted it so bad, and unfortunately, he still finished top 10, but fell off. I was rooting for him. Wanted to see that pan out. Somebody says, I just remember who said it. Oh, here it is. DFS Queenie. There's never been a good movie based on a video game. So, I have just pulled up Wikipedia, movies based on video games.
Yeah, let's think here. Because you might be right, but you also might be wrong.
So you can go there aren't, it's a growing list certainly over time. It looks like the very first one was Super Mario Brothers back in 93.
Which is terrible. We all know that.
Terrible. I mean, I enjoy it, but I would not call it a good movie.
No.
Double Dragon, which I forgot even existed. Not so great. Street Fighter, as we know, so much potential there with our guy Van Damme, didn't work out. Both Mortal Kombat movies. Wing Commander, which I don't remember. The Lara Croft and Resident Evil movies. House of the Dead, Alone in the Dark, Doom, Blood Rain, Silent Hill, DOA, Dead or Alive, more Resident Evil movies, Postal, Hitman, Far Cry, Max Payne. There was a Tekken movie that I don't recall. This was it. Is this anime? No, it actually is a live action movie. Prince of Persia, more Resident. I mean, there were so many Resident Evil movies. Need for Speed, another Hitman. Was that Vin Diesel? I mean, the Hitman movies. Let me see. Starring.
No, I don't think so.
No, it wasn't. No, Zach Quinto is in that. What else? Warcraft, Assassin's Creed, Tomb Raider.
Assassin's Creed was terrible. Had Michael Fassbender in it too.
Detective Pikachu, Sonic the Hedgehog. No, I think DFS Queenie might be right. I don't think there is, unless you love the Resident Evil and Lara Croft.
No, he's 100% right. These are all terrible. I'm gonna say they're doing an Uncharted movie with Tom Holland in the lead as Nathan Drake and Mark Wahlberg as his like mentor buddy. Antonio Banderas is in it. Antonio Banderas. It could be really good. That's an awesome game too, Uncharted. So that could be like the first actual good game. It's got a great storyline. If you know what game I'm talking about.
I don't.
It's a really, really good game. I've played all three of them. There might even be more than three. I don't know. But anyways, it wouldn't shock me if that's like the legitimate first good game. Witcher on Netflix. That's actually a good one. It's a series, but yeah, I've heard that's like okay.
Robbie Noble. Mario Brothers was lit. New York Goat. Mario Brothers was not that bad. I mean, it's pretty bad. Like what? Let's play the game. It's been a while. What do you think the Rotten Tomatoes number is for Super Mario Brothers back in 1993?
4.
Come on. I'm gonna say.
Oh no! Wait. What's Rotten Tomatoes out of? I forgot.
Out of
100. It's 100, right? Yeah. Sorry. I thought it was out of 10. So wait. I'll say 30.
Around 40 then.
I'll say 32.
Okay. I'll say. You're gonna say 32. I'll say 38. I'll stay in your same range. All right, let's look it up. Super Mario Brothers.
Probably worse than that. I bet you it's like 20 or something.
Obviously, the video game pops up. Rotten Tomatoes, 93. 24.
Yeah. It's
24 on the tomato meter, 29 was the audience score.
Yeah, so even the audience, like usually the audience sometimes will boost it up, but no. Not even that time.
Would you like to guess?
It was a weird movie.
Would you like to guess what it made at the domestic box office?
It's so hard with the different times. I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like ticket prices are.
I don't even know
now than they were then.
100 million? I don't know.
No, you're being way too generous.
Okay, yeah. I just figured maybe like it's
20,
one of those.
20.8.
Wow, that's terrible. Even for them.
Of course, I don't know what it cost to make the movie. Maybe it was still profitable.
No, I think they actually put some money into it, even though maybe you couldn't see it. But
well, there was some, they had special effects and things like that. Like it wasn't a good movie in that it was a great script and great acting, but I don't remember thinking the special effects and things like that were atrocious.
Right. It was a weird movie, though, wasn't it? Like, it's like very dark or something. I don't even remember it, to be honest, if I'm being dead honest. Probably because I saw it once and never saw it again.
I own it. It's on the wall behind me.
Of course you own it. I mean...
Hit the like almost at 150, folks. I've dropped out of first, just so you know. Sammy Ho is in front of me by 2 points.
Good job, Sammy. Hold that lead.
The difference being Adam Thielen and the Giants DST in the leading lineup, whereas I have Graham Gano and Tajay Sharp.
So you need a Tajay touchdown here is what you need.
That would help. Certainly not one to Thielen. Yeah, like another Dalvin Cook touchdown isn't gonna make any difference. So yeah, I certainly need a Tajay dart.
Was Yoshi in the Super Mario Brothers movie?
Yeah.
Really?
I have the vaguest recollection of that, but for some reason can distinctly in my head hear John Leguizamo referring to Yoshi.
I might just have to rewatch that just for kicks. Kind of like when I rewatched Karate Kid Part 3.
Or when you do watch Wonder Woman 1984.
Yeah. Again, I really recommend watching Karate Kid Part 3 just for Ralph Macchio's insane performance. And the Terry Silver guy, too. It's just so over-the-top ridiculous that... It's almost like art because it's so ridiculous, you know? Like, it's... Anyways.
Herb says, Koff, please tell me you don't own Cabin Boy, only movie I've ever walked out of. I do not. A couple people, though, are referring to Meteor Man, which I do own. That was a superhero movie. Buzz Killington throwing out a buy stream trash, Meteor Man, Blank Man, Orgasmo. I have seen and own all three of those, Buzz Killington, so I could actually play this game, as random as they are, and I would buy Blank Man, a Damon Wayans vehicle, stream Meteor Man and Trash Orgasmo of that group.
Oh, wait, I was thinking Meteor Man was a Damon Wayans one, but what's...
No, that was Blank Man.
What's Meteor Man, then? Seen this?
Cook stopped at the 2-minute warning.
I think I might have saw that once.
Meteor Man is...
It's more like gimmicky, yeah.
Yeah, he's just like a local dude that, I don't know, gets... I haven't seen it in so long. I'm trying to remember how he got his powers.
Yeah, I would definitely buy Blank Man as well, though. I think I've seen Meteor Man before anyways, but Blank Man was pretty funny.
Yeah, I enjoyed
Damon Wayans good.
I'm also a sucker for most things Damon Wayans.
Man, he had feeling wide open there, too.
Orgasmo's just not, I obviously love the South Park guys and most everything they've done, but that movie didn't do much for me.
Yeah, it's kind of like a weird parody. Some people find it hilarious and think it's like great, but I'm kind of with you.
Worse than Encino Man, says Crackle. Kicks up. It's good. Field goal. 17-10 game, couple minutes left. Oh, Michael had said the Super Mario Brothers budget was just south of 50 million. So yeah, that was a that was a substantial box office loss.
That was hashtag not good.
Robert Townsend, Tyree reminds us, was the star of Meteor Man. I liked Encino Man, Crackle, by the way. I enjoyed that movie.
Encino Man.
Not a superhero movie.
Actually, Encino Man wasn't terrible, if I'm being honest.
No, I mean, look, there are a lot of bad Pauly Shore movies or Brendan Fraser movies.
Yeah, that one.
That's not one of them.
That one's probably one of his stronger, for sure. Which isn't saying much, again, but...
Lindenbaum says, best comic movie nobody talks about, Dread. Not the corny version with Stallone, but the one that came out since.
Oh, yeah, the Carl Urban one? That's a great call.
So I never saw it.
It's a strong movie.
Is it?
Yeah. Very strong. Very kind of into...
It has been. I've definitely come across it. I've just never seen it.
Yeah. No, it's strong. It's not like super long or anything. It kind of just takes you right into the action. So it's not really like an origin story or anything. It's just Dredd, doing his job, whatever. And but it's a good movie. You probably like it. It's very much like...
I like Carl Urban.
Yeah, Carl Urban's great. It's very much like, there was that campy Stallone version of Dredd This is like the new version. It's like the old Mortal Kombat versus what we're probably going to get with the new Mortal Kombat. Like it's more gritty, more realistic. So.
Well, it's kind of like when they remade. You remember when they remade RoboCop like 10 years ago or something like that?
Right. Yeah.
That wasn't on Amazon Prime now. All right, I can check.
The old RoboCop was actually good though. So.
Yeah, fair. Michael Keaton was in the remake. He wasn't RoboCop, but he was.
No, he was. Wasn't he the bad guy? I can't remember.
Might have been. That was the only reason I saw it. I was just like, yeah, I'll watch anything with Michael Keaton. Let's go.
Yeah, no kidding. He's good.
I'm out. 90 seconds left.
Michael Keaton did like nothing for 10 years. Like it's just like Hollywood's just like, no, yeah, we're done with you.
Yeah,
your second Batman sucked.
Once he did Birdman, that just put him back on the map, you know, entirely.
He's such a versatile actor. Like he's a really good actor. Like you're right. He is. Even if he's in a bad movie, he's generally good in it. Like
right. Oh, drama, action, comedy, but like dude can do it all. He is great.
Yeah.
I am a huge Michael Keaton stan. Chad says the original Tron, best movie of video games. I remember seeing the original Tron in a class. We watched it in a class a long time ago, and I don't even remember what the relevance was. And it was in college too. And I didn't like it. It just wasn't. I think I fell asleep. It was just way too slow for me. But it has a passionate following.
The sequel was okay. A little over the top, but looked good.
And yes, Michael Keaton was in, I mean, he's not known for it per se, but he was in the first of the new Spider-Man movies. That's what I'm saying. Like, he plays such a good bad guy, too.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
I mean, if you, like, for people that haven't seen, like, Pacific Heights or Desperate Measures.
Pacific Heights is a good movie, yeah.
He's so good. He's so good. But then you go and see, you know, Multiplicity or something.
Right,
like
yeah. Oh, what's this? Is that Tajay?
I will faint if it's Tajay Sharp. Touchdown!
Wow.
Oh, 83-yard score!
Yards.
83 yards. Well, I was in sixth place. Let's see what this does. Anybody in front of me have Tajay Sharp? 1, 2.
But do they have cousins? Do you have cousins?
I don't know. I never play cousins.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't think the people in front of me have cousins either, but a couple people in front of me do have Sharp. Yeah, it's going to jump me up to 3. Less than a point.
Ooh, but it's close, yeah.
Yeah.
Either way.
Tajay.
Oh, we got a tie game, too. I didn't even realize.
Too busy with the Michael Keaton talk?
Yeah. NYG with 3 timeouts, though, so. Man, this one looks like it was. This one was just. I thought we were just playing out the clock. I'm not going to lie.
Mike jumped up to 26.
We haven't seen a comeback like that for a while in the last drive. But NYG, 3 timeouts, a couple completions over the middle here, and they'll be in field goal range. So
Tajay here might be the leader in the clubhouse for the Krusty Koff Player of the Game. After that,
the sim is giving the players a run for its money in terms of excitement. It's really not, but oh, Paul Casey up to 10 under. All right, here we go.
Still got OT, says Herb. That's right. That is absolutely in play here. It is close, though. Those of us in the top 5 all separated by like 2, 3, 4 points. Oh, Mike says now he's jumped up to 11th after finishing 4th in the Nooner.
Jeez.
Producer
Mike,
man.
Remind me never to play him in anything. He's like always in the top 10 in these.
He's taken some of our
very sneaky
our group contests too when we've done, you know, like I don't remember if it was the Super Bowl or you know, championship weekend, you know, for the conferences. But he's done well in yeah, he doesn't mess around, Mike. You can't underestimate him.
10-yard gain off the top, burn a timeout. Not terrible. Would have been better if we got out of bounds.
So 17 all, final 30 seconds here of regulation.
Still need about 35 yards. So that one big completion over the middle here.
Boston Joe, if Ingram can get 2 or 3 more touchdowns, I might make the money. I don't think you can get that here today. Flag.
Probably going to be holding. And it is. Oh, wait. That's got to be against the Giants. Yep.
I'm not sure.
Well, that's not good.
Combination of things I need. I need Evan Ingram to do something notable.
Ooh, is Saquon going to do it all himself? No, he's not. Get some yardage back, though. Okay, they basically need to do it on this pass right here.
What do you need, folks? Golden Tate, Tajay, Toilolo. Boston Joe says we need to create a DK Madden all garbage time team. You might be right.
All right. Don't go short. Here we go.
Into traffic. He
I
came
got
down with it. Touchdown!
Is that Ingram?
Giants!
Oh, Slayton.
Darius Slayton, 62-yard score. And you know what else? He's in my lineup.
Screw the players. Oh, you got Slayton? Oh, well, that could just be.
I think that might move me into a tie for first. I don't have Daniel Jones though, so we'll see. Oh, Michael's climbing. He's got Jones.
Like you might have gotten passed by the people that had Jones though.
Yeah, I might have gotten passed by the people that have the stack.
I have no idea. I don't think they've completely updated it either.
No, they haven't.
So,
they haven't.
Anyway,
We'll find out.
We'll wait on
Takes
that.
a moment.
Daniel Jones.
That's Slayton's still shy of the bonus. That would have been helpful.
Yeah, I think Daniel Jones is still shy of the bonus too. But... Oh, okay. Right now you're in first.
Tied for first. I have to share all of my pride winnings at the moment. But wait a minute. I have Graham Gano. And the person I'm tied with currently has Dan Bailey. So
okay,
that
so
might
once
actually
that
move me into.
There you go. Yeah, you just updated.
There it is. So singular sole possession of first.
Wow.
Move over, Legacy Locksmith.
What a Sunday.
What a Sunday. Guys, I'm not even going to come back for the 4 if I win this thing. I'm just going to retire on my winnings.
That's right. Okay, see you later. Thanks, everybody.
It's been real, everyone. Have a great week. I'll see you in the chat.
It's the old George Costanza move.
Anthony says, holy hell, had Slayton and Tajay in Classic.
Man. For a 24-17 game, this has produced. Still got one more play.
Such a miserable first half. We have come on here.
Incomplete. That actually could have knocked you out there if that Thielen one had gone, but it didn't, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, it was a miserable first half. Talking about common cards.
God. Oh, it feels so good. Oh, man. 119.2. Oh, God. What's that? Yeah, I see you. Oh, yeah. 119. I have so many people to thank. God, I have to thank Tajay Sharp and Darius Slayton for their late game heroics coming through in what was a terrible sim. Evan Ingram, I was a little skeptical of you in the captain slot, but you came through. Graham Gano, I considered some other punt play options. I'm not going to lie to you. But, man, you delivered when I needed you to. I know that, kickers don't miss extra points in these sims, but I will never take you for granted again. And Cook, Barkley, just thanks for being you. Thanks for just, really helping out a nice balanced lineup here today. Oh, boy, this. Okay. I told myself I was going to do this. Oh.
All right, I'll tell you what. Who's the crusty coffin player of the game? You give me your player of the game. Is it Tajay? Is it Ingram?
It's got to be Tajay, right?
Okay, Tajay, fair enough.
Yeah, about 24 points, 31% owned, 5.2 in the captain spot in our smaller sim here. And then if we scroll all the way down, I'm
going to go with Sterling Shepard for the DFL.
What are you taking?
Sterling Shepard, 1 catch, 8 yards.
Yeah.
I went Shepard over Slayton, so that really held me back. Otherwise, I actually would have been right up there too. But yeah, we'll go Sterling Shepard for the DFL babysitter Billy.
Man, I am all my NBA head-to-heads are for $100 tonight. I'm just feeling good. I'm challenging everybody.
Wow. Careful,
I'm
like
just
a
kidding.
fantasy hawk or someone in there.
Yeah. Oh, what's that cough? Huh?
Yeah.
All right. If your funeral guy. All right. So Geoff and I will be back together. If we can find anything else to talk about, I promise we will. We really we hit on it all during this one, other than Alana points out the Ninja Turtles. But who knows? Day's young, I guess. Cowboys Bills are on the way at 4:00. That's about 45 minutes from now here. And jump into the free roll. It exists, that contest, in the DK SimFan Friends League lobby. By all means, jump on in. The other thing that we want to remind you about here, a couple days away, of course, this is Selection Sunday. On Tuesday, you can join us right here on YouTube and Twitch, a special NCAA tournament preview show. We will give you the sportsbook perspective on which team is coming out of each region, all there in Indianapolis, but you know what we mean. Who could be upset, who could be obviously in great spots in terms of spreads, totals, props that the public is putting its money on. Everything that you want to know, it'll be available to you. The Sweat March to the Tournament, Tuesday, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on the Dream Stream. And then, of course, we will have our regular programming with these 6 Madden simulations that will come your way every couple hours starting at noon. So something to look forward to. And thank you all. Thank all of you for your congratulations in the chat. It's great to be here, and look forward to seeing you again in about 40 minutes. Again, Moose and I will be back. Our thanks to the rest of the crew that will also be returning, but we'll thank them later. We'll thank them now as well. Mike, Drew, and Kyle, you guys are awesome. And Mike, how's that smoke taste there, pal? It was hanging out there in the top 10, top 5, and then just that's right. I'm going to finish last in the next one. I know it. I'm just going to enjoy this moment while I have it. Moose, we'll talk to you again in a bit.
Okay, guys. See you soon.
And we are back. Welcome back, everyone, here in the Dream Stream. It is, well, you're stuck with us again. Geoff, Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, of course, the rest of our crew as well. Mike, Drew, Kyle, all happy to be here with you for the next hour plus as we have sim number 3 of this busy Dream Stream day and 3 more to go even after this one. So you are almost halfway to, through this Sunday, and a football Sunday. And as I always say, it just feels right. How are you, bud? Did you get anything done during your break?
No, definitely not. Not much time to
no
get
power
anything
nap
done.
or anything like that.
I watched golf shots for 10 minutes basically. So
Yeah.
no, definitely no power nap. I might take a power nap after this. I'm definitely feeling a little worn down. Like I said, I've done 4 of the last 5 sims.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sick of the sims. It's just
You look haggard. Yeah, no, it's wearing on you.
I'm actually excited for this one. I haven't seen the Bills play for a bit. I haven't seen Dallas play either, so could get. Got 2 good quarterbacks going. Who did I think I captained Amare in this one just to save a little salary. Yeah, I did. So we'll see how that works out.
What's the rest of it look like? Lineups have locked.
I went. Why is my thing is refreshing here? So I went heavy Cowboys. I got Dak. Like I said, Amari captain. Faded Zeke. I got Jarwin in there as well. I went Zerline over CD Lamb. Zerline's one of the better kickers in this game. And then I rostered Josh Allen and Dawson Knox.
So I have, we'll see basically with this lineup. But coming off the big victory in that last sim,
I got expectations now.
Expectations are high that I'm going to deliver. I know I'm being held to a high standard by the DK Sim fam. The early bird special, the Dak's back free roll with 138 entries. So I did something I'm not sure I've ever done, which is I captained Blake Jarwin. And I did that in order to make room elsewhere. I have Josh Allen, Ezekiel Elliott, and Dak Prescott all in my lineup. And around them, I have CD Lamb, and then, like you, Dawson Knox, who I don't have a whole lot of confidence is going to do anything. I mean, even, a catch for 10 yards, I'd be satisfied. I'm not sure he's even going to get a touch, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, all the pass catching for the Bills are kind of risky. So they still, Josh Allen runs a lot, doesn't throw a ton. So who knows?
Well, we appreciate everyone here hanging out with us. Thank you all, members of the DK Sim fam and beyond. John says he faded Elliott for Allen, so understand that. Mike says, Koff, that power nap, it was perfect. Good call. This is what I'm talking about. I'm glad that people are taking this thing to heart. We were just talking about some cards off air and, fun stuff like that. People getting ready for slates later. NHL locking in an hour for the main slate. You got the NBA a few hours from now. Get those head-to-heads going. NASCAR's underway. BK and I doing a contest for that because he sent it and I don't know how to say no. So we'll see how that one goes. Who do you like in net, by the way, for people thinking ahead to NHL? I've got my dummy lineup in there, and I say that because, 1, it could be temporary, and 2, I'm a dummy. But who's your goalie du jour for this 5 o'clock and beyond?
So first of all, let me say you can check out DK Nation. I got the cheat sheet up there for today. I just want to double check who's actually starting here.
Not everyone has been announced at this point.
No. Oh, but actually, the guy I do like the most, and I'm not even gonna. Alex Nedkovic for the Carolina Hurricanes been playing really well. If you can get up to him, it's a fantastic spot. The Red Wings suck. The Hurricanes have won like 7 in a row. I would really just try and get up to him. If you want to get a little risque, Scott Wedgwood has actually been playing good. The Islanders are due for a loss, so I think for like a cheap GPP play, I'd go Wedgwood. But like otherwise, just try and get up to Nedkovic or whoever. I don't know how to pronounce his freaking name, but that guy. He's 8,400 though, but it's just such a good spot, and he's playing really well. So, God, we already got a punt.
That fast. And on 4th and 1, no less. So currently I've got, I don't know how to pronounce this either, although it's easier than the one that you were throwing out for Carolina. The Islanders goalie, Sorokin?
Yeah, Ilya Sorokin. That's fine too. And look, I mean, the Islanders are still like one of the biggest favorites on the slate. I mean, it's fine. The Devils did play him close last game. And I kind of just feel like it's just more of a gut thing that I kind of feel like the Devils might show up here and Wedgwood might throw a big game in. But it's certainly fine to throw in Sorkin. He's a good goalie.
All right. Well, I got a little time to play with. Put the thinking cap on. See which way we go. 2 minutes gone by. Scoreless opening quarter. Again, Dallas and Buffalo. Geoff, Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, Mike, Drew, Kyle, all here with you. Great to have you with us. Tom's Microwave says, to Simfinity and beyond. No moon calling for the safety dance. Yeah, we were in range, but not going to see it here now.
Just giving our
12 on the way.
Giving our friend the bearded mage a follow
on the old
Instagram.
IG.
Before I forget, because once I forget, it's not happening. So
yeah, I did that as well. From the 12, it's a handoff.
Zeke, I faded Zeke. Interesting to see if what the Cowboys do with Zeke long term. I mean, I wonder how many more years he's got there. They got Tony Pollard.
He's got at least a couple years left on that contract. He only got paid recently.
Yeah, no, I know. God, it's such, people talking about them trading Amari. It just, oh man, it shouldn't have been a pick. You look at their setup. I just so much rather have Amari than Zeke long term. I mean, I think both of them are probably overpaid, but Zeke just is more replaceable with Pollard there and able to just draft another running back. But I don't know. I don't think either of those guys. I don't think one of those guys for sure is not going to finish out their contract with the Cowboys, if not both.
Sure.
So.
3rd and 9 from the 13. Dax got all the time and space in the world. Little pirouette, throws it incomplete rather. Bounced.
Yeah, that was for Cooper.
Cooper.
I will say this: I don't think Zeke's going to win this year.
What are your expectations? Obviously, with the big news that Dak Prescott is back and long term and got paid, and the teams were able. I don't know if it was so much of a meet in the middle. I guess meet in the middle maybe term wise and more toward Dak's side salary wise. But either way, they got the job done. What are your expectations going forward now as far as is he going to be what he was pre-injury? The expectations are that he's going to be healthy to start the year and fully recuperate during the offseason. Will he be right where he was at that record-setting pace where we last saw him, or do you have concerns?
I mean, there's always concerns, guys, going off big injuries, right? I mean, it'd be ludicrous for me to just sit here and be like, oh, there's no concern. I mean, he'll be fine. But at the same time, he had a really big stretch of games. Like, it was early in the season when it happened. It wasn't an ACL either, remember. Like, from what I know and from what I've gleaned, it's probably a better injury than just a straight-up ACL tear. The knee is so... You can deal with, like, arthritis, scar tissue. He seems fine. Like, he's already back, basically, to full training. So... I don't know if he'll pick up right where he left off, but I don't think it's going to be, if I had to guess right now, it's not going to be like some dramatic grace period where we have to wait like half the season or something. Who knows though, because it is a big injury. But right now I'd put my money more on the side of he's probably going to pick up close to where he left off. And and the other factor in that is, I thought he might get the corner there, but are the Cowboys, are they really going to be any more better on defense? Are they going to be able to address anything?
Well, it depends on the offseason moves, obviously.
It does,
right?
but they
really going to have to address it in the draft for sure.
Yeah, because they got all these big contracts on offense, right? So I think Dak's going to be in a lot of similar situations to last year. I think he's going to have to pass his way out of trouble, so to speak. And I kind of think it's going to be a pretty big bounce back year for him. I really do. We'll see, though. Could be some growing pains. Maybe he'll get some preseason games in or something. I don't know. Or they might just hold him out of those two, even if we even have any. So
short run there.
Bullish. I'm pretty bullish on him bouncing back, though. I am. I think it'll be. I think he will bounce back. He's a good fantasy target. I think he could be a good buy low target if people get a little bit cold feet. Yeah.
How much stock do you, going back to Zeke, and we can spend plenty of time talking about Dak, and there's a lot there, obviously, but Zeke was not good last year. We know that. Now, we've seen him, we've seen the highs. We've seen back-to-back, or not back-to-back, but we've seen a couple of, rushing titles from him. and the dominance that existed there in 2016, 2018. Last year, you started to hear like Todd Gurley comparisons that last year with the Rams before he ended up getting cut loose and goes to the Falcons. Are we there? I mean, are we really there with Ezekiel Elliott, or do you attribute some of his deficiencies last year to obviously a banged up and inefficient offensive line and the fact that, again, it wasn't Dak, it was Dalton? How much better is he going to be with Dak Prescott coming back?
I don't think we're at Todd Gurley levels. Todd Gurley is a different case because his deficiencies are knee related. I mean, like, he's lost his explosiveness completely due to injury, in my opinion. Zeke may have lost a little bit too. He's getting like he's run the ball a lot. He's not what you'd call a slim guy either. So, maybe it's a bit of a conditioning thing too. Like, he might need to figure something out. But I don't think we're there yet. And I'm not sure if Zeke's going to be a guy who just falls off a cliff. It might just be like a slow grind down to where, Zeke went from like averaging 4.8 yards per carry to like, he just threw in like 3.8 yards per carry. And like he still might be okay in short yardage and stuff. But like I said, even last year, you could kind of notice it a little bit going down. I don't think we're quite there where he's just going to fall off a cliff this year. But at the same time, like, it wouldn't shock. Like, if he doesn't bounce back and have a slightly better year, you do need to raise the concern. Like, this guy might be like, this is it. We've seen the best of Ezekiel Elliott, and like, the Cowboys need to just move on somehow. That's kind of why I bring him up, because it could happen. It could go either way this year with Zeke. It's not like
that would be the easiest contract to move, though.
It would be terrible. That's what I was about to say. It's a bad spot for the Cowboys. They have contracted themselves into a corner. Like, it's ridiculous. Paying Zeke was terrible, to be honest. There's Diggs. Just put that in. Paying Diggs was not terrible by Buffalo.
Were you surprised, while Buffalo's got the ball, we can go back to Dallas. I mean, I thought he was going to be good last year, and I think most people did. I wasn't one of those that was like concerned about him going to Josh Allen, because it's not, look where he was coming from. It's not like Kirk Cousins is this elite quarterback. So I thought he was going to go to Buffalo and produce. That being said, what he did was not on my radar. Him going out there and just being, all pro level and this prolific receiver and what was, something of a prove it year for him in some ways. I think some people were obviously down on him, maybe not even production or talent wise as much as attitude wise, the way things, kind of fell apart and ended there with Minnesota. Were you surprised by what he did last year, or was that what you were expecting?
No, again, the potential was there. I really liked Steph Diggs. I thought he was like kind of an Antonio Brown just in waiting in Minnesota. Just needed to give him the chance. So, I definitely saw the potential, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't have grave concerns with him going to Josh Allen in a low volume passing offense. Nobody saw the Buffalo Bills transitioning from one of the lowest volume passing offense into one of the most prolific passing offenses in a year. Like, just nobody saw it. Really, the potential was there, sure, but like, it just, Lee Smith?
Lee Smith.
Lee Smith, isn't it? Wow, that was quick. 85, Lee Smith, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep,
So Lee Smith, touchdown. But yeah, it just doesn't happen, right? Like, we don't get there was no coaching regime change. There was nothing to indicate that the Bills were just going to all of a sudden be like, YOLO, like, let's turn into like this transition short passing offense. Diggs down the field a lot. We've worked with Josh Allen. He's like this accurate dude now. And that this Diggs Allen thing was going to click right off the bat. But it did. And this is like one of the things we talk about potential with when we do fantasy analysis, and this is potential. And a lot of guys were like, well, the potential is there. And for once it actually happened, right? Diggs and Allen just became this dynamic duo. We both know they're talented guys. Like I said, Diggs profiles as a wide receiver one for me for sure. But
yep.
I didn't that in my wildest dreams, that would have been the best case scenario, but I still would have given that like a 1%, 2% chance of actually working out. So yeah, it was crazy to see that it actually happened.
So Lee Smith, again, 3 for 27, that touchdown. Only guy with multiple catches to this point. Again, we're only one quarter deep. It is 7-0 Buffalo in front. And life comes at you fast, Moose. After winning the Madden Matinee, I am sitting 119 out of 138 right now. Long way to go, long time to go, but not pretty. Chicago Sport 82 is in front by about 5 points. Running away with the damn thing early. Our guy, undercover boss Tom, he's not even with us on the crew here today, but he's got a lineup, and he's sitting top 10. Where are you? Where's Wave Goodbye hanging out?
Let's see here. Sorry, I did update on the Masters. Justin Thomas made an eagle to take the lead. So we got drama already having. I'm in 125th, so I'm chugging along and waving goodbye to all you guys in front of me. That's for sure.
There you go.
I got Cooper in the captain, so that's definitely holding me back. And I got no Lee Smith.
So I'm not actively watching the NASCAR race going on. Bonzo says though, Bowman wrecky. Well, that's not what I like to hear because Bowman's in my lineup. so if in fact that's a thing, that's not great for me.
Yeah, Justin Thomas just made an eagle at 11.
Oh. We have some breaking news.
Oh, okay.
From the NFL.
All right, hit it.
And I, for one, am incredibly surprised by it, and I look forward to your take.
Let's go.
Courtesy of Adam Schefter, which is really per Drew Rosenhaus.
Okay.
Aaron Jones, 4-year deal, $48 million, going back to the Packers.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
I mean, if you're Aaron Rodgers, you're probably pretty happy about that.
Yeah.
I didn't think that's how that was going to end.
No.
I thought they were going to be leaning quite a bit on A.J. Dillon.
Let's break this down because let's just see. I want to see what the Packers cap space is.
The money, by the way, is also less than I would have thought it would be. I thought he'd get more than 12 a year.
So they have cleared some cap space. They restructured a couple guys. He probably could have gotten that if he had gone on the open market.
And to that very point, Schefter just tweets out, Drew Rosenhaus told ESPN, Aaron would have signed for more in free agency, but wanted to stay in Green Bay.
So here's the problem. They're not signing a free agent wide receiver because they're basically like over the cap. Like, to me, that's their concern. You drafted A.J. Dillon for this reason, so you could free up cap space and spend it elsewhere. I like Aaron Jones, like I do, but that's not what's holding the Packers back, in my opinion. It's they need a better cornerback. They need to structure, hold up, get that defense shored up. They need a wide receiver. He addresses none of those things for me. So it's good. It's good from the perspective of you're keeping your core together. Aaron Rodgers is definitely happy about it. I agree. But
I mean, a receiver he is not. But I mean, he's good for 50 catches a year.
Yeah. He's a versatile offensive player. He helps the offense. I don't discount that for a second. But that wasn't their problem last year, in my opinion. So. Is he going to catch the 2-point conversion that Equanimeous St. Brown dropped? I mean, things like that, right? So we'll see. Packers probably look into the draft to address some of those concerns, and that's doable. Maybe they can move up, spend some draft capital from future years. They could still potentially create some more cap space, but I really felt they were going to move on and spend it in other areas they needed more of, but.
Well, to that very point, JL says, and I'm going to clean this up a little bit, Rodgers should kick them in the privates repeatedly. A.J. Dillon is more than capable, and they should have looked at the wide receiver position, again, wasting away in Green Bay. So, I mean, I had just said that I thought Rodgers would be happy with this. Do you agree with what JL is saying, that maybe Rodgers wouldn't be so in on it and he would prefer a receiver, a traditional receiver?
So, no, I think Rodgers is happy about it, but it was a touchdown quickly to Amari.
Yep.
Quickly get that out of the way. So we got tie game. Good for my lineup.
That's somebody.
Rodgers is definitely happy Aaron Jones is coming back. Aaron Jones is an explosive player. He's a good receiver out of the backfield, like you said. But, and this is a big but, they don't shore up the wide receiver position or do anything else on defense. I guarantee you he's not going to be happy about this move, like by the, at some point. So, I don't know. It remains to be seen. Let's put it this way. If the Packers can make Aaron Jones work with other stuff, it'll be great. It'll be great, but for right now, I'm skeptical that they haven't maybe just painted themselves into a corner a little bit. I'm not a cap expert, but from what I looked at, again, it doesn't look like they got a lot. I mean, bring it up again just to make sure I read it correctly.
So in your mind, and I don't even know what
they had $1 million in cap space before this, I think. So they freed up some. Yeah.
I don't know what the cap ramifications of all this would be. That's not my department. But
no.
Just talking about roster construction, would you have been? You think it would have made more sense? I mean, you've basically said this, but you think it would make more sense to, let's say, I don't know what he's going to get paid, but bring back Jamal Williams, pair him with A.J. Dillon, not pay Aaron Jones, go out and get one of these free agent receivers that's out there?
Yeah, totally. That's what I would have done. I mean, you got A.J. Dillon. That's why you drafted him. You could have brought back Jamal Williams for cheaper as well, like way cheaper.
Well, that's what I mean.
Jamal Williams or someone else. You could have drafted another RB. Like, there's just so many ways to address the RB situation. I don't know if they're going to be able to address the other situations in the same way now. So, again, how I would be building a team, this isn't how I would do it. But, yeah. And again, it just makes the A.J. Dillon draft pick look even more ludicrous. You could have gotten Michael Pittman. You could have addressed defense there.
Sure.
Now you've it's not even going to start. Like, yeah. So I'd be happy if I was a Miami Dolphin fan, not overpaying for Aaron Jones.
Red, White, and Green says Lazard, wide receiver 2, should smack the front office in the mouth. So what wide receiver then, among those available, would have made sense to you in this what-if world here? I
mean, I think Corey Davis or like Galladay would have been great.
I mean, you also have to operate in the mental space of around what these guys are going to be paid. It's got to be comparable to contract, obviously.
I think Galladay probably would have been out of their value. They maybe could have made it work. Although they just gave Aaron Jones like $12 million a year here, so they probably could have even made Galladay work. I think Corey Davis definitely could have worked. And again, maybe they find a way to do this to still bring in a guy like Corey Davis. I don't know, but it certainly makes it less viable. Will Fuller would be a great option. Is that still on the table? He maybe dinged his value a bit with the suspension stuff. Curtis Samuel is a guy who maybe could be added for cheaper. There are still options out there, but we're definitely, in my opinion, they've cut themselves off of the top guys. So could they still score a Samuel for cheap? Maybe. I mean, maybe there's other guys out there who just need a chance. Zay Jones is out there. I don't know. Shard Higgins is a free agent. There are guys. It's a deep free agent class for wide receivers. So maybe they'll pick up like a good sort of value pickup, and that'll help. I do like Alan Lazard. I'll say this. I've always been an Alan Lazard fan, but they clearly maybe just need a little bit more help there, or so. Maybe Rodgers will take a pay cut. I don't know.
I don't know what his priority is right now. And I've said this about, a lot of different times, a lot of different players this offseason. Like we had this conversation pretty extensively about J.J. Watt before.
Well, I think Aaron Rodgers' priority is he wants to win a Super Bowl. Like, I know he's and he's relaxed and stuff, but he says he wants to play football till he's 45. Clearly the guy wants to win if he wants to play football till he's that old. Like, there's no doubt about it in my mind.
So then maybe he would restructure his contract.
Oh, completely. I think that could be on the table at some point.
Worth noting too, and I people know this. I mean, it's a pretty obvious statement, but a lot of the time, most of the time, like, whenever these guys are, oh so willing, get commended to restructure their contract, like, they're just deferring money, or turning, a salary into bonus. Like, they're getting the same money that they're signed on to get. They're just getting it a different way. So yes, is it more favorable to the team? But it's also why we always say the salary cap is just so easily massageable or manageable. For anyone's like, man, how'd they fit that guy under the cap? Well, that's how. That's exactly how. Like, we just, this guy restructured. He saved the team $7 million against the cap and turned it into bonus money. Like, what's the owner care?
Yeah.
Sort of makes you wonder why you have a hard cap in the first place, but that's beside the point.
Yeah. I mean, look, the Packers are going to be heading next year with A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones in the backfield. It's a great backfield. It really is. But would it have been that much different with... Zeke got the corner. Zeke gone.
See you later. Thanks for coming out.
That one was slow and developing. But once he got there, he made it. He did it, folks.
Oh my! Well, that's going to help.
I faded him, so that didn't help me. But
yeah, it's going to help a lot of us here. Ezekiel Elliott, captained not by me, but by about 20% of people, and owned in almost 80% of lineups. So a lot of people are going to take a jump right there. Let's
play this game.
I'll play any game you want.
Okay. Free agent running backs. Philip Lindsay.
For a game.
Kenyon Drake. James White. Carlos Hyde. Fournette.
Carson.
Jerick McKinnon. Chris Carson. Devontae Booker. Jamal Williams, we've already mentioned. We'll leave it at that. You could add any of those guys for cheaper. And is it that big a difference? I just, again, in my mind, probably not. Matt Breida is another guy.
I had actually mentioned the other day, I don't know if I was working with you or somebody else, Zeke closing in on 100 already here in quarter number 2. I thought Kenyon Drake would make a great fit for Green Bay, especially on the after being
coming off a down year.
It wasn't even that bad. He had almost 1,000 yards.
True. It's true. Yeah.
And to your point, would have been significantly cheaper than Aaron Jones.
Yeah. And look, Aaron Jones is a good player. He's legitimately, I think he's underrated. I really like him for fantasy. Like, I really do. If Jamal Williams doesn't come back, I know A.J. Dillon will still be there, but he isn't quite the pass catcher that Jamal Williams is. He'll be more of the between the tackles. I think Aaron Jones could see a significant bump up in pass receptions next year with no Jamal Williams there. I think he's going to be a great fantasy target if that scenario plays out. But again, we're talking more of a real life team building thing. Just look at what the Bucs did. Ronald Jones,
Leonard Fournette.
For a pick, like mint salary, bring in Leonard Fournette off the street. Boom, done. No salary cap allocated, nothing to worry about.
A little bit of
LeSean McCoy
in there.
What's that?
A little bit of LeSean McCoy here and there.
Exactly, right? They had four guys. They probably cost what? How much did that duo cost? That foursome cost compared to Aaron Jones? Now I'm gonna have to look it up.
Yeah, I'd have to look it up. Can't be much. I saw on that note.
I'm not gonna look it up, but it wasn't much. Leave it at that.
Related to Tampa, I saw, and this was not a report or even a rumor, so I want to make that clear. But I saw a Patriots writer. I was reading an article earlier today about Pat's free agents and who stays, who goes, and just people, reporters theorizing, obviously. And someone floated out the idea of James White because his family's in Florida signing with Tampa. And I mean, man, like what a fit he would be there, and how much would Tom Brady like that?
Who was that? Sorry,
James White.
James White, right? Yeah.
Now he's not going to get Aaron Jones money, nor is he going to be paid as little as the guys that the quartet that you just mentioned they had last year, but. That'd be a big difference bringing in a guy like that out of the backfield who can, catch balls for you as well.
And look, I'm not saying, and there's good discussion here in the chat. I like it. Some people love it. Some people don't. Some people think I'm an idiot. I'm not saying I know the Packers personnel better than the Packers. Quite clearly, they like Aaron Jones. I'm talking about it from an overall team perspective and just how they're building it with trying to bring in the cap, trying to bring in what's been successful. This approach has not been successful, people. It just has not. It rarely, if ever, works out. Tampa.
If your goal is NFC title game.
KC. No money allocated to RBs. KC, they're basically in the AFC Championship. 3 straight years, Super Bowl winners once, Super Bowl 2 years in a row.
They did draft Clyde Edwards-Helaire in round 1.
Sure, but again, I'm talking just money allocated. I'm not talking where they drafted guys. That's absolutely fine. Draft a RB a little bit high. You're still not paying him. You're not allocating a lot of draft capital or money there. So I don't know. It just that is going to be a draw shot.
Ooh, ball's on in. Got there.
So I mean, obviously, I don't like the move for them, but I do like the player, and it all comes down to what else they can do, because they still got this. They got to replace Ken King. I'll say that, at the very least, man. If they don't get some cornerbacks in there.
The bearded maid says they can think you're an idiot all they want. You literally get paid to think about this stuff.
It's true.
It's true. I mean, just in response to that comment, and I don't know if this is going to cause a conversation in the chat or not, whatever. Like, all of you, just as us, production crew, ops, all of you have your opinions on this stuff, which you are never shy about sharing, and you shouldn't be. We want you to. How, regardless of what you may think about this commentary, how bad would it be if we just sat here and said, well, I guess the Packers know what they're doing. They know their guys better than we do. And just left it there.
Yeah.
That's not a fun conversation for anybody. Plus, Monday morning quarterback, armchair quarterback, second guessing, whatever you want to call it. That's just fun. Alana, our gal Alana, throws out buy stream trash. Moose, Dr. Seuss, Syracuse. I like what you did there. Obviously, I need to buy Syracuse. 4 wonderful years there. Well, 3 were good. I'm going to stream Moose because I basically do every day. And it's hard to write off Dr. Seuss and chuck him in the trash, but I mean, of that group, what choice do I have?
Yeah. I mean, draft's going to be interesting. Packers, I mean, they got Jordan Love as an asset, too. What happens there? I think they're just going to keep him for 1 more year, but who knows? And the thing is, I kind of like the Jordan Love and the A.J. Dillon picks, but anyways. This has been the Packers' MO, though. They draft guys, they stick with them. They like almost refuse to consider people outside their organization. I think it's to a fault, personally. I think it's cost them in the end, and I think it might cost them again here, but that is their MO. They want to keep their guys, they draft people they like, and they just keep sticking with them. So they got a great core. They're a good team. Justin Thomas, another birdie. Fourth
An
number.
interesting note for me and Rappaport just on free agency in general. Of course, NFL Network, as we are nearing the half. 14 all, it's been a good sim. So Rapp writes, in a very difficult free agent market, the top 2 linebackers and top 2 running backs have already agreed to deals to stay with their current teams. Expect to see more of that going forward. Do you think we're not going to see a whole lot of activity in free agency?
I mean, some of the names are already getting taken off the board with, the franchise tag and stuff like that too, right? So.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, obviously, a guy like Chris Godwin, would have made a lot of money. There were some others as well.
I don't know. I mean, I think you'll still see a lot of movement. But we do have some big pieces being taken off. I mean, I think Aaron Jones was kind of highest on most people's radars for any skill position on offense. So I still think the big moves may come at quarterback. Like, I mean, I think that's still going to be the biggest news. I mean, where some of these guys end up kind of is whatever, but I still think the big moves come at QB this year.
Why am I drawing a blank? Who's the other running back he's talking about? The would-be top running back that has agreed to stay.
He said 2 running backs?
Yeah, he said the top 2 running backs have agreed to stay put. Aaron Jones obviously being one of them.
Mark Ingram?
No, he went to Houston.
Oh, right, yeah. Fournette? Did he agree to something? Or?
No. And he's not better than,
No, he certainly isn't.
Carson or even.
Did Carson stay? Did Carson sign? No, I don't think so,
No.
did he? Going through the names here. I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm glad I'm not alone, but yeah, I haven't seen it in the chat either. I don't think any of us are coming up with this right now.
Philip Lindsay.
14 all as we reach the half. DFS Queenie says Gurley. No, that wouldn't be it. So Dak 114, touchdown. Allen 103, a score. Lindenbaum's moved into the top 5 in the cough contest, as he calls it. 6 for 84 for Zeke on the ground with a touchdown. Allen 2 for 25 and a score. Singletary 8 for 34 in the air. Cooper 5 for 70, a touchdown. Lee Smith 3 for 27, a touchdown of his own. Diggs 2 for 44. Those are some of the notable numbers. DFS Queenie says that she just listed all the free agent running backs. So Carson, Drake, Connor, Fournette, Mack, Williams, Duke Johnson, White, Gurley. But yeah, I mean, those guys are all still free agents, though.
Yeah.
We're trying to think of someone that's.
I don't recall another RB signing at any point, but again, we could be missing someone, or he just made a mistake in his tweet. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Not a big deal either way.
Just going through this Pro Football Focus article that our crew just sent me here to see if some of the running backs are listed here among top free agents. I wonder if he's talking about someone that signed during the season.
Oh yeah, it could be.
I don't recall something happening recently. Also, there are no running backs. Unless I am scrolling over them, there isn't even a running back listed in the top 50 on this group. Like Cam Newton. Yeah, Cam Newton's listed above Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones comes in at number 45.
Did Eckler sign? I have no idea, man. I don't recall anyone signing anything. But
Here.
what did his tweet say? It said 2 running backs?
Yeah.
Weird.
Let's see. Some rapid fire scrolling here. Chris Carson comes in next. As we know, he is still a free agent. Running back is just not an important position in the NFL. James Conner, number 83, who is still a free agent.
Oh, you just misread his tweet, Kaufman. He said the top 2 linebackers and the top RB. The top, like one top.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. That's cool.
well, I feel better at least.
You should feel terrible for making me dumb.
for spending the last 5 minutes on this nonsense.
It's all right. We didn't miss anything. It's still 14-14. It was halftime, so.
James White, Le'Veon Bell, all toward the bottom of the top 100. Well, here's what we've done. We've outlined all the running backs available.
Right, yeah. Now we know the running backs, that's for sure.
You're welcome, chat.
Yeah, so. Yeah, I mean, if I had to guess, again, the Packers are going to try and address some of the stuff in the draft, and I don't know. It is what it is. They like their own guys, man. They want to spend money on guys they've developed. It's always been their MO. I think they probably would have been better off, if they're going all in, spend some more on defense or bring in a wide receiver as well. But maybe they can do it all at the draft. Maybe they still have room. I don't know.
Alana says, listening to you guys helps lower my blood pressure while removing all the stickers my kids stuck all over the house. You must run into that, right?
Oh, dude, we got stickers on our floors.
I don't know if that's a, one of those gender things that, but I don't know. My kids, stickers have never really been a big thing with my boys. It was, like from time to time, maybe when they were 2.
Yeah.
But as they've gotten any older than that, they really don't care.
Yeah, as mine have gotten older, stickers aren't as big a deal, but they still like them. They don't stick them on the floor anymore, which is good, but
that's helpful. That's a thing.
Yeah. There was a point when half our hardwood was pretty much covered in it, and I had to legitimately spend a day getting them off. But yeah, it's.
I'm not gonna yell. I'm not gonna yell. I'm not gonna yell.
It's like one of those things. As you take one off, they're putting one on, kind of thing,
Right.
But yeah, no, definitely they were into it. They are into stickers. They like them.
Fittingly and predictably, I am sitting toward the bottom of this free roll after the success in the last one. Where are you hanging out now? You still toward the top?
I'm in 33rd. I got Cooper in the captain, so
Nice.
that's helped me. He's got 5 receptions. I need the Cooper bonus. I need a Dawson Knox catch.
I'm right there with you. I'll support that all day.
Just a catch. Not going to ask for too much.
Just a catch. Just a little taste. Just something. Alana says, Jared, you can't talk. I pulled off a sticker that was definitely stuck on by you. That's after he had written kids pull stickers off the backing with zero plan. What's great about my kids with stickers. Whenever the stickers do come out, which again is really just with the 2-year-old, not the older kids.
Yeah.
He just wants to stick them on his clothes.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad.
Yeah, he just wants to cover himself with stickers.
Yeah, my kids used to do that. They
like a NASCAR driver, and then walk around.
Mine used to put them on their arms and just cover their arms. Instead of wearing a T-shirt, they just have stickers on.
Yeah, the only thing that we need to check, and again, it's not a big thing often, but it's really a pain. You really run into something when you've got stickers all over clothes and then you accidentally put them through the wall.
Oh, that's not a good scene.
No, that's bad news.
That's the opposite of a good scene.
Yeah, I'd still take that over sticking them to hardwood and stuff like that, but it's not great. Not great. Speaking of not great, early third quarter of this sim. Got off to our 14-14 start.
I'll tell you something I'm the most surprised about this news from the Aaron Jones perspective. He's legitimately leaving quite a bit of money on the table, for an RB. I mean,
he really is. And he's
because it's 4 years, 48, right?
4 and 48, yeah. And he is right now, he's going to turn 27.
27.
Late this upcoming season. So, I mean, these are his prime years.
This is it.
This is your time to, not only get a big contract, but the wear and tear on running backs. He may not play beyond this contract. It's not unusual for running backs to retire at 30, 31. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, this was the time to get paid. So obviously, as Rosenhaus had said, that's not just talk. He really wanted to stay in Green Bay, and he put his mouth where his money is.
And look, maybe he's comfortable there. Maybe he's I don't know what his family situation is or what, if or anything. But maybe that's part of it too. But yeah, man, legitimately leaving at least a couple mil more per year on the table.
For sure.
I think guaranteed, may have been leaving an extra year on the table, guaranteed. Like, who knows? So, interesting move by him. Certainly not all about the money with everything, but if you were looking at Max, he certainly didn't do that. So,
Nick says, dude, my kids are 13-year-old twin boys, and our basement is wrecked all the time. LOL. The air hockey table's covered with RC car stuff, remote control tanks. The pool table has stuff on it, pop cans. I'm fortunate. Or I'm just a dictator in this house, one or the other. But the kids are pretty good about cleaning up after themselves. Sometimes they need to be, sternly reminded, but they don't they don't leave their crap like everywhere at all times to where it just becomes a problem. They fortunately, you get some cars left around and remote control stuff for sure, but it doesn't look like, the playroom exploded, so to speak.
yeah, I have friends whose, entire basement is just like a toy vomit, basically.
Yeah.
Like it's actually insane. But
yeah, like buddies of mine, so they've got this. I hope he's listening. He's definitely not. But they have the one of those Mattel or Fisher Price or whatever it is basketball hoops, like that everybody had or has. If you were a kid or have young kids, like just one of those little play hoops that's all of like 3 feet tall. And he'll occasionally send me videos of his kid just like jumping off a trampoline and doing some crazy dunk, and then like challenge my kids to do the same right back. But his place, and it's the basement, it's not the whole house, so whatever, it's where the kids' stuff is. But like it is, I don't even know how they walk in there. Like he'll send me these videos, and it's like, how do you not step on everything with every step that you take? Like I couldn't function. I need a little semblance of organization.
yeah,
Otherwise, maybe that's the type A stuff, I guess, or OCD or whatever it is. But I will flip if it starts to look like a crime scene.
yeah. I have my breaking point too. I let a lot fly, but once it gets there, I'm like, we got to do something about this. Like
Clean it up.
Drop everything. Like
drop everything.
I'm also good at procrastinating until it gets to that point. So
yeah. What's good for me is my wife tends to break on that stuff a little before I do.
yeah, it's like the opposite in our house. I always break before my wife, so surprising, and so that probably surprises most people. But like, I think I married the only person who like procrastinates more than me about stuff like certain things like that. So it's like a terrible situation for me because I always end up like, getting things started, and then I'm the bad guy who's like the cleaning Nazi. When really, I'm just trying to keep us out of like living in complete filth. But
yeah, Alana says
vacuuming again. Yes, for the first time in the month.
What's that?
Like you're vacuuming again, and it's like the first time in a month or something. So
no, my wife will vacuum multiple times a week.
Well, and when you have kids, you kind of have to. Like,
well, I think part of it too is having a dog that sheds.
That doesn't help either.
Yeah. Alana says Jared and I both have a high threshold for a mess. The problem is mine is just a little lower than his.
Oh, totally. Yeah, and that person is screwed because they always have to do stuff first.
Yeah. Nick says I looked in the storage room in the basement. And the cardboard. There's cardboard down in the cement. One of the kids was spray painting apparently, and now it's on the floor, and some of it is on the light switch.
Brutal.
Yeah, you got to get these 13-year-olds in check, man. Yeah, he says his wife is the procrastinator. DFS Queenie says, first-year Thomas the Train stuff is worth a lot of money, I'm finding. The wooden Thomas the Train stuff with flat magnets are gold. And we got a lot of Thomas stuff here from when the kids were younger, but I'm not sure what these flat magnet. I don't think we have those. Got the rounded magnets as far as I can remember. El Paso number 1 says, Cough Moose, what questions do you have about Aaron Jones leaving money on the table? Well, the question would be why? Why so passionately return to Green Bay as opposed to taking the extra loot? But then again, it comes back to the age-old argument of how much money does one person need, right?
It does. I think we know why, and that's a good one. I mean, the dude's still going to make $12 million a year for 4 years,
right?
You know, what's an extra $10 million when you get it in 48? You know, he obviously is comfortable there. There's guys he likes. All that stuff works into it. I get that part. I get why he left it. I'm just saying it's interesting that he did it. You know, because it is. You know, Kaufman said it. I mean, running backs, man, like they got an expiration date, unless you're Adrian Peterson or Frank Gore.
Right.
And it is vastly approaching with Aaron Jones being at 27, closer to 30 than 20. So yeah, it's just interesting. That's all. I don't have questions about it, to be honest. It's just interesting. You don't see it happen all that often. And obviously likes who's playing with there.
You know, Jared brings up an interesting point here in the chat. Says ring chasing. You know, we know how close the Packers are. NFC Championship game losses the last couple of years. Do you think there was an opportunity for him out there elsewhere that would have paid him more, that would have put him as close to a championship?
That's a good question. Probably not. Maybe he could have snuck it. Maybe Buffalo. Would Buffalo have overpaid him? I doubt it. Would have been a good fit, but I mean, they got Singletary and they wasted, not wasted. They burned a high draft pick on Zach Moss last year, so I don't know if Buffalo would have been willing to pay what's needed. I mean, Miami's a pretty solid team, but are they as close as the Packers? No, and they also play in the AFC with the Chiefs and a couple other good teams, the Ravens and stuff like that, the Bills, right? So I don't think that would have got him closer to a ring. Where else is he going to go? That's about it, to be honest. You know,
I mean,
Tampa's not signing him.
No clue what team salary cap situations are as well. But
Tampa's not signing him. The Rams definitely aren't signing him. So no, there really wasn't, and I agree. That plays a part in it too, huge part, most likely. It's weird. Sports is a business, but sports is also sports. Guys, at the end of the day, these guys want rings. They want to they want to be their best. They want to reach the pinnacle of their profession.
Mm-hmm.
And absolutely, and in a lot of people's minds and a lot of athletes, that weighs more than money.
I mean, not like the two of us can speak to this on a personal level, but once you're a champion, I don't care what sport you play. You know, you played at the highest level. Once you're a champion, it's not that other things are irrelevant. They certainly aren't. But that can never be taken away from you.
Yeah. Look, I mean, my 11-year-old Little League team did win, you know, regionals. So, I mean, I think I can speak to it a little bit, Kaufman, but I'm just kidding. But I'm not kidding about we won.
Soccer team?
But no, yeah, it's you're right. Yeah, there's guys will they spend money to chase it, which was basically what Aaron Jones just did. He spent money to chase a ring with the Packers because it's his best chance at it.
Hit the like button, getting close to 200 before we get out of here. We would love to reach that plateau, so do us that solid. 6 minutes to go in regulation. Tie game still after no scoring in that third quarter. Steven says, my floors get Swiffered multiple times a day. I'm also not allowed to sit on the couch because it will create butt prints.
Okay.
That's too nice a couch.
That's harsh.
Yeah, that's a problem.
How else are you going to sit on your couch? Your face?
Can you lie on it? Will that just create divots of another kind, and that's a problem?
Tie game. 5 minutes left.
Now we just got Alana and Jared going back and forth here in the chat. Could be getting heated. Jared says, except for the kitchen, since I do about 95% of the cooking and I clean the kitchen because I need to do 95% of the meals, you and the 5-year-old eat.
Thanks. Don't forget, internet is in ink, so.
Also, you're still in the same house.
Yeah.
Two rooms away having this discussion. Rossi's Fat Cat says, click the like button. He actually wrote lick button. Click the like button. Cleanse yourself.
Click the like button. Hit that, for real, smash that like button. It would be good if we could get over 200 likes here. Get this thing going for the back half of the Sims today. Got 3 more coming on. We appreciate you guys hanging out. Like I said, JT, Justin Thomas, still got a 2-stroke lead at the Players. I assume some people watching NASCAR too. Nice little sports Sunday, not gonna lie. NHL on.
Schedule the rest of the day for anyone curious, by the way. At 6 o'clock, a little over an hour from now, you have the Colts and Steelers. Virtual Pittsburgh, that is the happy hour sim, as we have the potential go-ahead field goal. Good, from 48. Buffalo ahead 17-14. Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll will have that one for you. And then we got the Brendan-Brandon combination, and as Moose noted earlier, it's hard to say who's who. Brendan and Brandon, Brendan Glasheen, Brandon Cristal, unless you want to call Brandon, which he doesn't love, but you could do it. Chargers, Cardinals, prime time at 8, and then Ravens, Saints, Madden After Dark at 10. Moose will be with Kenny for one sim tomorrow. I'll be on following that with Tom for one sim tomorrow. Tom is very excited. He will be in the lead chair for Madden After Dark tomorrow night. First chance, not only for him to be in the host chair, I guess we'll call it that, but also his first opportunity to work with Christian.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he was very excited about that when he was talking yesterday.
And that's tomorrow, Madden After Dark?
Tomorrow, Madden After Dark.
Yeah, there you go.
Nick says, my wife is so nice, she does basically all of the cooking. Right there with you, except take away basically. And you will find my wife, who is a saint. And without a doubt, a much better cook. Lana wants to now know from you, Jared. What's for dinner? While we're on that, man, I got a battle going with BK. NASCAR right now. It's a 3-point contest. Still with 1,200 some odd laps remaining, but we got a dogfight. About 5 minutes left in regulation here. Moose, Koff, Mike, Drew, Kyle. Happy to be with you. On the subject of food, Nick is rooting for lamb. No? Is that not how that works?
I guess. CD Lamb, Michael Gallup, again, I mean, right now, if you had to guess, the odd man out could be Amari Cooper there with the big 3, just because he's the most replaceable. Although, again, I mean, I make the argument, like Tony Pollard, draft another RB. I mean, that's what I would rather do if I were Dallas. But at some point, maybe not this year, but next couple of years, I feel like Cooper or Zeke will probably be gone from that organization. Moving it now, there's Gallup on cue.
Man, Gallup was a fantasy disappointment last year.
Yeah, you could kind of see that. I mean, look, part of it was, the dude lost his quarterback for a bit. Had Andy Dalton throwing on the ball for a lot of it, but the writing's kind of on the wall when they spend a high draft pick on another wide receiver, right? Like, CeeDee Lamb wasn't going to not get targets, and the role he played was, with Amari Cooper already on the outside. I mean, it was just natural that he was going to be getting like that off coverage and end up just siphoning a few more picks or a few more targets, excuse me. So, yeah, Gallup, to me, Gallup is a good player. Like, I think he's a very good prospect. I think he could almost replace Amari Cooper eventually, but if he's going to be the third head, Zeke got stuffed there. Good run though. If he's going to be the third head in that 3-headed monster, like he'll be the most up and down until until they move on from like Cooper, if they ever do.
Our guy Bonzo sitting in front, tie for first actually with Steven in our Dax back free roll here. Tom is Our dude, Undercover Boss Tom. Again, not even working today, or at least not working this shift, and he has found himself top 5. We'll see if he is after that. Ezekiel Elliott, touchdown. Cowboys, go ahead.
All right. 4-point lead. Zeke with a second, right?
Second of the day.
Second of the day.
He's got up over 40 points in the flex.
Yeah, I'm way back because I didn't roster Zeke. 60.15 in the captain spot. 19.6% owned in the captain spot. Yeah, he's hit the rushing bonus. 7 receptions. I think that's the biggest thing. Crazy. You didn't captain Zeke. You're pretty much, you can call it a day. Call it a sim. Let's put it that way. Got some Lee Smith lineups up high, too, though.
Yeah.
8,400 in the captain. He's got 25.05 points. Only 5,600 Lee Smiths.
So, 21-10 Dallas.
Justin Thomas made a bogey, so we're back to a one-shot lead. He's at 13 under. Lee Westwood at 12 under. The dudes at 11 under. Bryson, Brian Harmon, Taylor Gooch in the house at 5 under. You never know, man. The way TPC Sawgrass plays down the stretch, could 11 under be good enough? Don't know.
Wish I could remember who I even put in my golf lineup for this weekend because the contest didn't run, unfortunately. That was an Emerson special. Created a contest for the group, didn't set it to resize.
I mean, putting Emerson in charge of that is just, that's your own fault, to be honest.
He volunteered himself.
That's one of those ones where you're just like, okay, well, you get him to do like a fake one just for fun, and then and then you guys create the real ones. You're like, thanks, buddy, thanks for helping out.
Mike says if you were BK, you'd have all the golfers in the top 5. True. You should hear who my captain is. No, it doesn't work that way in golf. No, trust me, I've got him.
That's mine. And that's mine. He's mine. I got him.
Second and inches from the 34 as we've hit the 2-minute warning. Allen passes to the left. That's complete. And able to get out of bounds, stop the clock with 1:55 to go. Out to 45. 1st and 10 on the way after the Singletary grab. Bills just re-signed a lineman. Relevant to this sim for anyone that cares. John Feliciano, the guard, 3-year deal worth up to $17 million before he can hit free agency. Good news for Josh Allen. What do you think? Bill's going to win this one?
Yeah,
Geoff says, wait, what with the movies?
I kind of do. No, I kind of do. 3 timeouts left for 25.
Incomplete.
That was a real missed opportunity. He was wide open. But, Dallas will probably get another chance. They can punch it in here, but there probably won't be enough time left. So I'm going to say Josh Allen makes a nice run or something. Probably gets him a first down or a touchdown. Plenty of time left. 145, 3 timeouts. It's not even an issue. Just dump it off. Oh, don't dump it off. Run. Oh no. I think they got it back. They did. 3rd and 12, though. Things have not gone well since I said I thought Buffalo was going to win this game. Wide open touchdown missed and
last
fumble.
2 plays. So, going no huddle. 3rd and 12.
Josh.
You had running room there, man.
All right, well, they got to go for this. So.
Yeah, field goal's not going to do you any favors.
No, definitely not going to help.
4th and 18. Allen from the 33. Less than a minute to go. He's got time. He's got space. Does he have a man? Passes short yardage. Completes it and does no good. Good for you, Cole Beasley.
This is about as terrible a 4 downs as you could play with the game on the line. But that's going to do it, folks. They do have 3 timeouts still, but, 40 seconds left. Even if they make them punt again, really ain't going to matter.
Bonzo says, Koff, congrats on the head-to-head win last night in NBA. Russ was cooking for you, and my punt plays were garbage. Yeah, I mean, I had some hits on the punt plays or value plays, but really, I mean, Russ had 80 fantasy points. Giannis had 70. I mean, those two together were, halfway to success.
Killing it.
It's just a good stud night for those two. I think everybody played Giannis. I don't know how many people had Russ, but Giannis had to be pretty popular last night.
Who'd they play?
Each other.
That makes sense, actually, yeah. Up against the Wiz.
Drew, who I also played, says, not everyone.
All right, that's going to officially do it, folks.
Yeah.
More yards for Zeke. Another win for Milos and Zeke.
Yeah, NHL just underway by a few minutes, and of course, NBA a couple hours away. 1st and 10 from the 42, about 30 seconds to go. Victory formation, there's a kneel and a timeout.
So that was an interesting sim. I mean, got some breaking news during it.
Yeah.
Game was kind of meh.
Good discussion.
Bills had a chance to make it exciting down the stretch, but they did not. But I guess Aaron Jones is going to be back with the Packers. It's another guy we're interested in off the list, but I still think the big movement will come when the QBs or a trade gets happened or something like that. I mean, look, the draft is going to be super interesting either way. You know, a team like Green Bay. I mean, everyone's going to have their eyes on them. Like, who are they going to how are they going to address these things now? So, or are they going to do something crazy again? Take like a third QB? You know, the draft is going to be interesting. That's going to be the most interesting part. It always is.
All right, 21-17 final.
Lots of Packer debate in the chat today, though. It's like we got a lot of Packers fans in the chat always, but
yeah, well, there should be. At all times. Oh, well, you want some more unsurprising breaking news?
Hit it. Tell me.
Drew Brees in a video on Instagram has just announced his retirement.
Oh, wow. So it's just all happening. This sim. Okay. Not surprising, but,
There's a video, all of his kids sitting on the couch. I can't tell you the content of the video. I'm not watching it right now, but I will read you the message that he posted. After 20 years as a player in the NFL and 15 years as a Saint, it is time I retire from the game of football. Each day, I poured my heart and soul into being your quarterback till the very end. I exhausted myself to give everything I had to the Saints organization, my team, and the great city of New Orleans. We shared some amazing moments together, many of which emblazoned in our hearts and minds and will forever be a part of us. You have molded me, strengthened me, inspired me, and given me a lifetime of memories. My goal for the last 15 years was striving to give you everything you had given me and more. I am only retiring from playing football. I am not retiring from New Orleans. This is not goodbye, rather a new beginning. Now my real life's work begins.
All right.
So, and obviously for certainly for fantasy and team purposes, for the sake of New Orleans, it becomes officially, the question that we've been discussing quite a bit, but again, more notable now, who will their quarterback be? Taysom Hill, Jameis Winston, trade for Russell Wilson, QBX that maybe we haven't even mentioned.
I mean, it certainly makes the Russ thing more
real feeling.
More real, right? Yeah, I think people forget New Orleans was even on the list. Everyone's talking about Chicago and stuff, and with Dak resigning. But Yeah, New Orleans is just add them to the list, man. They got to address it somehow. Or are they just going to bring Jameis back and just be like, okay, we're good? I think that's fine. The nice thing is, if you're a Saints fan, that's on the table. You already have Hill under contract. You won games with Taysom Hill last year. Like you're still a pretty solid team. So would you feel great about just having Taysom Hill? No, but at least you know that's an option, and you probably aren't going to crater with that. But I assume the Russ talk is going to get stronger there now that this has been official.
Get a little bit louder. And Schefter notes 15 years to the date he signed with New Orleans. He announced his retirement.
So yeah, maybe that's what he's waiting for. Most likely.
Yeah, pretty cool.
I'm sure it was.
Obviously one of the all-time greats. Plenty of time to talk about him in the future and probably over the course of the second half of the Dream Stream today. Here's what you got coming ahead of you once again. You've got Colts, Steelers, Rossi, Tom with you in about 50 minutes. Chargers, Cardinals, Glash and Brandon at 8. And I'm certain it'll come up during this one. Ravens, Saints, 10 o'clock. It will be Madden After Dark. Brendan and Brandon together for you. So again, Moose with you for the 6 o'clock with Kenny tomorrow. And of course, I've got you for the 8 tomorrow with Tom. We want to remind you as well, we've mentioned this several times, can't tell you enough though. Selection Sunday, that is today, and you will find out where everyone is playing and against whom. Obviously, everybody technically within Indianapolis this year for the NCAA tournament, but in terms of what seeds and competition and that road to the Final Four, all of that information we get a little bit later on. So you can join us right here, YouTube and Twitch, Tuesday for very special NCAA tournament preview show. We're going to give you the sportsbook perspective, DK Sportsbook, on which team is coming out of each region and who could be on upset alert, of course, spreads, totals, props, all that you need to know as far as what the public is putting its money on. And it's called The Sweat, March to the Tournament. It is available to you Tuesday morning, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on the Dream Stream. And then, of course, after that, starting at noon, you will have your regular sim programming, 6 Madden simulations coming at you over the course of that Dream Stream day. So a lot of good stuff coming up over the course of the days and weeks to come here on the Dream Stream, including, most notably, that on Tuesday. You do not want to miss it. This is a good time. Moose always was, always is. We want to thank Mike and Drew and Kyle and everyone who was involved in it. I hope that the rest of your day is not spent peeling stickers off the hardwood floor.
No, man, it's going to be spent probably watching this golf and then taking a little power nap, probably.
There it is.
Or attempting to. I probably won't take a nap. But.
And with that, we've gone full circle. Everybody have a great night. We'll talk to you soon.
face. And we're live. What's going on, DK Sim fam? Happy Sunday to you and yours. We got a little happy hour action, but on Sunday I feel like happy hour is like 2 in the afternoon because family dinner, kid, up here in the East Coast is like 4. Even though I haven't. Yeah, supper. Thank you. And I haven't eaten yet, but I've eaten my calories worth already, so it's going to be a gnarly one. Oh, and we totally forgot about our. I just thought of this. Dude, hold on. I think we're together Wednesday night, which I believe is St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, they might be sold out though.
We'll talk about it. It's that son of a gun right there, the handsome guy with the microwave way in the back, because his head is not as big as you would imagine. I've seen it in person, guys. Not a lot. I didn't spend time with it, but I've seen it. He's Tommy Freeze Pops, at your boy TC Fresh on Twitter. I am at Jason D. Rossi. Pumped and jacked to be with you on a Sunday. I'm one and done. Tommy, were you on before this?
Same. Leaving it on the field here, baby.
Crap, my cat's here. Yeah, we are going to go buck wild. We have Colts, we have Steelers. We're going to talk lineups. We're going to talk about retirements, free agencies, trades, a lot of NFL news. But if you've been following along with us since, 5 weeks since the Super Bowl? We have been, I made that up. I don't even know. I think it is. We have been doing, whatever. Blank weeks, number redacted weeks since we have been doing this post-Super Bowl. We do Mount Rushmores of teams. Today we have 2 we have yet to get to. So we're going to talk the Steelers Mount Rushmore. Yikes, that's going to be tough to sim that thing down to 4. And then the Colts as well. And we'll talk about it because obviously this kind of is like a twofold of different time frames, but I think it all counts personally.
Yeah,
but we can.
No, they both of these franchises have rich histories. Steelers, you could probably make 3 different Mount Rushmores.
You could do decades, dude.
You could do offensive side of the ball, defensive side of the ball, and coaches / owners. And then with the Colts, there's 2 obvious ones, but those last 2 spots wide open for a lot of really good players.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. So we'll talk about that in the second half. Drop your lineups in the chat. Tommy Freeze Pops, where'd you go with Steelers Colts of the 2021 variety?
That's right. I went with Paris Campbell in the captain spot. Wanted to get some value because both of these teams have good position players who can, get into the double digits. So Paris Campbell, 9.4 points a sim, $8,700 in my captain spot. And then the rest of the way, Trey Burton, Eric Ebron, so a little tight end stack there. T.Y. Hilton, Nakeem Hines, and my man Johnson, Deontay Johnson.
My man Johnson. Sounds like me. I don't know. Johnson.
I blanked for a second.
I went T.Y. in the captain spot. You know why?
Because he does that cool dance?
Yeah, dude, because I love the dance. I'm not going to lie. That is the coolest thing in the world.
It is a cool dance.
And you know what? It's just a celebration, and it's classy. Ben Roethlisberger, Phillip Rivers, Jalen Samuel, Zach Pascal, and Marlon Mack.
Ben Roethlisberger has made bad lineups for me in the past. I thought about it, but then I thought back to my Steelers lineups of the past, and I said, you know what? I'm not going to let him hurt me again.
Do you know what? Once they hurt you once, dude, that's it.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
As I would say, shame on you again. Fool me a 3rd time, still shame on you, because I'll give you so many chances because my heart's too open, dude. I will say one thing. I don't know who I did a game with recently. Well, I know who I did, but I can't remember the last Steelers game. But we talked about how you got to have Roethlisberger, pair up 2 receivers. They never score on the ground, and James Conner scored 3 touchdowns.
Wow, that's rare.
Yeah, it was bonkers, dude. Or 2 or 3. He scored multiple scores, though. And it was just like, oh, it's one of those games. Sweet. But we see you, DK Simfam 114 in the Rossi Freeze Pops contest. We see DFS Queenie. We got, I don't know how to spell his name. Enti. I'm just going to say CEH, dude. Here it is. It is your day, my man. He's got the Colts logo rocking. He says, been waiting for this one. So we'll definitely get into the Colts. We'll figure out which quarter we'll do as we get close to half. Red, white, and green. Steve Boss. You see the Bonzo, Bob Daddy, Steven. What's up, everybody? Hope you're doing well. We'll ask you once only. Maybe twice. Smash a like. Appreciate you guys being here with us. Good vibes only on a Sunday. Hope you're ready for the next week upcoming. I will say this, and I'm just not going to get into a big talk about it, but this is not a brag either. I'm just telling you the story because this is where my wife worked when I dropped her off. I was at a Whole Foods today.
Nice.
Yeah. Whole check. And, oh, look at this. You better be kidding me. Is that Jalen Samuels at least? It is. Thank the Lord. If James Conner has another game like he did last time, I might just walk off the sim and go eat my cat's crap. But, all right, here's the deal. So I was in there today. There was no one-way aisles. It was the first time I haven't seen one of that. So I was like, oh.
Progress,
baby. We're all getting there. That was the point. We're all getting there.
Slowly but surely.
Yeah, don't get too crazy, but, you know, little baby steps, right? Baby steps. All right, here is another handoff. There's James Conner. So I think the big news of the day, finally, we waited since the end of the Saints season. What's going on with Drew Brees? It's like, oh, maybe he's retiring. He said he was going to. Hasn't announced it. Waits literally till 2 days or 3 days before free agency. Calls it a career. The NFL's passing leader at the date of retirement. Drew Brees hangs him up. Your thoughts, Tom?
I mean, what is there to say about this guy that hasn't already been said? One of the consummate professionals came in and completely changed the legacy of that franchise, helped that city recover from one of the most devastating natural disasters this country has ever dealt with. Professional, amazing leader, always has your team in a position to win. Truly one of the all-time great quarterbacks. In his prime, was so fun to watch. Was like a machine back there with his accuracy. It was crazy for a stretch there. It was like probably a 3 or 4 year stretch where Drew Brees was just unreal. I kind of hated him, honestly, as a Brady fan, because Drew Brees, you could make a very strong case that in his prime was better than Brady was at that point. So I loved watching this guy play. It's too bad that he can't play forever, but that's the name of the game here. And he retires with all these records to his name. He's got a ring, so kudos to him, man.
Yeah, and I think, when you talk about Brady and obviously being Brady fans and Brady guys, especially for a majority of 98% of his career, from 9.99% of his career for me, because 20 weeks this year I wasn't a fan. It happens. Anyways, it's funny because Drew Brees, if there wasn't Tom Brady, I think it is in that argument with Peyton Manning, because there isn't a guy who's, is just winning Super Bowl year in, year out, throwing the ball like a champ and having every clutch opportunity, come through for him. I thought about that. What, just for the argument's sake in this conversation, what if there was no Tom Brady? Is Peyton Manning, does he win more? Does Ben Roethlisberger win more? Does a guy like Drew Brees win more? I know he didn't block him, but I'm just saying, the whole, certain weeks of the year, and I don't know. I was thinking about that earlier today.
The butterfly effect of no Tom Brady is what.
Yeah, and because Brees is just automatic, right? He was just so good for so many years. Teams always petered out in the playoffs for whatever reason. He only went
bad
to
defenses.
One Super Bowl, right? He just went
one Super Bowl. He was 1 for 1, beat Peyton.
Oh, greatest quarterback of all time, then. Joe Montana. Who did you beat? No, but it does make me think of a guy so. Let's take Brady out of the conversation. He never existed for this moment. Is Drew Brees the greatest quarterback of all time, or at least in that argument?
I mean, if you go eye test and you don't look at hardware, yes, totally in the argument. If you watch the dude play and there's a touchdown from Eric Ebron.
Ebron gets it done. I'm totally not downloading something in the background. That is a touchdown for the Steelers. Ebron. There's another guy I try to own as much as possible, but
yeah, he's always getting in the end zone.
You got him though. That's a good call on your part. Deep touchdown. Look at that. Just catches it. Just gasses the D.
Roethlisberger loves Ebron, even in real life. Ebron became sort of a sneaky fantasy play late in the year.
Dude, he was great with the past 2 years for the Colts. Is producer Drew. Shout out to producer Drew, Daniel, our technical advisor, aka no longer a coward, because I saw his face. He showed himself inside the motherboard the other day, and it literally,
wow.
My face.
Did your screen break?
No, my face, because I haven't stopped smiling. P. Fry is in our ops. We got him opping it up today. Pat, he crushes it as well. I've seen his face. Drew, I've seen his face in person and recently in a Zoom, so he's half coward. He hasn't done it during the game. Nonetheless, we got a great crew, but as you were mentioning, he said it's a slight Ebron revenge game, but you know what that really means?
That's true.
It's a revenge. But he was so good with the Colts that year before. Like there's nobody talking about that. And then he went to Steelers, and I thought, that team kind of just got wonky there at the second half of the year. But yeah, he was a good play there.
They ran out of steam. There's no question. The whole weird bye week thing really screwed them up. So they're going to be a curious team to look at next year. With a normal bye week situation and a full off season. That's why I think they're they're bringing everyone back. Like, all right, we were 11-0 at one point. There's clearly talent here. Let's see what we got. But back to the Drew Brees thing. Yeah. It obviously the Super Bowl thing is a huge knock, and they had, not to bring up so many negative things about the guy right as he retires, but you talk about the Beast Quake game up in Seattle. You talk about the Alex Smith comeback in San Francisco. You talk about the Minneapolis Miracle. You talk about the Phantom PI call. Bad loss in the playoffs to the Vikings. Bad loss in the playoffs to the Eagles. I mean, they've had a bunch of heartbreaking losses when they had dominant teams during the regular season. Even this year against the Buccaneers, they beat that team twice, and the second time they played, a historic win against the Bucs. They rushed for less than 6 yards. It was the lowest rushing total in the history of the game. Weird. I mean, that Saints defense was dominant this year, and Tampa Bay went in there and took care of business. So Drew Brees had a chance to win a lot of playoff games, but for one reason or another, his teams weren't able to get it done. And I know the popular thing to say about the Saints during that run of bad playoff losses was, they're an indoor team, so if they play outside, they stink. And it kind of was adding up for a long time. So it's too bad, because a guy like Drew Brees, you wish he had at least another ring, right? Same with Aaron Rodgers. Then the case becomes a lot more fun with these conversations. But when you actually look at the resume and you see one ring and I think one MVP,
Drew Brees,
or was it did he just get the Super Bowl MVP?
I actually don't know if he was ever the MVP. He called me crazy. I'll check it. I'll look it up.
So, those two things makes it so he's sort of in that next tier down. From guys like Peyton and Tom.
Drew Brees, don't see him. Nope.
No regular season. Yep. So just the Super Bowl.
Unless he was a quarterback in 1970s. Eye tests went by.
Oh, he was not Super Bowl MVP of that Super Bowl, huh?
Super Bowl MVP was, wasn't it the defensive back? No. Wait, who was it?
It wasn't Tracy Porter.
Should have been. Epic. Or whoever got on the onside. Who was the kicker? Who did the onside kick?
Thomas Morstead, who is joining us on Great Day Nation in a few weeks. He just retired a few weeks ago.
Shout out.
Yeah, he was Super Bowl MVP. What are you saying, Andrew? You're making us sound dumb. Come on.
No. Listen, Drew was right. He just was talking about something else.
Yeah, so I thought I was crazy for a second. I'm like, I'm just thinking back at that game. I'm like, who else was dominant in that game? Yeah, exactly.
We'll talk
Reggie
about it.
Bush, but Drew Brees, he'll be a first ballot Hall of Famer. There's no question about it.
Yeah, the Hall of Fame is there. I think, Drew posed this question. I was going to say, I still think sometimes, and this is why, and I get Brady won this year, and I'm not trying to it ties in with what I'm going to say. I just don't know how good of a coach Sean Payton is. I'm sorry. I think he's I think there's a bunch of Mike McCarthy's out there, but Mike McCarthy gets a bad rep. Mike McCarthy won a Super Bowl, and everybody was like, oh yeah, Mike McCarthy, yeah, whatever. But like Sean Payton's known as like the quarterback guru, this great coach. I don't know, dude. Like maybe he's a good
he'll have to show it now, right? Now it's put up or shut up time, and a lot of people gave Bill crap for the year that he just had post Brady. Nice moves all around there.
Yeah, and speaking about the Patriots, we'll talk about them a little bit after NT asking.
Yeah, so but now Peyton sort of has to be the guy that wears that hat this season of, okay, can you win without the all-time great quarterback? The thing that Sean Payton gets credit for, and he should, is the play calling. I mean, It's creative. Great. It's so creative. And even the last few years, Drew Brees obviously has been the starter, but they've gotten super creative with Taysom Hill back there doing stuff. They haven't been afraid to snap the ball to guys that weren't Drew Brees for over his time there in New Orleans. I mean, Sean Payton's out there taking risks. I mean, everyone loves to talk about that Jameis play against the Bears this postseason. Yep. He's a creative guy. So, and when he joined our podcast this week, Morton was talking about how when they were together in New York, when he was the offensive coordinator as a young guy, people in the building were like, this guy needs to slow down. Like, we don't do this type of stuff. Kerry Collins is our quarterback, okay? We can't do everything you're asking us to do here. So it'll be fun to see what they do, especially
got it!
Nice catch.
Torn ACL, but he gets the touchdown. Is that Paris Campbell in there?
Is that my captain? I wish I knew the Colts numbers off the top of my head.
I'm gonna go Paris.
All right, I'm checking the roster here.
I know it is. I've been, because you know what it is? These are the two teams that I have no idea the numbers just like off the top of my head that I've had to study, and I remember looking this up earlier because I know I mess them up all the time, and it is Paris Campbell.
That's right. That's my captain. Let's go.
Just as you drew it up, Paris Campbell gets in there for the touchdown, tying this game up as we get to the end of the first quarter. 7 seconds to go. It'll be 7-7. Yeah, I think Brees, like with the Peyton stuff, and you're right, he is a very creative offensive guy, but the defense, which actually is the strong suit now of this
team.
So
good. Their defense is awesome.
But still, like, there's something, I don't know what it is. It's just not a perfect match or a perfect mix. They can't seem to win when they need to, make the play when they need to. I understand the crazy play against the LA Rams, but guess what, everybody? That was not the last play, and it was not the last time that the Saints had the Saints had a chance to still win that game. Nobody talks about that. It wasn't 2 seconds left, and that was the end. There was plenty of time left in that game. Obviously, the Minnesota Miracle. Like, what are we doing here? Like, you can't make that tackle. Are we for real?
Yeah, that was awful.
The game that they play against the Vikings again, the Kyle Rudolph walk-off in overtime, like, had plenty of opportunities there. No, great. No, I'm not trying to discredit the teams. I'm also not trying to completely crap on the Saints, but the great teams and the great coaches and the great players make the plays to win these games. And with all due respect to Drew Brees, more importantly to Sean Payton, and it's like everyone here is giving me a lot of crap about this. Mike Tomlin too. Let's move on. They've had a lot of time to do what they had to do. They shouldn't be, unemployed and searching and having a tough year like a lot of people did this year. They're going to get other coaching jobs. I just don't know if their voice still will be listened. I think both coaches, in my opinion, if you ask me right now today, are no longer there after next season.
Sean Payton, wow.
Both of them. Unless there's some sort of goodwill there's with the ownership, like I don't think the performance on either team is going to validate either one of these coaches moving forward.
Tomlin, I feel more comfortable with that because the Steelers have such a high standard as far as what the Rooneys expect in the way of winning, because I mean it's just an amazing franchise for what they've done year after year after year since the dynasty in the 70s. But with the Saints, like Sean Payton is the only guy to have had prolonged success in New Orleans. I know Jim Mora had a nice run with the Dome Patrol in the late 80s and early 90s, but generally speaking, Sean Payton is to New Orleans as like Bill Belichick is to New England, right? Where the Patriots weren't the Patriots until Belichick got there and changed everything. So he has a ton of goodwill built up with the Crafts. Peyton has the same thing with the Bensons. So I feel like he might get more of a grace period post Drew Brees, especially with all their cap issues they have. But Tomlin, right there with you. I could see him coaching on, whatever sideline. I was going to throw a team out there, but there's always so much shuffling.
Switch teams.
I was going to say the Jacksonville sideline next year, but they just got Urban Meyer, so that's not plausible. But you know what I mean. He'll be somewhere next year.
Switch the two of them. Switch. See what happens.
Just trade him.
I know what you're saying, and I'm sure you're close to the situation with New Orleans and stuff. And I know you had Sean on recently on the podcast at Great Day Nation. Well, just Great Day Nation at. You can check it out your podcast or Pop Culture Pile Driver or both. Smash it. Give them both 5-star reviews.
Listen to them both.
Helps everybody out. Anyways, but I just think, to be honest, it's like, I get what you're saying about Sean Payton, but the team hasn't I have two pillars here. First one is, not everybody wins every year. Like, you can't win the championship every year. You can't have that goal every year. And if not, 31 teams are failing, right? And that is, I get, like, that is the overall goal, but in reality, like, you can't win it every year. So I'm thinking Sean Payton at least is a guy that, like, okay, he's getting his team there. There's a lot of forward momentum with the team like that. But the other side of me says, like, how long do you have to wait? Like, how long do you hold on to these guys? Like, everyone crapped on the Marvin Lewis stuff with Cincinnati, but there was a part of me that's like, but if they really believe, like, hey, what is the alternative? Like, hey, this guy is getting us places. Hey, we're drafting. It's not just the coach. It's GMs. It's a lot of stuff. But, like, I don't know. I just, with specifically going back to Sean Payton, it just makes me think, like, have we not seen the best? We've seen a great offense. Didn't win. Well, 1-1. 1-1. We've now seen great defenses, and they're not seeming to get there. Like, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the one who should just shut up and let this team try to figure it out for a few years, because that's the way the NFL and sports should be built. It shouldn't be these knee-jerk reactions, but I'm seeing it everywhere else. I just don't know how long that Super Bowl from what? Almost,
how long's the runway?
Yeah,
right.
like, was it 10 years ago?
09. So
12
longer.
years ago. And think about that. Have they even really been, like, that great of a team?
I mean, there's been, so 2011, they were the best team maybe in the NFL, and they had that upset loss in San Francisco. The loss to Minnesota, they probably were the favorites to win to get to the Super Bowl from the NFC. I know it was an away game for a reason, but they were clicking at the right time at the end of that season. And then obviously the phantom PI call against the Rams, that's looming. That's still heavy in that locker room. Like, anytime we talk to these Saints people, I still feel that pain from those guys. And even Morton, who, wasn't on that team, but he was on that sideline. He's so connected to that franchise. Anytime that comes up, he's like, ugh. It's like, ugh. It still hurts. It still hurts, especially because the NFL came out and said, like, yeah, we messed up. They changed the rule for a season because of that. It was so bad. So bad. Would that Saints offense have been shut out the way the Rams offense was by that Patriots team? I feel like that Saints team could have beaten that Patriots team. I'm happy we played the Rams.
I am too, but I don't want to play. Like, I don't like playing this game sometimes. Like, would this have happened?
Well, you just asked us to play the game.
No. I'm not trying to pull a Kenny here. I'm not trying to be like, don't do that. No, I'm saying from that perspective of that specific event, like, they also had a chance to win that game. Mm-hmm. That game did not end. That's like the Bill Buckner syndrome. Bill Buckner was in the 8th inning.
Yeah.
And people don't know that. Bartman, they were still up for like 3 runs.
Bartman's brutal. I feel so bad for that guy.
And you absolutely should, because we as the media, or not that we are part of it now in some cases here and still are, and like what we do, but like people, like the revision, the history of that is taken way out of context, and that's what this event has become. People act like that pass interference or non-call or whatever is like the end of, like, it was legit the last play of the game. It's like, no, that was not it. It was not the last play. They still had opportunities. Anyways.
Hey, look, it can suck the life out of you sometimes,
Oh, game 6. But I still don't think it was the 9th inning. Was it true? See, I know my brain's all mush right now. All right, either way, game 6. It's right, over.
There was still a game 7 to play. And the Bartman thing was game 6 of the NLCS as well, wasn't it?
Yes. Actually, that might have been game 7. But I do know that it was like they were still up by plenty of runs, and Alex Gonzalez booted the ball, the shortstop for the Cubs, booted the ball until like the outfield. Like, what are we doing here? All these plays, there was so much more. Anyways, Daniel has faith that Saints-Pats would have been a much better game. You know what's weird? I love that Super Bowl. I watched that game in like highlight form, like YouTube. Because it wasn't a bad offensive game. It was actually a truly defensive masterpiece on both sides.
Yeah,
on both sides. There wasn't just like incomplete passes or like lack of effort plays. It was like the Patriots even specifically was like old school, like blitzing the secondary and linebackers at times. And then, like, the efficiency of the defensive front, nice run up the middle there.
That Gronk catch was awesome, too. I know he didn't get in the end zone, but...
I still think it was a touchdown. There's still fights that go on in my circle of family. He was not touched before that ball touched the goal line.
I was yelling at the restaurant I was watching the game at.
He
was in!
He was. If you watch the highlight after this, and you'll see it. He was sliding in, and the ball was...
There's one place in St. Louis where Boston fans congregate for games. Everyone was going nuts. It's called Duke's down here in Soulard. And
sounds like you're talking about some history or something.
It's a great spot. It's a great spot.
Senor Duke. But so Drew Brees, Deuce, see you later. Hall of Fame career without a doubt. Brady giving him love on Twitter. Everyone's, here comes the love train. Also, maybe in a way bigger news is how about Aaron Jones?
Huge. I'm shocked by that. Shocked.
I think there's a
He is good though.
Oh, it's great. I think he's a great running back. He is. I think he's a top tier running back in this league, especially like his running. And who knows?
Dual threat, man.
Here's why I think it's the smartest move he's ever made, or any running back can make. He sees that system, knows his role. You go somewhere else, you have no idea. Yep. We've seen it time and time again. You want to be Lamont Jordan?
Yep.
I bet you don't remember him.
It's happened with so many running backs.
Where it's like you have a little splash, you become a star, let me go somewhere else. And maybe, and I don't mean this rude, and I'm not trying to disrespect him, you really can just like change the trajectory of your career by going somewhere that maybe you don't fit. Not everyone's like Adrian Peterson, like somehow like put him in any offense aside from the Saints, oddly enough.
I was just gonna say, except for New Orleans, which is still so odd to me.
They don't power run, dude. They're like,
it seemed like him and Sean Payton didn't like each other. I actually wanted Morton to ask Sean Payton about the Adrian Peterson thing, even though it's so many years ago and no one really talks about it. It was like 2 weeks he was on the team, and then they shipped him off to Arizona.
They were just
what a weird situation. That kind of ended his dominant run.
Well, he had.
He could still get in the end zone,
and that was when he went to Washington, and
he was never a Pro Bowl guy again.
No, you're right. Yeah, it's just fascinating. We're at the 2-minute warning here, 7-7. We're gonna talk Mount Rushmore's in the second half. We're all fired up. Starting
so
full
much
end
good
and empty.
football to talk about.
Yeah, but I just to wrap that point from my perspective, Aaron Jones and Drew Rosenhaus comes right out. I was like, oh, he took less because he's like he's probably ticked off about it, and then he talks about he's got $13 million signing bonus. Like, man, agents be agents, but I love it. I think it's smart. By the way, he's not taking this like super cheap deal. He's only making $48 million
for a running back. That's great.
I do have a little bit for our local ties, college-wise. AJ Dillon, thought he was poised to take over that spot. I think Green Bay.
I think he'll be the number 2 back for sure now. Whereas before Jamal Williams was that guy.
I just don't know if AJ Dillon can catch the ball as well, but we'll see. And don't forget, and you don't know, but I just think like the big rumors were, he's gonna get a fitty, the specs, boots it, good. Respect the specs, baby. Blanket you from right inside 50 yards. Love it. Yeah, but I thought that was, it's just like if Miami, like let's plug him in there. Let's put Aaron Jones in Miami. That offense, like, let's be real. Like, there's so many questions. Is there, about the future, and not just that. Like, what is it? Did they look like they really are gonna just, give him the ball all the time? They have other guys. I don't know. I just feel like it was a really smart move, and especially for a running back. And I hate to say that, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the position, but like they're kind of become a little bit of like next man up. Oh, if the offensive line's good enough, you can like scheme around it. But I like it.
One more Saints quarterback coming at it today. Saints are restructuring Taysom Hill's contract to create cap room. Details are great. It's a 4-year, $140 million contract extension, but all years are voidable, and it's a mechanism to free up cap space this year. Per a source, it saves the Saints over $7.5 million against the cap this year. That's from Adam Schefter. So a lot of people looking at this Drew Brees deal, and then they see the Taysom Hill thing. They're like, oh, wow, I guess Taysom Hill's the guy. Not the case necessarily. It's a restructure to allow the Saints to have more flexibility because they have no room because they paid all their dues. So I don't think that this means anything in the way of Taysom Hill being the starter. I think that Sean Payton has said over and over again that he is going to be looking at Jameis Winston to come back. And yeah, it was 4 years, 140. It's a stupid deal for money. But
that just happened?
It just happened. Adam Schefter.
What? I know. I'm just like, I'm not looking because usually I see this. Oh my.
But the way that they structured it is that they can void everything to avoid cap room issues. So it's like a fake 140 basically.
This is why people will say the cap is crap, and you want to argue against them, but then you see stuff like this, stuff that Brady did, the bigger names.
Exactly.
That it's basically signing big contracts that are on.
They mean nothing.
That means absolutely like the famous one, or there's many famous ones, but most guys you'll see sign 3-year deals for a team that you're like, how do they even have that money? And then you look at Patrick Mahomes, for instance, he restructured, by the way. His contract doesn't make any. He's got 10 years for $500 million, and that team, his cap hit's like not even close. It's like third.
No, yeah, all his cap hits are way later in that deal. Yeah, the contract stuff in the NFL is ridiculous. But the main point there is this means nothing in the way of the Saints deciding on a starter. Don't pay attention to the numbers here. It's just a cap mechanism, as Schefter said in his tweet.
4 years, $140
million. And then Field Yates replied to the tweet. It's funny, the only 2 quarterbacks in NFL history to sign $140 million extensions are Taysom Hill and Russell Wilson.
Nice. Studs.
One of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, it's good. Hey, listen, good for these guys restructuring too. Again, it's all about knowing what is best for you and for the team. Like, this is like everyone joked for years, the Patriot way. What's the Patriot way? Let's call it the NFL way now. You want to stay? You want to play ball like Aaron Jones? Here's the deal. But I think, go back to just that Packers note with it too. I think like where you said, like Jamal Williams, I think he still has a role. I think all these guys, it's going to be very fascinating. This next, we still have 3 days technically. Well, 2 full days before free agency starts. It's going to be wild.
Lots of stuff happening.
It is. And we're going to get
I know people love to talk about NBA free agency being like the best thing ever, but football's right behind it, man. The last few years, they've stepped up their game.
No, football's NBA, because unfortunately for the NBA, free agency is better than the season. I don't mean that. I'm a huge basketball guy, but now,
the drama of the offseason is always so fun.
It really is, and you get highlights each week if you're a big basketball guy or gal. You're watching. Don't get me wrong, but it's what baseball was. Remember, baseball's hot stove used to be the thing.
Used to be great.
Thanksgiving time through Christmas, you're like, who we sign? Who's coming to whatever city you live in for
Christmas?
It's
still like that in St. Louis.
Yeah, well, because they're the only ones that actually sign people, and because they got.
The hot stove was burning every winter working on St. Louis Sports Radio, baby. We got to have a hot stove segment every day.
And if I could be honest, I missed that juice. I listened to both local sports stations here in Boston, and both were talking football today. I'm like, no baseball, guys, nothing. Just give me something. Because you know what? It's daylight savings time right now. It would be 5 o'clock or 5:30. Yeah. Or for you, 4:30.
It's 5:30 out here.
Yeah, so it would be 4. Yeah, this is it. It's still sunlight outside, legit sunlight, not twilight yet.
Yeah.
6:30 in the East Coast. Let's go. Let's talk some baseball. Let's warm it up.
Dude, in St. Louis, if you're driving around listening to non-sports radio stations, you know how they'll have, they give the updates between songs here and there.
Yeah.
They'll hit random news.
Yeah, that was the latest song from Billy Bo Jackson. And
right.
If you didn't know, them Cardinals be starting out this week. We got Southern.
They announce results of spring training games on if you're listening to an alt rock station.
Yes.
Hey, by the way, first pitch for the Cardinals tonight against the Astros, 6:30 on Fox Sports Midwest. Dude, it's
that's what I used to do.
Guys, this is spring training. I don't.
God bless them.
I'm listening to a rock station. I don't want spring training updates. I'm not working in that field anymore. I don't need to know Cardinals spring training results when I'm listening to music radio.
That's the latest from the
loves baseball.
That's the latest from the Foo Fighters. New Kings of Leon coming up before the hour's out. We got blank. We got Tommy Freeze Pops on the mound tonight for St. Louis. We got spring training action.
Down in Jupiter, Florida.
Jupiter, Florida. Oh, man, wish we were there now. But I'm looking up, seeing that golden arch. And by the way, this is all brought to you by McDonald's. New Kings Leon on the way. Like, it's cool. I love it. All right. Switching gears, halftime here. 10-10, matching field goals there at the end. Roethlisberger's got 119 and a tud. 86 for Rivers. He's got a tud. Where do you want to go first? You want to go Colts or Steelers?
Let's do Colts.
Colts first?
Yes.
All right. Drew's in on it. He's running the show. So there we go. Can't wait to go Cardinals. There you go. There you go. That's what I should say.
Every day when I'm listening to a non-sports station,
I love it.
I feel like I catch it at the same time. It doesn't matter what genre I'm listening to. And make sure you check out those Cardinals tonight. It's like, guys, it's spring training.
No, but that's good. But see, that's the wrong mentality. The right mentality is, let's go. Let's get fired up for things. Let's be excited. Baseball. Baseball
ridiculous.
Equals warmth. You can crap on baseball once it's like July. No, like August is the time because your teams are like kind of in a place. Football's starting. We have no other sports. Like, I love it. And it's warm. Come on, people. Do you want this cold crap forever? Baseball means warmth. Warmth equals happiness.
I do love baseball.
Hugs.
I do love me some baseball, man.
It's me too. I can't wait. Opening day, baby. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Colts. We're going to kick off our Mount Rushmore talk. We got our guy, P. Fry, updating the stats. Daniel's our technical director, and Drew is our producer. We are going to get into the Indianapolis-Baltimore Colts. We said it. I said it because we're going to figure it out. Maybe Tommy will fight with me. We're going to get in a fist fight. Who knows? We can't hit each other. I don't know how far I can throw him. But yeah, so we will start with the Colts. We'll get into it. So start dropping some names you think should be on there. I already see one that I didn't think of, but is very intriguing. But we'll get to that. I
haven't seen the name, so
I'm just looking as I see people pop a couple in. Well, let's just say this. As soon as we get to the third, we'll kick it off. But drop your stuff in there as you get as you're coming in. We're going to talk Colts. Fourth quarter, we're going to talk about the Steelers, and of course, that's going to be really difficult. I found the Colts.
Jeff Saturday, he says. Jordan.
Well, see, that was the one I found interesting only because
no.
Let me explain. I found he first of all, great player, but I found him
Love Jeff.
Very interesting based on what happened with the lockout. Like, he was like the player, where like Robert Kraft was like the owner. Like, those two were like the shake hands, kiss baby guys. So I'm not putting him in there, but I just found him interesting. He's an interesting.
So what you're saying, Rossi, is you're putting him in the conversation.
He's in the conversation. He sure is. Crap. All right. Dua Lipa. Shout out to that. I love it. Don't be hating on Britney Spears there, Obi-Wan, though. But Dua Lipa's cool. But Britney Spears, that's apples and oranges, my friend. By the way, shout out to Casey Musgraves. If you haven't seen her tweet, check that out. Okay, so here we go. I'm waiting for the official start of the third. I can't kick. Well, actually, we don't know how long it will take us. So let's just start it. Here we go. So, Colts. Look at this. Look at just dropping names. Colts retired numbers. I want to read this real quick as we'll get into it. I'm just going to say the numbers. We'll talk about the players. 18, 19, 22. Would have never guessed that. 24, 70, 77, 82, 89. And I have a feeling there's going to be more. But
definitely.
The conversation starts and ends. Let's be real. Peyton Manning. Like, beyond a lock. I think it starts there. And I know there's another one that's right there with it with historical value. But Peyton Manning has always been in the argument for one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. And honestly, aside from the start of his career being the biggest dink prima donna of all time, blaming his receivers, that's where I think he, is tough. But going to be in the Hall of Fame class of this year. Much kudos to him. First ballot, no doubter. Unbelievable performances that he put in, year out. And once he got that win against after the Patriots blew it 21-3 lead at halftime, but they went on and beat the fraudulent Bears. He got himself a ring, lost to the Saints. Then, it doesn't matter what he did for other teams, by the way. So we're not counting the years in Denver with another fraudulent victory. Excuse me. But he did put up.
We're honoring Peyton here, okay? Do not be disrespectful to Peyton.
I'm honoring the Colts. I'm not honoring him. No, but in all honesty, Peyton Manning is class. Like, this dude, he is, for my money, I've not seen it. Drew Brees is right there with him, and obviously I'm a big Tom Brady guy, but Brady's a little different. There's not a guy that was just more fluid with his receivers and had long-term relationships. Like, he threw the ball at points when the receiver barely was out of, like 3 steps down the field. Like, guys like Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne, Dallas Clark. Like, he threw the ball. Austin Collier for a little while. Brandon Stokely. Like, he was throwing the ball like well before these guys were even thinking the ball was going to be there. And the defender should be like, oh, here comes the ball. But like, they're so concerned with the receiver. He was way ahead of like the timing that the game is now taking over. Peyton Manning is without a doubt part of this rush.
Yeah, and he was running his own offenses, calling plays at the line of scrimmage in a way that no one really had done before. I mean, yeah, absolute legend. You can say what you want about the guy if you're fans of other teams. I mean, as Patriot fans, we have the Brady versus Manning thing as a rivalry, but there's so many other franchises that like hate Peyton Manning because he just beat them into a pulp for years and years. Like, I have Chiefs friends who hate Peyton Manning more than any player ever because he used to just destroy them in the playoffs. Every AFC South team cannot stand this guy because he was just so freaking good. He won that Super Bowl in 06, like you mentioned, got that Super Bowl MVP. 4 regular season MVPs with Indianapolis. 2-time Offensive Player of the Year. Comeback Player of the Year in 2012. Walter Payton Man of the Year in 05. Was a 7-time first-team All-Pro. Only one of those times coming when he was in Denver. 14-time Pro Bowler. Only 2 of those times coming when he was in Denver. All the records you could want when he retired. NFL 100th anniversary team, 2000s all-decade team. Legend. Truly a legend.
It's
completely unbiased.
Down. Yeah,
he's the best quarterback in the history of that franchise.
Yes. He is. Yeah. So I guess just to segue that, the other guy that I think is the lock is Johnny U. Johnny Unitas, the quarterback. Johnny Unitas is none of us saw him play that I would believe. But I can tell you that like he is the quarterback of the past. Like not like you have guys like Broadway Joe who were good, but like Unitas obviously the team that he beat and the prediction and all that made, Broadway Joe, but like Johnny Unitas was like the Peyton Manning of his time in a much different game. His vertical passing kind of looked a little bit oddly like the way his stature was a lot like Phillip Rivers, which is kind of funny that Phillip Rivers ended his career as a Colt. Like just stand up, always had like the high school quarterback 90-degree angle on his elbow. But just I'm sure you have the numbers in front of you with him. He is like there's very few quarterbacks that people talk about just like pure pocket passer, could zip the ball across the field anywhere and champion.
Yeah, and he was sort of the first modern quarterback. I know a lot of people like to say Otto Graham was, or Bart Starr, but Bart Starr didn't really change the game the way Unitas did, and they kind of came up in the same era. And Otto Graham, even back then, it was just the game was so different at that point. The forward pass was only like 20 years old when Otto Graham was playing football. Unitas really was truly the first modern quarterback. He was so dominant, a Super Bowl champion, 3-time NFL champion, so that's 4 championships for those keeping track at home. Was the MVP 3 times, Walter Payton Man of the Year in 1970. It wasn't even called Walter Payton Man of the Year back then. It was just Man of the Year. Walter Payton
didn't even play.
Was not in the league yet. He was a 7-time All-Pro, 10-time Pro Bowler, led the league in passing 4 times, led the league in touchdown 4 times, 60s All-Decade team, 50th, 75th, and 100th anniversary team, Colts retired number, absolute icon.
Lock him in. The 2 quarterbacks in there. Now it gets interesting. So I'm going to nominate.
Started his career with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Ooh, fun fact. I'm going to bring up my nominee for this one that I think is a guy that is like undoubtedly known again with this organization. Is a guy that just the numbers are there. This guy did it all and played, I believe, his entire career for the Indianapolis Colts from 1996 to 2000.
Yeah, we're going with the same guy.
Oh, interception! This could be a pick 6. It's gonna be later. Minka Ducey out. All right, the guy I'm going to nominate here is we get a huge touchdown there by the Steel Curtain. Wave to him. Where's the fam at? The touchdown there for the Steelers, obviously. Marvin Harrison was as liquid of a receiver you'll ever see. Doesn't look like a guy that was the most athletic. He's kind of the Jerry Rice. While they obviously played overlapped, but kind of that Jerry Rice style where you look at him and you're like, it doesn't look overly impressive. It's the connection to the quarterback and just the eye for the ball. Jerry Rice's big thing was he could predict where the ball was going to be, so he knew where his hands needed to be. He didn't need, just by the trajectory of the throw. Marvin Harrison's ever come out and talked about it. I don't think we're going to really ever hear from Marvin Harrison again, but he was in that same category. Just these numbers here, from 1999 till 2006, these are his touchdowns. I know he has plenty of other stats here, but these are just fascinating to me. 12, 14, 15, 11, 10, 15, 12, 12. And then kind of the cliff kind of happened there. But 34 years old, he's got 12 touchdowns, 95 catches, and over 1,300 yards. He's basically a shoo-in for the All-Pro every year. Pro Bowler, everything. He is just an outstanding receiver and maybe the best of that. Underrated in some ways, too. That might sound weird because we talk about the freak athletes.
Totally, because he was in the era of Moss and T.O. So, yeah, he totally gets overlooked.
Yeah, just 3-time All-Pro, second time second team, 3-time first team, 5-time second team.
8-time All-Pro, yeah. He's just an absolute
Pro Bowl
beast.
8 times, 2-time receiving yard leader, receiving touchdown co-leader, receptions leader, everything, all decade, 100th anniversary team, Colts Ring of Honor. Let's go. What else you need?
Nothing. And a lot of people, the argument against Marvin Harrison would be, he did have Peyton Manning throwing him the ball, but
whatever.
Peyton Manning threw the ball to a lot of guys. And if Marvin Harrison didn't have this type of talent, he wouldn't have this type of separation between him and guys that just aren't as good as him, right? Yeah. And if Marvin Harrison wasn't as good as he was, he would have been replaced, pretty quickly into that Peyton Manning relationship. But they needed each other, and that's no knock against either guy.
So they didn't choose it.
No, it's just two all-time great players coming together on the same team at the same time, and it is what it is. I'm not saying Marvin Harrison's the greatest receiver of all time, but he's an all-time great talent. There's no debating that. Yeah. He has the numbers, and again, we use eye test. Basically, everyone watching this, unless we have some youngins watching, we all saw Marvin Harrison play. The guy had amazing hands. His route running was incredible. He was able to stay on the field, which is huge at that position. And he had a guy by the name of Reggie Wayne on the other side of the field from him who has a more, we'll say, classic NFL receiver body, right? A little lankier, maybe more athletic, bigger hands, certainly. But Marvin Harrison was still the number one guy for a reason, because he was just that good.
Mark Adams says Wayne was better wide receiver, just didn't have the numbers. Oh, he's definitely in the conversation. He's an honorable mention, but now here's where I think so we good on those three? Is there any question?
Yeah, I thought you might have, just because I didn't think Harrison is as much of a lock as the two QBs, but those are the three I felt very good about.
Yep.
The fourth is the place where it could kind of go all over the place. I could go with mine first.
Yeah, you go.
I'm going with John Mackey, one of the all-time great tight ends. One of these dudes who, I know we say this about a lot of these guys when we do the look back in time thing, but him along with Unitas sort of innovated those two positions at the same time. Was one of Unitas's favorite targets, even when the game wasn't throwing to the tight end all that much. 5-time Pro Bowler, was the second tight end to ever be elected into the Hall of Fame. Super Bowl champion, NFL champion, 3-time first team All-Pro, NFL 1960s All-Decade Team, 50th anniversary, 100th anniversary, Baltimore Ravens Ring of Honor. So he's still honored back in his old city. Dude is just a beast, and he was a huge player in the AFL-NFL merger. He was the first president of the NFLPA when that merger happened. So the guy's impact on the game goes beyond just on the field.
Yeah, I'll be honest. This is where I said it to you, and maybe it was during. Like, I only had 3, because everybody else to me was just honorable mentions, and I needed an argument, and I didn't do because the way we do this, and call me lazy, call me whatever. Like, I don't go deep dive too far. I try to do like, what's the aura of this team? And a guy like John Mackey you mentioned, like, sure. Like, I knew that I forgot about his actual playing career. Like, I do know the name based on like what you talked about the merger, and like people don't know enough about the history of the NFL. I shouldn't say that. I don't think it's talked about enough, the history of the NFL, like what really went down to make all that go down. Obviously, Lamar Hunt's a huge guy that we talked about, or we'll continue those conversations. But for me, like, just names that came up to me were Reggie Wayne, which I did not feel strong enough. Tony Dungy, who I did not feel strong enough.
Yeah, you hate Tony Dungy.
Yeah, I don't. I think he's a dink. But for that organization, still like did what he needed to do. I just don't think he's a Rushmore. I think the story can be told without him. Yep. I had Dwight Freeney because I was trying to think. I think Dwight
Freeney is a beast.
But like, he's their best defender of it. Like, honestly, a franchise that has not had knockout defenders. Like, they're just not. Like, what we're going to talk about in the fourth quarter is going to be a lot different. So I'm totally in on locking in Mackey personally, because I don't have an argument that I think is worth for any of the players I just mentioned, people in like the history of the NFL side. Like you mentioned with Unitas, a guy that played with him. It's kind of funny. We basically team up 2 guys, like, 2 like locked in players together.
Yeah.
And
no, I think that John Mackey is the guy. I know we got CEH on here throwing a lot of love for Edgerrin James, who was just great in his time, but I just don't think that he had the impact that some of these other guys had. I would even put a Reggie Wayne, Robert Mathis, or Dwight Freeney ahead of Edgerrin James as far as the impact on those Colt teams. And I know Edgerrin James's numbers are really, really great, and he's in the Hall of Fame for a reason, but I'm thinking about those great Colt teams of the early 2000s. I mean, when they lost Edgerrin James and they put Joseph Adai in that same spot, there was no regression at all. None. Yeah, because that offense ran through Peyton and those receivers.
Yeah, and let's be honest. Like, I think Edgerrin James, he's a great debate, and I think CH would gladly make the debate for him. But again, we're talking, and I think it's hard. Like, if we just want to go modern era, yeah, sure, we can put Edgerrin James, Dwight Freeney.
Dwight Freeney would be in over Edgerrin James.
I agree too. I agree with that. And Jordan Lindenbaum made a mention about Bob Sanders. There's no doubt in my mind, if Bob Sanders was healthy, as he said, like, he was a game-changing safety. If you go back to that playoff run, the one they won the Super Bowl, like, he came back for the playoffs against a Larry Johnson rushing attack with Kansas City and Trent Reed that should have beaten that Colts team. But Bob Sanders showed up ready to play, injured the entire playoff run, and just knocked dudes out. Like, the Patriots in that AFC title game locked him down that second half. So completely agree. So I think we're in lockstep here, right? I think
that's our 4, man. Johnny Unitas, Peyton Manning, John Mackey, Marvin Harrison. Lock them in.
Put them in, baby. All right, in Indianapolis, we're going to etch a wall. We're going to put those big old heads up there. That'll be your Indianapolis Colts, which we're interesting, and it's about to get a whole lot more. Because
this is crazy.
Pittsburgh Steelers are drenched in outstanding players, Hall of Famers, all-timers, championships throughout. Like, you have a guy we're watching in a game right here, Ben Roethlisberger, that's been this quarterback for 18 years. Will he make it?
There's so many good players, man. I had so much trouble. I'm dead serious when I say you could make 3 Mount Rushmores for this team, and it still might not even be enough. This franchise is steeped in history. Now, before the 70s dynasty started, it wasn't a good franchise.
Stank.
But once Chuck Noll got his guys in place from like 72 on, this team has just been good. And I know they've had some down years here and there, but generally speaking, Pittsburgh has been a very good franchise since then. I mean, look, they've had 3 head coaches. That kind of tells you everything you need to know. Chuck Noll probably held on a little too long at the end there, but
Mike Tomlin.
Chuck Noll, he's allowed to do that. Yeah, they're right. We all know Mike Tomlin thinks. Hell, Steelers could make a Mount Rushmore out of the guys that could have been great, right? Like, imagine if Antonio Brown didn't flame out of there and Le'Veon Bell didn't sit a year out and basically ruin the trajectory of his career. Imagine if Plexico Burress had stayed there how good he could have been in that Pittsburgh offense. I mean, there's so many guys on every tier of like how you want to look at this franchise. This is going to be difficult.
We'll go back and forth, and we don't have to lock any. We're just going to nominate unless you have them on your list.
I only have 3 locks.
Okay, I have this name here because I don't think you start the conversation with the Steelers without this name. Because what are the Steelers known for? Defense. What are the Steelers? They're kind of like a gritty team, right? They're kind of like a mean team. So you got to go Mean Joe Green, in my opinion. Mean Joe Green, his resume when it comes to this team is ridiculous. He has, what just happened in chat? All my numbers: 10-time Pro Bowler, 4-time All-Pro, 2-time Defensive Player of the Year. Hold on, 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, 4-time Super Bowl champion. He was the 1969 Defensive Rookie of the Year. So might as well just add another Defensive Player of the Year right there. Hall of Fame class of '87. Steel Curtain. He was the damn curtain. All right. I put Mean Joe Green as a pillar of this Steelers organization for all time. And this is, again, drenched with Hall of Famers and all that. But he, to me, is like the representation. There's one other guy I think you can maybe make the argument. Maybe you're going to bring up, maybe I will, who also is right there with him. But he's the guy when you think of just the nastiness of that Steel Curtain defense. And you watch highlights to this day of him literally taking souls out of bodies on the field. So Mean Joe Green, to me, it was my first thought when I think of this organization.
I got to be honest, he wasn't in my 3 locks because I didn't know which Steelers defensive player from the 70s I should put in there. I just didn't feel comfortable without having a conversation with my friend Jason Rossi being able to make that decision because, Ham and Lambert are right there with Mean Joe Green. But I think once you read through Mean Joe Green's resume and you just think about the history of that great run for that team, he is always the first name mentioned with that defense. Even to this day, when you think about tough, you think of like 2 guys. It's him and Dick Butkus. They define like tough linebacker. So I'm after hearing your spiel, we'll call it, on Mean Joe Green, I almost want to just say, yes, let's lock it in.
We don't have to do that.
I want to.
All right. Don't yell at me. Well, here's the thing. Don't say it yet.
Let's wait, because it's really hard. It's hard.
Ping back and forth on nominations. If it's on yours, it's on mine, we can lock it. But let's wait because there's so much here. And everyone's going to have opinions. So
okay, so the next guy I want to do quickly here from that era, Franco Harris.
Okay.
Franco Harris defined the Steelers on that side of the ball. When he retired, he was top 3 in every major rushing category. 4-time Super Bowl champ, Super Bowl MVP, 9-time Pro Bowler. He was a first-team All-Pro 1 time, second-team All-Pro twice, NFL Man of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year, rushing touchdowns leader, 70s All-Decade team, Steelers All-Time team, first-team All-Pro. Obviously was the man that caught the ball, in quotes, caught the ball for the Immaculate Reception.
Yeah. No,
so, man, I just feel like you can't look at the 70s Steelers and not have Franco Harris be one of the first 2 names that doesn't come out of your mouth when you're talking about players.
Yeah.
Franco Harris, Mean Joe Green, those are the guys. And I know Bradshaw's the quarterback, but
Bradshaw wasn't on my list, I'll be honest.
Franco Harris was an absolute monster. I think he would still be great today.
Well, he's kind of old.
No, you know what I mean.
I'm just kidding. I did not have Franco Harris on there. Because you know what? He's another one of those guys just from an aura standpoint. Obviously, I knew about, he was Super Bowl champ, all the things you said, the accolades were there. But I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a me thing, clearly. But I still feel like that whole team is really all about the defense. We get a touchdown there by the Steelers. They're going to go up 2 scores here midway through the 4th. We're talking Mount Rushmore, Deontay Johnson getting it done for you. I'm just kidding. Washington getting it done for you. But yeah, he was a tough one for me because I didn't have him on there, and maybe as we go through, we'll see why. But I think we just keep pinging, and then we're in a decent pace here. The next guy, I'll just nominate my next guy. And I'll tell you, I had a tough time because I know some people might think like, oh yeah, great, how good. But like there was 2 guys I had trouble with figuring out, and I just went with Mean Joe Green because I think he's like I said, that absolute monster when it came to the defense. But it also, like, Jack Lambert was there, but you mentioned it before. Like, where did this all stem from? Who took over this team? That is Chuck Noll. Chuck Noll is maybe not known as an all-time greatest coach, right? Some standards because of things that have changed.
He's in there, man.
But
no, he's totally in there.
But the Steelers, you mentioned, like, how many coaches, like, they don't change over enough. And like I said, maybe they hung on too late. But I will just say that Chuck Noll, to me, changed the game. He made defense what I think shaped, and how organizations shaped the way they played. And then I know the West Coast offense came out during the 80s and things changed again. But, like, for the 70s, look at the Super Bowl champions throughout those years. You had to have some rough and tough players on your defensive side. The Purple People Eaters. You had the Steel Curtain. Like, people knew, okay, this is the blueprint here. You need to have a nasty, like, defense and people that aren't scared to legit, like, you can somebody while they're trying to get across the middle of the field. So I will nominate Chuck Noll as a Steeler all-timer.
Yeah, Chuck Noll's on mine. There's no doubt in my mind. The franchise was not a winning franchise before he got there. He changed everything. He made people think differently about how you build defenses in the league, helped create a draft room that was so good that the guy that he hired to run his draft room is getting in the Hall of Fame.
Yep. Yeah,
like,
true.
That's how good Chuck Noll is. I mean, we don't need to belabor the point because we have a limited amount of time.
Yeah.
I think we lock Chuck Noll in. We got to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, Chuck Noll's locked.
Okay, lock him in. Okay, so Chuck Noll's locked. So who's your next?
I'm going Art Rooney next. Art Rooney.
That's what I had.
The Rooney family needs to be represented on this mountain in some way for the stability and for what it has done for this league and for that franchise. They've been around forever. I mean, I honestly don't want to spend a ton of time on Art Rooney because of our finite amount of time here, but I'll go ahead and pull up just some quick facts about the guy because
he's dead.
Deserves...
No, I'm just kidding.
Well, he is dead. He died in 1988, but you know, they won 4 Super Bowls under him. He's in the Hall of Fame. The guy built this franchise, man. He was the first president of the Steelers, 1933, held the position until 74, and he was the chairman of the team until 88. The Steelers don't exist without Art Rooney, man, and that family still controls everything. He was the patriarch of the family. Steelers don't exist without him.
That's why. That's the reason why it's still a family. Like, there's still ownership within the family. That's the reason why I think he's a part of this. There is no Steelers without Art Rooney. To this day, his roots are felt within that organization. He's in. He's in to me. And I think people say, like, I see Drew, like, oh, a coach and an owner. We've done it before. Because some of these owners are, like, outshine the players for like, pillar purposes. Some players are going to outshine, obviously, a lot of coaches. But I think Noll changed the game. Like, the 70s defense is all Noll. And I think Art Rooney, again, the ownership, and there's a lot of, like, people are going to be frustrated with this one because I'm frustrated because this is really tough. So right now, if we were just to stop, we're not, but, like, you would go Franco Harris, Mean Joe Green, Chuck Noll, and Art Rooney. So this is where I think
honestly, I think that's the 4. But I mean, I'm hearing so many good names being thrown out. I mean, Mel Blount was so good. Mike Webster was so good. We talked about the linebackers all being good. Lynn Swann, John Stallworth on the the receiving side.
Yeah.
There's just so many iconic players from that 70s Steelers run. And we haven't even talked about the Cowher era.
Yeah, I was going to say, to me, well, Cordell Stewart should be because Slash, dude. But,
but you got Bettis, you got Hines Ward, you got all those great defensive players. So Joey Porter and Troy Polamalu and
Hines Ward are like the modern day era guys that I think are the guys for them. I know Ben obviously represents a ton for this organization. Don't get me wrong. And Heath Miller, of course. No, but like literally I think of Hines Ward as like like should be like one of the captains of all time for this team. He was the heart and soul, like blue, like pick up your lunchbox, get to work, blue collar, representing the city so well. So everything that Juju Smith-Schuster is not is what Hines Ward was. By the way, Juju did tweet today about them saying like, even if I'm not there, I love the Steelers. And it was all pictures of himself. You think he might have done something for like showing the fans, but anyways, yeah, I really.
Look, we had a coach and a player on the Patriots Mount Rushmore.
We did.
I believe we had owner and coach on the Chiefs Mount Rushmore as well. And I think to not have a Rooney on the Steelers Mount Rushmore to go along with Noel would be blasphemous. And I know we've had so many good players come through this franchise, but you have to, unfortunately, give one of these spots up to the guy who walked before these players could run.
Yeah, and Drew is really funny to go. So we're leaving off Lambert, Ham, Bradshaw, Blount, Swan, Stallworth, Big Ben, Bettis, Hines Ward, Polamalu, Mike Webster, Dawson.
Well, then who's yours, Andrew? Come on.
No, this is what I say. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. Like, this might be the greatest franchise in the history of the NFL.
From talent, yes. 100%. Yeah, yes. And resume, maybe. I mean,
and fans. I'm sorry, yeah. I'll say it. I'll give the fans could be on there. By the way,
everything.
I had them on my honorable mentions. The terrible
towel on there. It's great.
It makes me sick, but hey, it's one. I've said I think Pittsburgh is the greatest sports fan city, and they only have 3 major sports. Could imagine what they do with the basketball team. Ball's out of bounds. So I think I'm good. I will say this. I'm not going to make any more arguments. I will give you Franco Harris because I don't like Polamalu. Is a guy I would want to fight for. I really think Hines Ward is a guy I would fight the hardest, but his resume, he is just a Steeler. You know what I mean? He is like the Steeler to me. Like Polamalu is like great, and all these other players are too. So this was difficult, was not easy. 4th and inches as we lock it in. 10 seconds. Can the Colts score here for you in your lineup? They will intercept it. Take it to the house. The steel curtain. Come on, do it for him. Oh, look at Paris Campbell with the Jets. Come on.
He caught him.
Oh. Wow. That's a ball game there. So lock it in. Tommy Freeze Pops. Who is our Steelers Mount Rushmore?
Art Rooney, Chuck Noll, Franco Harris, Mean Joe Green. Lock them in. It's the hardest one we've done yet. By far. Is. So many dudes. You could make a solid argument for a full new 4. And if you were good enough in your argument, I'd probably agree with you. But Art Rooney has to be on there. And I know that's controversial, but we had a great point made by someone in our chat here. Brother Phil, he said, yeah, I hear you, Rossi. Like, how do you leave Landry off the Cowboys Rushmore? You can't. Rooney is maybe the greatest owner in league history and certainly the most universally loved. So he's using like Tom Landry as a perfect example for when we get to the Cowboys. It's going to be another situation where he's going to take a spot away from a franchise that's, littered with talent. Rooney, unfortunately, or fortunately, I mean, it's not really a fortunate or unfortunate thing. It's just sort of, it is what it is. He has to be on there.
I agree, dude. This was a fun. This flew by. This flew by.
Really did.
These conversations are great. I hope you guys are enjoying them. I really do. And I can tell by the interaction, the Twitch fam, the homies over there, our people over here on YouTube, like the interaction seems to spark a little bit. So that's why we want to do it. We don't want you to agree with us. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm not saying like, if you do, it's great, but like it should cause a great conversation. Like Drew is literally killing us in our Slack channel. Like there's going to be a fight.
There's so many good names.
But that's the thing. Keep them coming. We're going to be back with you Wednesday night. I believe we got the Patriots like the 18th time. We're not doing them again. We're going to eat Shamrock Shakes during that. And I think it's was it the Cowboys?
Here, I got it in front of me here. Wednesday night.
It's another.
We have the Ravens and Dolphins. So we've done both of them. And then in the late slate, we have Bears and Patriots. So we'll be doing a new one for Madden After Dark on Wednesday. Bears.
Wait, am I doing
also
both
an interesting franchise? Oh, I don't know.
I don't think I'm doing the first one with you.
Oh. Okay, so then you and I are together for the Bears.
So the Bears. So we'll do Bears, Shamrock Shakes.
That's right. I have cough.
Wednesday, 8 at 10 p.m. Eastern. We're going to do it. We're going to have a blast for St. Patty's Day, baby. All right. He's Tommy Freeze Pops. At your boy, TC Fresh on Twitter. And go give him a follow. Great Day Nation is the podcast. Subscribe. Leave a 5-star review. Does many, many help for him.
Charles Barkley joining us on the podcast on Wednesday.
Just kidding. I'm not frozen. Awesome, by the way. Bart, ooh, that's going to be a good one. Come on, Chuck. Anyways, terrible. I'm at Pop Culture Pile Drivers, the podcast. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. You can check out that. Also, smash a like on your way out. We'll be back here in just a little bit. Glash, Cristal got you the rest of the night. On behalf for producer Drew, Daniel, the technical director, and P. Fry, crushed it in ops, and you, DK Simpan, for all the interaction, all the fun on a Sunday night. Guys, just spoiled. It's finally getting dark, and it's 7 o'clock. Smile ain't going nowhere. We'll catch you guys back here. Dream Stream's back on in about 50 minutes. Have a wonderful night. Stay hydrated. Say positive things. And just be well. We'll talk to you soon.
This will be second or third year in a row where there's a lot of good receivers in the draft. And even like the Bills got Gabriel Davis in the 4th round, and he did some really good things for them. I guess I just think these teams realize there's a lot of good receivers in this draft again, and they can save a bunch of money. You know, last week we talked about Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, obviously Devontae Smith, and Kadarius Toney. Those are sort of the top 4 guys in a lot of people's mind, at least. Is there a 5th guy that you think is the next guy, Greg? I think I see Terrace Marshall listed a lot. I see Rashad Bateman sometimes. Maybe there's somebody else. Is there a 5th guy that you think is in the same class with those other guys?
Well, let me just start by saying this, and then we'll get to players. Receivers are drafted more than any position in most NFL drafts. Receivers and corners. So receivers, with very few exceptions, I don't want to say they're interchangeable. That's too strong a negative word, but there's not 15 transcendent receivers in the NFL. So given the nature of pass games in the league now, based on formations, motions, the fact that every team lines up with 3 wide receivers well over 50% of their snaps, some teams line up with 4 at times. You know, receivers, a lot of receivers play in this league, Ross, and a lot of receivers put up numbers in what is clearly a passing league in terms of volume. So it's always easy to say, oh, this guy is great. I don't use great, exceptional. I don't use those words very often because a lot of receivers play and a lot of receivers put up numbers. So having said that, we can start with Bateman. I watched Bateman last summer, and then I watched him this year. I guess he played only 5 or 6 games this year. I thought that Bateman really shows the look and feel of an NFL wide receiver. He's got size. He's got stride length. He's a good route runner. He can separate. He's got hands. He's run after catch. He's a big kid. You know, people get caught up in the limited route tree he ran at Minnesota due to their conceptual passing game, but I don't really get caught up in that. I think that he can do a lot of things, and I think he can line up outside. I think he can line up in the slot. Again, a guy that's not a burner, but he's got stride length. He's got route running savvy, so he does have a little bit of a vertical element because of that. I thought 2 names came to mind when I was watching Bateman stylistically, and that was Michael Thomas and Allen Robinson. Those two receivers stylistically came to mind when I finished watching Rashad Bateman.
Got it. Well, that's pretty good company right there, especially Allen Robinson, what he's been able to do with the quarterbacks and situations he's been in.
And by the way, he was a second-round pick. You know, both Thomas and Robinson were second-round picks, if I'm not mistaken. So, again, a perfect example is that you're dealing with two receivers, Thomas and Robinson, who would certainly be considered, I would think, top 10 receivers in the NFL, and they were second-round picks. And very often guys become second-round picks like that because people get caught up in 40 times.
All right, what about Terrace Marshall from LSU? They've been kind of a wide receiver factory. He's been the guy under the radar.
Yeah, and I watched him last summer too, and this year, and he's long, he's fluid. I actually got his height and weight from a scouting friend of mine who went to LSU. He's 6'2.5", 205. He's an easy, sudden, explosive mover. I think you could look at him as a vertical dimension. He's got run after catch, take it to the house ability. I think he has the skill set and traits to be a factor at all three levels of the defense. He can line up in multiple locations. The big question when you draft someone like Marshall is, do you see him developing into a volume receiver? You know, the kind of guy you're going to throw it to 130 times in a season, give him, 130, 140 targets? Or is he going to be viewed more as a higher level complement to a guy you view as that high volume guy? That, I think, is the question NFL teams will have to answer with Marshall, who's a younger kid, came out early. I think different teams will see that differently. I think down the road he could become a volume number one guy. He may not start his career that way.
One guy that I feel like I've been hearing more about the last couple of weeks, I didn't know much about this guy, Greg. I got to be honest with you. He didn't come into the season with the same sort of hoopla as Rondale Moore and some of these other guys, but it's Elijah Moore from Ole Miss, who's listed at 5'9", $185.
Yeah, I did not do him last summer. So, and I do watch the SEC a lot on Saturdays. It's probably the conference I watch the most. So I was just familiar with him from TV, but I didn't know much about him, and as far as studying him. I was pleasantly surprised watching his tape. I really like him. I know he's short, but he's stocky. He's not thin. I don't know what his height and weight will be because he came out, as a junior, so I don't have numbers yet. I don't think Ole Miss had their pro day yet, so the numbers are not out there. But I think he fits the profile of the NFL slot receiver, obviously smaller. He's got route running and separation quickness. He's got vertical burst and speed, excellent hands, and he's tough and competitive at the catch point. And I think that's really important for an NFL slot because one major difference with slot in college and slot in the NFL, Ross, is the NFL field is tighter because of the hash marks. The hash marks are closer together in the NFL. So the field is not spread out as much. So slot receivers have to do more catching where there are more bodies in the NFL than they do in college. And maybe some people don't think of it that way, but that's true. And he's a tough, competitive guy at the catch point and made a lot of catches through contact. And I think that's really, really important for an NFL slot. And he became one of my favorite receivers to study. I think he's a scheme and formation versatile guy. I think his traits are pretty high level for an NFL slot who can also give you vertical ability. He can run slot fades. He can get on top of corners.
Just as we do each and every week, it is time to break down one of baseball's many divisions as we look ahead to, of course, a new season on the horizon starting next month. Looking forward to it. He is Gary and Thorne. The other one, Steve Buchanan. Guys, wink, I guess, when I say your names. I'm Adam Kaufman, and we're going to look at DFS, of course, DraftKings Sportsbook, whole lot of different things. Bukes, let's start with you here in the AL Central, the Minnesota Twins. As we know, postseason has not been kind to the Twins over the last several years, but still entering this season with high hopes. Byron Buxton is, if he can find a way to stay healthy, can this team make some real noise?
Yeah, it's a big if because Byron Buxton is usually not able to stay healthy, which is unfortunate, though, because you look at the numbers that when he's healthy, it feels like we haven't been able to tap into his full potential. I mean, since joining the majors in 2015, he hasn't played more than 92 games in all but one of those seasons. But you do look at his power progression, especially over the past two seasons. It's really had an uptick as of late, and we know he has that speed on the base pass as well. The Twins don't have the offensive firepower like we've seen over the past couple of seasons, but they're still going to be very, very competitive. And Buxton is one of those small pieces of the puzzle that, if he can stay healthy, will be a big-time contributor.
So that in mind, Gary, and what is the fantasy upside here for Buxton if he is on the field?
I mean, upside is the key word. He is nothing but fantasy upside. In an era of baseball where we're all searching for stolen bases, this is someone who not only has the potential to be a 2020 guy, but possibly a 30-20 guy. I mean, as Steve was talking about, his power potential has been off the charts the past two seasons. In fact, among players with at least 400 plate appearances the last two seasons, his 273 isolated power is the 16th highest in all of baseball. It is higher than Aaron Judge's isolated power across the same span of time. And you just don't think about Byron Buxton as that type of player, but he has, again, the upside and the potential to be. So I do think he's such a key piece of what the Twins are trying to do in 2021, because the way this team is built, you know, Steve kind of mentioned that they're not quite the offensive team they were maybe 2 years ago, but they're still an offensive team at the end of the day. That is how they're going to win games. And then they're kind of hoping that that middle of the infield and middle of the outfield defense that Buxton and Andrelton Simmons can provide you kind of gives a little bit of a floor to that pitching staff that has a lot of questions. So he might be the most important player on the Twins, as crazy as that sounds, in 2021.
Crazy sounding, Garion, is the Twins have lost 18 straight postseason games, which is a North American professional sports record. The DK Sportsbook has this team at 88.5 wins going into this year. You going to go over or under?
It's just too high a number for me. I could see them going 85, 86, something like that. I just have so many question marks when it comes to this pitching staff. I mean, again, I do like the offense. I mean, Nelson Cruz, say what you will about the guy's age, but until I see him not hit 35 home runs, I'm just going to assume he hits 35 home runs. You know, Josh Donaldson still in the mix in the middle of that lineup. Miguel Sano is a bit of a question mark, but we know he has upside as well. And again, I think Andrelton Simmons is like the perfect guy to put in this lineup because you need nothing offensively from the shortstop position. Just go out there and save 25 runs defensively this season. Alex Kirilloff might come up and be a pretty good middle of the order hitter. So there's potential here, but once you get past like Barrios and Maeda, what can you even rely on here? We've got Happ. I guess he'll lead innings. Fun. That's something you can't say about Michael Pineda, who's never thrown 200 innings in a season. Don't think he'll start this year. Randy Dobnak, like it just gets a little dicey, a little quick for me. And I think even though I trust their offense, I trust their defense, I think the pitching is going to be their downfall, which keeps them from being like an elite MLB team this year.
Bukes, over under 88.5.
Yeah, this number is just a tad bit too high for me. I mean, Garion was, I think, being a little bit generous about that rotation. And let me tell you, he wasn't exactly ringing their endorsement either. Really, for me, after Kenta Maeda, it's like a lot of maybes, could be's. That word potential has been thrown out in these two questions 7 times already. Like, I don't want to take an over on a team just under 90 wins for their, you know, their projection there and take the over there. I mean, we need a lot of that potential to click, and that's not exactly what's been happening with the Twins. I mean, look at all that playoff misery that they've endured. So I think if the number is just a tad bit too high, can they be in the high 80s? Absolutely. Could they get 84, 85 wins? Yes. But if that's where you're landing on, then the under is the answer for this one.
The White Sox, of course, coming off their first playoff appearance since 2008, and now a new manager. Not that they went young. They've got Tony La Russa in there. I don't know exactly what to expect, Steve, from this team, but we do know there's a lot of young talent there, especially Eloy Jimenez and Luis Robert. Who do you like better between the two?
Yeah, I mean, I've been a big Luis Robert backer. I mean, really, since he came up to the majors here. And even after a September last year where he was slumping, Robert still ended up hitting 11 home runs, knocked in 31, finished with a 203 isolated power in that shortened, weird season that we had last year. Like, we saw the potential that this kid has, and there's a reason why he was so hyped up coming through the minors and making it to the majors. He's going to make the adjustments. I have no worries about him at all. Both Jimenez and Robert aren't exactly the poster boys for defense, but offensively, both of these players are going to shine, and that's where it's going to be important for the White Sox.
What about you, Gary, and which one stands out?
Yeah, I think when you're looking at this from a fantasy perspective, it just has to be Robert. I mean, Jimenez might have the safer profile just from a pure hitting perspective. I think he's going to strike out less. I think the power is a little bit higher than it is for Robert. But again, stolen bases are just this entity that is so hard to find right now in fantasy baseball. And I think Robert has the potential for 20-20, 25-25, maybe even 30-30, depending on how much the White Sox actually want to run this season and where he sort of ends up in this lineup. Like, if he bats 6th or 7th, he might really just be given the green light on the base pass to make things happen. So that's kind of something to keep an eye out throughout spring training, kind of where he's hitting in this lineup. But just the ability to give you that stolen base upside makes Robert the better fantasy play. And again, just so much untapped potential here that both are great, but you got to side with the guy who is the 5-tool player.
Sox are, Gary, and the favorites to win the division. And as a Red Sox fan, I just wanted to hear those words come out of my mouth. But we're talking about the White Sox here, obviously, minus 130. Can they get it done?
I think so. I think this is pretty good value. The projection systems aren't in love with this team, which is understandable. The track record isn't great. So some of the projection systems aren't loving the individual players as much as maybe, an individual could. I think Fangraphs has them tied with the Twins for 87 wins this season. Pacoda really doesn't like this team. They have them finishing 3rd in the AL Central, which I think is crazy. But you just look at the top end of this rotation. And again, we could spend all day comparing the Twins and the White Sox, but I think you don't have to do anything else aside from the White Sox can roll out Giolito, Lynn, depending on how you feel about someone like Dallas Keuchel and maybe a bit of regression from last season. All right. But he's still by far the 5th best pitcher between these two teams. And I think the back end of their rotation has a lot more upside and talent, if we're just being perfectly honest too. So I'm going to lean with the better overall pitching staff when I think these two offenses could basically be a wash.
Buke's rotation getting the edge for you too?
When you're about to go bungee jumping and they give you like this waiver and you just like gloss over and be like, yeah, whatever. And you sign your name. That's what I think about the projections that, aren't in love with the White Sox. Like, get out of here. Like, the Twins aren't going to win this division. I mean, come on. They're one of 3 teams that you aren't getting plus money on to win a division. It's the Dodgers, it's the Yankees, and it's the White Sox. Look, this division is basically coming down to 2 teams. It's either going to be the White Sox or the Twins. I don't think any of the other teams are going to surprise us and steal the division away. So even though you're not getting the plus money on here, it's a long season. Many things can happen, of course, but the White Sox in that division feel like the safest play. I have no problem going minus 130 for them to win the division in this one here. A lot better value than I think than taking the Yankees or the Dodgers, who are minus 200 and more. So minus 130, yeah, it's not the best bang for your buck. It's not the most exciting bet you can make, but I think it's a safe one.
Let's talk Dak Prescott, because we actually know that he signed with the Cowboys for 4 years, got all of the guaranteed money in the world. Good for Dak. I'll throw this to you. If you were to start your team right now, you could have any quarterback today, and you needed one quarterback for the next 4 years. Where do you think Dak would rank on that list for you?
That's a good question. Next 4 years does take age out of the equation a little bit, because Rodgers. I think Rodgers is going to be a Brady-like player, where he is successful into his early 40s. With Brady, who knows, perhaps beyond. But the way that these guys are starting to take care of themselves, 40 doesn't hit like it used to, which is a good thing. We're going to continue to see more and more of these players. So Rodgers is in there, but he's not going to be at the top of the list. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is obviously at the top of the list. I think Josh Allen with the upward trajectory is there because of his age as well. So Dak, my one major concern with Dak is that we don't quite know what he is post-injury. Now, I don't really have any major concerns in the fact that this team was able to pony up essentially the largest amount of guaranteed money in NFL history does at least, ease my apprehension there. And then we, of course, saw the historic pace that this guy was on at the start of the 2020 season. I mean, he had over 1,800 passing yards in 4.5 games, basically, which is unheard of. Now, I don't think he kept that. He kept that up through the course of the season, but could he have had a 5,000-yard season? For sure. He definitely could have. I would say top 5, not top 3 with Dak Prescott. There's a lot there that you like. I just want to make sure that the mobility is still there, because that's a key part of his game as well. And we just don't know exactly where he's going to be after this injury.
I had him at number 6 in my rankings, behind Mahomes. Mahomes was one, then I forget the order of everyone else. Yeah. But it was Rodgers, Wilson, Josh Allen, and someone who's good that I am completely spacing out in my mind.
Deshaun Watson?
Deshaun Watson. That was a guy. I had those 5 ahead of him.
I buy it. I think that's spot on right there. Rodgers is just the tricky one, whether to put him in the top 5 or not, because if Rodgers was 3 or 4 years younger, then yeah, it's an easy slam dunk. But then at the same time, he's coming off of arguably the best season of his professional career, certainly from a statistical standpoint. So yeah, I'm right there with you. He's right on the edge, top 5. I would put him at 5. 6 is not too far off either.
Oh, the gods were good to us, Geoff. Allen Robinson has been franchised by the Chicago Bears for the second time. And this once really good wide receiver market has now kind of deteriorated a little at the top end. It really does seem, with Godwin getting tagged and Robinson getting tagged, that Kenny Golladay is the prize piece that we're going to see on the market here, isn't he?
He is. Now, I do think we have to keep in mind that he came into the league a little bit older. He's not one of these young receivers. Like Amari Cooper came into the league so young, and that's such a difference there when you consider the amount of seasons accrued, and he's still younger than Kenny Golladay. So from a fantasy mindset, I do want to, I do definitely want to keep that in mind. I keep talking about, from my dynasty people, my criteria. So criteria is pretty simple. It's the age where I'm no longer comfortable rostering that guy in a dynasty league. And it's it's a two-pronged approach. It's not just age, it's also years in the league. So for a wide receiver, I'm really looking at age 29. I'm looking at 8 years in the league, whichever kind of comes first. And if they both collide, which they usually do, then I want to move off of those guys. Kenny Golladay is already 27 years old. So that's a little bit of a concern for his long-term outlook. But you're absolutely right. In the short term, this guy's going to get paid. When players reach free agency, they get paid. Now, this is an anomalous year that we do actually have a salary cap contraction, which never happens. The NFL is a perpetual growth machine. But this year, for obvious reasons, we have that. But he's going to get paid. There are teams out there who have a lot of money, who have a need for a wide receiver. Jacksonville, I'm looking at you. Jacksonville has tons of money. New Orleans is looking at him like, how'd you guys do that? But they have tons of money right now. So we could see him land in a situation like that, where the team who is willing to spend. There are some other teams out there. Regardless, Kenny Golladay, definitely going to be one of the most high. He's not going to be the highest paid. I don't think he breaks DeAndre Hopkins' numbers. But could we see close to $20 million? It wouldn't shock me, because when good players reach free agency, they tend to break the bank.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to the DraftKings Dream Stream on Sunday, March 14th. Chargers and Cardinals coming your way. We're off to a great start because I didn't get my lineup in time.
Wait, so what?
I'm a coward. How are you, Brandon Christel?
I'm good. I wouldn't call you a coward. I'd say you're pulling a BK. Because I don't know if anybody is better at not getting a lineup in than me.
Yeah, just didn't get in on time. So
you're the one that made the contest.
I know. I literally just hit submit, and it's 8:01 now. So,
all right. Well, cool. You can piggyback my lineup, or you can just tell me who you would have played as the game goes along.
Yeah.
Usually works for me. So,
well,
I got my lineup in minutes ago, and I was out using the snowblower that I just paid to get fixed again. And then I looked down at my watch. I'm like, oh, dang, it's 45 after. I probably need to get in and get set up.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, we got the Cardinals and the Chargers. Yeah. Look, two teams that have great running games with the quarterback, of course, in Arizona with Drake and then Eckler. So what do you think?
I did not roster Eckler, and I probably could have. I ended up captaining Keenan Allen. I went Chargers heavy, not intentionally. It just kind of worked out that way. But Keenan Allen is my captain. Then my Chargers, Hunter Henry, Justin Herbert, Chargers D, because I'm always relying on a Kyler Murray fumble of some sort. Maybe that'll even lead to a scoop and score. And then Christian Kirk and Kyler are my two almost always Cardinals plays. You know, I've captained Drake a bunch, but decided to go Chargers heavy, figuring Keenan Allen will find some holes in that Cardinals D. We'll see how it goes.
All right. Very good. Folks, hope you're having a good night. A lot of stuff to get to. I know there's a lot of basketball today, but also some NFL news in the last couple hours with Drew Brees, Aaron Jones, Taysom Hill. Should have said him after Brees, considering the contract he got, but very, very flexible in New Orleans. But it's good to have you here. Matt Silverman says, I usually do better with Glash on the stream, so let's hope. Great. If that's how it works, fantastic. It's all the same, no matter who is producing. Tonight we have producer Drew, Daniel on the ones and twos, Patrick from the Game Ops team, Zach Morris is trash, Eric Quartz. Sure, we can do the silent buzzword tonight. That's totally cool. I'm just happy, Eric, that you came in with a suggestion, and Marvelous Marvin Hagler is a good one.
Sure.
All right, here we go. Arizona football to open up the 8 o'clock sim. We will also have Ravens and Saints at 10 Eastern for Madden After Dark. Got the Twitch fam here. Heavy. Ziwa. Any advice on how to quickly build a showdown? Don't ask me. I didn't get mine in on time.
Did you enjoy seeing the brackets come out? Your Cuse Orange?
Syracuse, the 11 seed, and I already forget what region it is.
Yeah, it's hard to track them because everyone's playing in Indianapolis, so you're just not even thinking geographically. And then, if I'm not mistaken, does the tournament start Thursday? There's play-in games?
Thursday play-in, correct.
And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday?
Yep, that's correct.
All right, well, when you have the types of schedule that you and I do, watching the games on Friday or Monday will not be a challenge. For the most part, although I don't know what our sim commitments are, and I need to see, because I am doing a sim Friday and then Saturday, Sunday, figuring free agency stuff will calm down a little, and I won't have to do as much live on air stuff, just Twitter stuff and writing, around the sims. But when my Jayhawks are on, I'm hopeful that there are times that don't conflict with anything that we're doing here. Even though I don't love our chances this year really to do anything. The game tips, and just like you with Syracuse, it's going to take up a lot of your attention and emotions.
Yes, and they go by pretty fast. I mean, it's a 2-hour window usually.
Yeah. Jimmy B captain Keenan, so he and I are both pulling for some Keenan Allen stuff here.
Zach Morris is trash. Says, thank goodness for Jimmy John's. Wow.
Okay.
Jimmy John's sub sounds amazing right now.
We got about a foot of snow outside, so Jimmy Johnson's not going to be freaky fast or freaky good at my house tonight. My wife's making pot roast.
Kenyon Drake, 46% owned. Kyler Murray, 73% owned. They didn't do much on that first drive, considering the punt. You know, we do have a Saints sim at 10, so we can dive into the Taysom Hill, Drew Brees news. The Brees news, not surprising. The commitment the Saints made to Taysom Hill, a little surprising.
Sort of. Until you see that all years are voidable.
Right.
So all they did was some really creative math. I talked to one personnel guy in the league. I said, what do you think about their cap gymnastics? He said that was really impressive, was the response I got. He's going to get cut after this year. Like, there's no way to, and then, or they'll keep restructuring him. But I want to see exactly how the contract breaks down. But if all years are voidable, then he'll play this year and they'll void out this contract and maybe bring him back on a different contract.
Right. That's a great strategy against the NFL cap, and that's the freedom of movement you have, the creativity level you can come up with. The Saints just showed you can do even more, no matter the circumstances. We got 2nd and 10 for the Chargers. Second drive of the sim. We're 2 minutes in. Cardinals didn't do anything with their first drive. Mike Williams, first down.
Did Justin Thomas end up winning today, right?
Good question. Yes, he did. Yes, Reed Fowler was proud of that. Reed T, Sweet T, Reed Fowler. You see him on the streams. That was one of his predictions on the DK playbook.
I wish you would have texted me back where I watched the DK playbook, because I wouldn't have minded winning the little contest I was in with my buddy and all of his friends from growing up. That's a sack. It's a pretty athletic play there. That Hassan Reddick jumped over a lineman on the ground, or the back. Oh, he jumped over Austin Eckler.
Captain Blood says, Glash, I tried the Kaufman head-to-head tonight. Set up a private contest for $1. The account that I'm playing is not Kaufman. It's Spamato.
Okay. Well, good luck. Hope you win your money back.
For what it's worth, I had trouble submitting a lineup in the Kauf. So according to producer Drew, it's not private. Yeah, I tried to submit a lineup in a head-to-head with Kauf, and it didn't go through today. Just wouldn't work.
I got one in. We were doing NASCAR. We were neck and neck. All 5 of the drivers we had that were different were all kind of faring about the same. Like, we had 2 big money guys that were about the same, and then 2 kind of next tier, and literally it was all like a point or 2 apart, and then we both had Custer. But let me see how I did. Let me see if I took his money.
Monster 01. I'm with you, brother. I did not get my lineup in on time for the free roll. So
he beat me 190.45 to 183.55. So my NASCAR prowess after 2 straight wins followed up with 2 straight losses. So now he's 3-2 in NASCAR races against me. Damn it.
Wow, man. Back to the drawing board.
Yeah. Well, every week I'm looking for different people's advice. I figure when I find somebody I like, I need to really stick with them. And then I did relent and play him in basketball tonight. And he has beaten me 28-0 because none of my players have started. Who does he have?
Cena 472. What's up? How are you? Edward Pride. DFS Queenie. No, now you know how I feel, Glash. DFS Queenie. Happy to give you the $5 back if you want it. It's an unfortunate circumstance on Friday, I think, right? What's the backstory? How's your lineup looking in NBA? Of course, you don't want to reveal anything because Koff could be watching.
Oh, so he's got 13.5 points from Gallo, 14.5 from Collins. None of my players have started. The one I'm worried about, he's got Dame time, and I got Rubio as my point guard. We both have Kevin Porter Jr. Then I have Edwards, who's been playing pretty well. I have Zion, always exciting. Then I have the Williams kid for Boston, opposite of Cantor. So hopefully he goes nuts, so Koff has to cheer against Williams. Then I have Noel, that's the kid's name? Noel for Minnesota. Kenyon Martin Jr., not to be confused with his dad, of course. And Paul George versus Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah.
He has Hernan Gomez. So PG against a big cat. Let's see. I was trying to get George and Kawhi both in my lineup. Couldn't do it.
Choker says for shame, Glass Sheen, you once set the bar high for competing against the fam.
A lot of stuff going on, and you had the whole day off yesterday, and you didn't have to work till tonight. Almost two full days off.
Today was a big cleaning day in the apartment. I'm in a different location.
I know. Did you guys have more than one bedroom, or have you moved the desk?
I have moved the desk. My bureau is now in the trash. Because remember how I was telling you guys last week? You might remember, you might not. My dresser was falling apart, so I took all the pieces down to the disposal. So now it's gone. Okay. So now I get the other one on Tuesday. I'll put it right here, right behind. Did you spend any
time thinking about door open versus door closed behind you? I mean, I'm the only one that can see it right now. But.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Should I shut it?
Probably. I don't know. Or not. Maybe we could just... What would be funnier is if you put, like, different people in the door each time. Some sort of like those cutouts of, any kind of famous person. Basically, like the cardboard versions of Fatheads. If you had, Alex Trebek standing back there and Brad Stevens and, Big Poppy. Of course, TB12. Like, if you could find a way to round up a bunch of cardboard cutouts that don't cost a lot of money. Obviously don't spend too much money.
Aren't Fatheads expensive, though?
Yeah, so that's why I said cardboard versions. Like, basically, you need to go to card shops and movie shops to see if they're any for sale.
I like it.
Or go online. That's what eBay's for.
There is a horror element that Daniel brings up. Great horror element from Madden After Dark. The ghost of Glash's past. I'm in. I like it. We'll work on that. Ball at the 43 of Arizona.
Actually, it'd be funny if you got a mannequin and dressed it differently each time. Like, dressed like Freddy Krueger, dressed it like maybe a coach in the game. Put a headset, put a shirt on, a hat, whatever.
And then the cutout is like a villain or someone who's after.
Right, no, I'm saying instead of the cutout, you buy one mannequin of some sort, dummy, some sort, and then you've got all those different costumes that you've unveiled at various points. Start using those and supplement them. Try to make them thematic.
Heavy says, I faded this whole game in Classic, looking good so far. It's true. No score, first quarter. Ball is at the 37. Badgley's a decent kicker. Could use some points. Keenan Allen's in the slot on the left side. Here we go. Herbert. Oh, yeah. First down. Hunter Henry.
Be interesting to see what the market is for Hunter Henry. A lot of people have said Jacksonville. So I guess we'll see.
Yeah, New England, Jacksonville. Who else? Who else is a team that makes a lot of sense?
It just feels like Hunter Henry has been a lot of unrealized potential, right? Because of injuries.
He's still young. He's 27.
Yeah, I don't know how excited you get about him, but in general, obviously this kid Pitt's coming out of Florida. People are already trying to put him in Canton. But you can find tight end. So I don't know what the market will be, although you see there's people fighting over getting Zach Ertz. I think there will be some sort of market for Kyle Rudolph, even if it's not the biggest deal in the world cash-wise. 10 years in.
All right, we've hit the first quarter break. You take a day off in Simland and you think, all right, I lost to like 4 people from the DK Sim fam in head-to-head NBA. And just when you think you can run away from that criticism and being, what's the word? You're getting not made fun of, but you're like, you didn't get me the other night. It's happening right now, all at once. Noah Moon, Glash, you just can't beat me in DFS. LOL. Joseph Marr, good NBA game the other day, Glash. I got lucky. Just happened to run into a good day on you. Although not with my best lineup. My other lineup won 8th place in a contest with 9,512 people.
Wow.
Obi-Wan beat me. I had a tough day. The only person I beat was DFS Queenie, and he didn't submit a lineup.
Yeah, I don't know what word you were looking for. Not heckled, although it does feel like you're getting heckled right now.
No, but it's not even heckling. It's just
harassed.
It's all good fun.
Oh, well.
It's like
ribbed, some ribbing.
It's a wave.
Good-natured ribbing.
Yes, just a wave coming right at me. Like
Producer Drew said he read on a post that the Cardinals could use a tight end, and that sounds right because they don't have any tight ends. I don't think they can afford Hunter Henry is a problem. I think he'll command more money on the open market than I think the Cards can figure out right now cap-wise. Or fit in, I should say. You run it down the stats, we kind of skipped over it because it's 0-0 after one quarter.
So if they go get Hunter Henry, probably say goodbye to Kenyon Drake.
Right. Well, he's already a free agent, but the idea of bringing him back.
Right. That's what I mean.
That's a good question because does a dynamic tight end, and we think Hunter Henry's, in that upper tier. I don't think he's in the truly elite group, but certainly he would be a first tight end in most fantasy leagues, right? Is maybe a good way to categorize him. At least, top 10, top 12 kind of player, potentially, if he's healthy. Is that person more valuable to Cliff Kingsbury's offense with Kyler Murray than a frontline running back, if that's what you think Kenyon Drake is, or a B-plus running back? Speaking of that, how about Aaron Jones today? That surprised me. I thought for sure he was gone. Jets, Dolphins, Cardinals, whomever, that they were able to get him to stay there, get him a competitive salary at $13 million. Drew Rosenhaus put the point out. I could have gotten him more. There were teams that wanted to pay more. Else we're like, okay, that's what you're supposed to say.
Right. Drew, I think his agent is Drew Rosenhaus, right?
Yeah. So when Drew says that, you kind of take it for what it's worth.
Yep.
And it may be true. The Jets might have paid 15, but you'll take $13 million in a 4-year deal to stay with Aaron Rodgers and stay in Green Bay. And I think it also tells you, and I talked to somebody in the league that said, I'm not sure that Green Bay totally believes in A.J. Dillon yet. So they were enthusiastic to do this deal.
Aiden in the chat on YouTube says, I need a score for Mike Williams. Choker says it's called Glasheen withdrawal syndrome. GWS affects those who have shared your life for a year. It's true. There's a lot of you I've known now for a year, which is just insane. Second and goal. Throw on the run. Catch. Score. Keenan Allen.
Nice. That's my captain.
There you go.
Are you gonna? How many March Madness pools will you enter? Approximately.
Oh, too many.
Yeah, I'm kind of at that point. I never say no. So when somebody asked me, Tommy Freeze Pop just invited me, and I was like, yeah, I'm in. $20, sure.
I know, but then 20, 21 place, 10 another, 20 another. 10,
Yeah, it adds up. Yeah,
up.
you're in for a couple hundred. Now, this, and I brought this up to Rossi yesterday, with my Jayhawks not poised to make a run to the Final Four, barring something crazy, I won't pick them to win it. It'll still be tricky trying to figure out where I'm going to pick them to lose. But they're in the bracket with Gonzaga and the number 2 team in their bracket. I want to say Ohio State. I got it up here in front of me, but it's in the corner of my. Let me see. So in general, I don't see him getting much past the Sweet 16 anyway. And then I feel like I can play it more honestly,
Yeah. You know something, though? Look at what Georgia Tech just did in the ACC.
So Iowa is the number 2 for Kansas. So that's the thing is that I'm like, oh, we can beat Iowa. And we probably can't. They've got the best score in the country.
Georgia Tech is a team that comes to mind. Some of these teams, man, were in positions a month or two ago. Georgia Tech didn't start practicing till like December. Like, you never know. I mean, what are the?
Well, how about Georgetown? Georgetown was an 8 seed in their conference tournament.
Yeah. Patrick Ewing inspired stuff, man. Like, you never know.
What about the 4 teams that are going to just hang out in Indy for a couple days to find out? I don't know if they're actually hanging out in Indy, but they probably are for intake or whatever, in case a team can't field a roster. So I think it might be Louisville, Colorado State are a couple of them. There's 4 teams that are there as basically fill-in teams.
I didn't know that's a thing, huh? Wow.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find detail.
Wow, that's fascinating. So the last 4 out gets an invite to Indy.
Which they could turn down and play in the NIT if they want. They could play in the NIT if they wanted and turn down this invite.
Fantasy Hawk, Mr. Hawk. Georgia Tech is loaded. Sure. They just got off to a slow start because of COVID issues.
I'm just bummed. Look, there's a million reasons to be bummed about the last year. Kansas was going to be the number 1 overall seed and had a really good team with 2 NBA players. that were pretty dominant, or a really good point guard and the best big man in America last year. So I would have liked to have seen them have a chance to make a run at the title in Atlanta last year. I understand there were a million things going on, and so it's kind of a bummer. But this year, it's like I'm excited to watch the tournament. I'm bummed that KU's not better. Look at Kyler there. Ooh, how about Bosa to catch him before he really takes off?
DFS Queenie just checked my Twitter. I'm not sure what I'm checking for. I don't see anything. Ryan Shed, come on, Glash. Tell me you like Syracuse against San Diego State. Heard good things about the Aztecs. Syracuse playing well, though. Syracuse playing well. They had to beat UNC, and they had to beat Clemson to be in the discussion and then just win one ACC tournament game. And it happened. So
I'm curious how many people in the DK Sim fam are going to spend the $100 to do the DraftKings bracket challenge.
Do it!
To win $2 million. First place wins $2 million.
And if you need more help, advice, if you're new to this and just say, hey, I want to get involved with the tournament this year, something to look forward to. Tuesday, the 16th of March, 11 a.m., we'll have a tournament special on our staple show, The Sweat, at 11 a.m. Jesse Cofield will be joined by many of our analysts to break down the dance. So check it out. And hit that like button if you haven't already. Yes, Ryan, he is playing very, very well. Shoot the ball well. 2nd and 8. Herbert, complete. Bruiser B says, Timothy, I feel bad for you, buddy. I spent 2 hours with my snowblower and don't have that big of a driveway. Were you snow blowing the snow out in Denver?
Yeah. And what's funny is, and this probably gives you an idea of how my brain works compared to my neighbors who is like a computer engineer, is, I'll show you here. So you can see the very asymmetrical pattern that I've started. And then if you look in the distance, my neighbor Andy, very detailed, very straight with how he's operating. It's just straight up, down. Mine is kind of a half circle that just keeps getting a little bigger. And then I had to stop. So it's still snowing. My wife wanted me to go out there and do it. I'm like, well, it's still snowing. Oh, I thought that was, I looked up and I thought he had the ball. The punt. Anyway. So my wife wanted me to go out there. I'm like, I just want to wait till it's all done, and then I can do it all at once. Back of a punt. 99-yard drive coming up here for Kyler and company. Maybe a 99-yard run for Kyler, tying the longest run in the history of football. Probably handing it to Kenyon Drake on first down. So yeah, a foot of snow and counting here. More out by the airport. Uh-oh!
Chargers have it!
Oh, look who rostered the Chargers deal. It'll be this guy.
Let's see if his knee was down or if something was down. Ooh, that was a fast replay. That would be challenging in real life, never mind Madden, to figure out if anyone was down.
Yeah. Well, and to reverse the call, right, where you need irrefutable evidence. All right, another touchdown to Keenan Allen will be sweet.
1st and goal from the 7 after a fumble. Herbert. Uh-oh.
I'm in first place. Oh, that's a good spot to be in.
There you are. Banders 8 in 2nd. Kirkland Dodger in 3rd. Got the big showdown up. Jelly Beans, 7-4, 5-4 in 1st. Keenan Allen, captained. Also, Eckler, Herbert, and Henry in this lineup. Chargers defense in the flex.
After Herbert took that sack, and Cardinals do be a good player right now. 3 sacks.
Jelly Bean's going to be feeling good with all those Chargers up there.
This feels like a good time to throw it to Allen. That's not Allen.
That's the Verge.
Verge going backwards.
Yeah, DFS Queenie, I don't see anything in my notifications. But send what you want to send. I trust you.
Seth Davis posting a picture of he and Bill Clinton saying not everybody from Arkansas hates me. I don't know if he was being critical of Arkansas on their broadcast. You know, his dad was Bill Clinton's lawyer. Whoa. Look at that sack. I think he slid between the defender and his offensive lineman. Thanks for the replay.
Miami Misfits on Twitch. Aaron Jones flashing the Green Bay chain after a touchdown says it all. Glad he's staying.
To be fair, I guess I need to check, and I'll check after whether that $100 tourney was on DraftKings or DraftKings Sportsbook. Yeah, he did. He slid between his tackle and defensive end. That seems risky.
All right. So 10-0 Chargers with under 3 to play.
When you're filling out your bracket, do you get caught up in the 12-5, like, oh, it happens every year, all of that?
Yeah, you got to pick one, right?
Well, picking one and picking three, like the years that I pick three, I'm like, wait, hang on, like 3-12, and then they do. Or the years I don't, I'm like, no, wait, 3-12s will win and 3-12s do. What you've realized is that the low seeds and the high seeds, depending on the year, like a team like Abilene Christian that got beat by Kentucky a couple of years ago.
Yep.
Took them down to the wire. All those kids are now juniors and seniors. And they're playing Texas. And the kids they grew up playing AAU ball with, so they're not going to be scared as a 14 seed against a 3 Texas team, And there's going to be very few fans, so that won't be really a thing for anyone. And so I'm not saying that Abilene Christian definitely beats Texas, but I'm simply saying that 14s beating 3s isn't as foreign as it used to be. 11s beating 6s.
Max Williams with the catch for a first. Up just about a first. Second in inches. I mean, you got Oregon State and Tennessee. Tennessee's a good 5 seed. Georgetown is a 12 against Colorado. That'll be fun.
Yeah. I think that, are they a 12 or an 11? They're a 12. Colorado's a 5, yeah. Look, it depends on which Colorado team shows up. That's the team that I keep a little more track of because it's right in my backyard. We carry their games. Tad Boyle's a fellow Jayhawk, and they've got a couple, certainly one pro in McKinley right at the 4th, and maybe a couple more. But they can be a little schizophrenic at times. They can beat USC every time they play them, even though USC's ranked higher, and then they can lose to Cal and lose to some other bad teams. I'm trying to think who else they lost to that was bad. And then they lost to Oregon State, who you certainly can't say is bad based on the run they've had. But Oregon State kind of came out of nowhere. And Georgetown's playing great right now.
Larry Fitzgerald, another second in inches.
Are you going to pick against Gonzaga to win? Hard to pick against them. They're pretty darn good. They've got 4 pros in their starting lineup too.
That's the thing, right? This has a different feel. But I don't know. I to go unbeaten for the whole season, haven't had that in a long time.
1976. To be exact. I probably will end up picking him. Because at some point it feels like Mark Few's going to get over that hump. This is maybe his best team. And he's got, like I said, 4 pros. Mm-hmm. And they're veterans, other than the freshmen. This is my favorite tweet on the Drew Brees, or the Taysom Hill contract, though. Mohamed Sanu says, well, I'm 1-0 as a starter, 158.3, 7 for 8, 4 touchdowns. He wrote 4 tugs. Mohamed Sanu is the best rated passer in the history of football. 7 for 8, 4 touchdowns. Pretty darn good.
So Fantasy Hawk has chimed in about this because he's a big believer in Baylor.
Yeah, look, Baylor's, if they play the right way, absolutely.
So it comes down to how much do you believe in these other 1 seeds,
Illinois,
or even some 2s
Illinois,
and 3s in the same region.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to any part of Illinois either.
Right, and it's not the same name recognition as Duke or Kansas being a 3 this year, or UNC, which is an 8 this year.
Gonzaga is your favorite. Then Illinois, Baylor, Michigan, Houston, Iowa, Alabama, Ohio State, Texas, Okie State, Texas Tech, Purdue, KU, West Virginia, Virginia, Florida State, Arkansas, Tennessee, UCSB.
I like Alabama
very
a lot.
bottom. Somebody put in his tweet I'm reading. UCSB's way down. Yeah, look, Nate Oak's a good coach, and they got some ballers.
Oaks in the chat talking about Carmelo Anthony. He's playing well for the Blazers.
Oh, I thought about putting Melo in my lineup, too. He was
Who the Blazers got? Minnesota?
Yeah, he was the right price. I don't know.
If you're the Wolves, do you trade Karl Anthony Towns at the deadline?
What are you getting for him? He seems to not mind playing there and losing all the time.
Feels like that team needs a restart. New coach, and there's a lot going on. I know he's had a lot going on personally, too. I think he lost his mother due to COVID.
Yeah, he lost her pretty early in the pandemic. She's in Jersey, or was in Jersey. And then he's had some other family members that were hit pretty hard by it, and then he got it this year.
Right. Yeah, he was in a bad place mentally. He came out and spoke about it.
Yeah.
So maybe this isn't the right time for him personally to even want to trade.
Daniel points out, Cat said recently he wants to build a legacy in Minnesota. Well, he's doing it. He's going to challenge Doug West with having the most losses in the history of basketball. I assume that's still Doug West's record. Remember, he went from Vancouver to Minnesota. It's before your time. There was a shooting guard named Doug West who just played forever. And he probably played 12 years and only did it when Vancouver was terrible and then Minnesota was terrible.
3rd and 5 from the 9. Cardinals have one timeout left.
Oh, that's a touchdown. His feet were in. Christian Kirk, get your feet down. I've got both. Those are my only Cardinals. There goes my shutout. That would have been awesome for my line.
You're still in first, man.
I know, but I would have stayed in first with that. Now Zane Gonzalez field goal may knock me down. My shutout's going away. Very likely. You can make this with his opposite foot if you want.
Zane Gonzalez, 21.6%, slightly higher owned than Badgley, who kicked a field goal earlier in this one, 21.3% in the flex. Pack Rat, yes, that is Counter-Strike. There you go.
So let me ask you, why did you shift things around in the apartment/broadcast studio?
Because the dresser I'm getting is not as big as the one I once had.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I just kind of wanted to. There's a little bit more room.
Yeah, a lot of room there. I see that.
Looks more office-y. I don't know. I mean, I kind of miss having the lamp and Leafy in the back. I feel kind of bad. I did put Leafy behind me earlier in the day when I was vacuuming and trying to set up a new look, but Leafy would have been getting hit as we walk by. We didn't want to abuse Leafy. So, really, while we can't see Leafy on camera, we're doing Leafy a service by leaving her in her corner where she can flourish. So.
Oh, CSU is turning down the invitation to be the second alternate, and they're going to play in the NIT. When you've got a young team or a team that isn't graduating a bunch of guys, why not? You want to practice more and play games and try to win the NIT, you know? I would think that's the way they're thinking about it. I don't know if Louisville is also going to play in the NIT.
Could you be one of the... Well, I guess not. Because if too much time goes by, you'd miss the NIT.
The NIT is going to start Tuesday.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it usually does, right? And instead of them jamming in games Tuesday, Wednesday, they'll probably play... Oh, I guess they'll still probably play Tuesday, Wednesday, and maybe even some on Thursday since it's just the playing games. I'm glad they went back to calling them playing games.
Justin Herbert's 8 of 13, 94 yards and a touchdown. Murray, 11 of 14, 92 yards. Patrick is here. Update the scores.
Am I in first place still? Checking it out. Yep, looks like it.
Looking good, brother.
Would I win the? Would I be winning the big contest too? I'm gonna load that up.
45.94 points. The first place winner right now has 53.36.
See, had Christian Kirk caught that ball instead of put his feet out of bounds like a dummy, I'd probably be in first place in everything, except I don't have a lineup there. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, you just know when to pick the right one to join, man.
I'd be world champion of the world.
Eckler, the leading rusher. Oh, man, is that right? Kenyon Drake, 5 carries, 0 yards, and a fumble.
Yep. Glad I'm got that Chargers D.
-1 for Kenyon Drake.
He's a candidate for the Not My Kid award at this point.
Hate the Drake. That's right. Kenyon Drake was bad in Madden 20, so I always like saying hate the Drake.
Yeah.
Much better in 21.
He's been much better in 21. There's no question.
Max Williams, the leading receiver with receptions, 4, and yards. Well, 35 is second behind Keenan Allen, who has 44 and a touchdown. Allen in the captain spot is in the first place lineup. So there you go. That's what you got going on.
Yep.
I did not get a lineup in on time. If you're
you can just piggyback mine. You can say that your lineup would have been the same as mine, or whoever got 53 points in the big contest, say that would have been your lineup. Who were you thinking about captaining, or who did you have when you hit submit and it was late? Who was your captain? Be honest.
Drake.
Okay. So
not good.
At this point, it would have been the same.
Yeah. It's probably better off I didn't submit because negative points in the captain spot.
So we're missing the Grammys right now.
Sarah just watched Harry Styles perform.
Yeah, I'm seeing some tweets.
Tastes like strawberries.
He's wearing a crazy boa thing.
Yeah,
you got to be a certain kind of person to be able to pull off a boa. Rock singers are usually one of those jobs that you could do that. I don't think because we have so much snow right now, my satellite was blocked and I went and cleaned it off. And it's still saying that no connection. So I'm like, well, okay. Could be the blizzard going on.
You did mention on Friday, hope I make it for the Sims on Sunday night. Because
only because people in our little neighborhood community forum thing on Facebook were talking about generators and losing power. But we have a pretty sophisticated grid that can handle snow. It's Colorado. And so knock on wood, it should be fine. And the snow came late and then hasn't been as heavy, at least by us, as we thought it would be. I mean, it's still got, I'm looking outside, it's over a foot. But at the airport, they're closing it on 2 feet. And the airport's 50 minutes from now. And usually we get way more snow than the airport would.
Got 50 plus watching on Twitch. What's up, Twitch fam? Be sure to turn on your notifications over on the Twitch machine. Follow us as well. Coming up on 2,500 followers on Twitch. Love to see it. First time playing Fortnite. Miami Misfits, CJ, 71. Got 330 plus on YouTube on a Sunday night.
I just like this.
Here we go. Hit that like button if you haven't already.
Robert's got to be better there. Do we like these uniforms? I like the jerseys. I don't know if I love the yellow paint. I get that it's an homage to their uniforms in the 70s and 80s, but still.
Chargers usually pull anything off, but I think it's because seeing the yellow and the blue with the red from the opposition kind of hurts my head.
Edward Pride wanted to know if I figured out how to use a generator to power up the whole house. No, I never even went down that road. I don't have the wherewithal to do that. We're going to hope that the power stays on, which I know hope isn't a strategy, but it is in this case.
Luke Murphy has a take, says Clash, stop captaining running backs. You have a higher chance of winning with a receiver or quarterback in the captain spot, unless it's Zeke or Cook or Eckler or a guaranteed beast. I don't know if Eckler's a guarantee. He's got 6 carries for 24 yards in the first half. Even Zeke is sometimes bad. Dalvin Cook, you got something there. Plus, producer Drew points out, quarterbacks are even tough.
Yeah.
I think the receivers are always a good option. That's fair. But those pass-catching running backs, I don't mind it.
The only QB that I always captain is Lamar Jackson because I don't want to miss the next time he goes for 300 yards on the ground. Of course, that would just be against bad teams like Detroit or...
Right, even Kyler, not a bad idea.
But I've captained Kyler before, and I think when I did that, he had 2 fumbles.
True. Deshaun Watson's not a bad idea. I mean, I think you're right. Jackson's probably the one guy I'd have the most confidence in. Got a question here from Stick. This question is, when was the last time Larry Fitz scored a touchdown in Simland?
I'd say in real life, I don't know, the
80s. I'm trying to find out. Do people even play Larry Fitzgerald anymore? Like,
you did the other night, didn't you?
I don't think so. Maybe I did.
I feel like you might have.
Larry Fitz. I see a touchdown week 61 against the Giants. Oh, I see one before that. 83. Week 83 against New Orleans. Week 93. Here we go. Philly. Week 113. So that was 6 Sims ago. 5 Sims ago. There you go.
So the NIT's not starting until March 17th or the first game, so Wednesday. So they could have, maybe they'll, I guess you can't stay on call and then bail on them on the NIT. You're doing one or the other. Imagine they had to get down to a second alternate. CSU could have been in the big dance instead. Because I don't know where they slot you. Like if it's a bad team, great. But if it's a good team, all of a sudden you're the 2 seed. Or how does that work? I guess everybody's there. They just shift everybody up. What would that mean for brackets?
One day at a time.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, so Virginia,
No,
Virginia and Kansas are the 2 teams. Did Duke get in?
Duke men? No.
Okay, right. So Virginia and
They're
Kansas.
not playing.
No, okay, right. So Virginia and Kansas are the 2 teams that you have to keep an eye on. Tony Bennett said they can't even practice till Thursday right now. He said it's not ideal. Guys can do individual workouts for conditioning away from everybody. So Kansas and Virginia. Kansas is a 3 seed. I didn't look to see what Virginia's seeding was, but I'm sure it's high-ish. So, but let's use Gonzaga. That's the best example. Let's say Gonzaga has coronavirus outbreak and can't field the team, right? Does Louisville jump to the 1 seed, or does every seed jump up and Louisville jumps in at like 11 or a 12 seed or whatever?
Oh, God, that's a great question.
And what's that mean for everyone's brackets? Someone has to know the answer. Like, we have to know what the team on deck is. Like, where does Louisville just jump right into any spot? Which would be cooler, but that's what I'm saying is you're Louisville, you miss the tournament, and let's say Kansas is a 3 seed, cannot field a team. Does Louisville become a 3 seed, which is a favorable seed compared to, jumping into the 14 seed?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. God, they've got to have a plan for that, right? Just in case.
Yeah,
they have to. Makes you wonder if the things that not start on time, but finish on time. Like, are we going to get games on like Tuesdays and Wednesdays? Like non-typical days?
I don't know. Oh, contingency bracket? Andy Katz is on live right now. Oh, this is tomorrow.
We got a 13-3 sim.
All right, this is from February 26th, February 25th. Okay, contingency plan. Once the bracket is finalized, teams will not be reseeded, nor will the bracket change. Replacement teams must be among the best teams considered for an at-large bid. Well, we get that. So you're not just going to have whatever. Let's say Butler was terrible this year, but they're based in Indianapolis. I don't even know what Butler's record is. Let's say Butler was 2-20 though, right? Yeah. You can't just say, hey, well, Butler, they're all here. They're just sitting on campus. They're ready to go. Let's put Butler in now. They're the 3 seed because Kansas can't play. So I get that. But when one of your 4 teams already said no thanks, and CSU, they're going to go try to win the NIT. Yeah, it just says they will not be reseeded. Reasonable efforts will be made to ensure a full field is in place before the start of the championship. No replacement teams will be introduced after the championship begins. So you'll just have what you had in the ACC and the Big 12, where when teams bailed, you just got put ahead to the next game.
Boo. I mean,
you wanted to see reseeding? So then we all have to refill out. At least 95% of brackets are online right now. But what would happen if it's what's the drop dead timeline? I guess Saturday, right? Second day of the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
But like, that's what I'm saying is, if a team were to test positive Friday, and for Saturday's games, can Louisville just jump right in? Do they need a day's notice? I'm sure there are answers to all these. But.
All great questions that I wish I had an answer to. I have no idea. The heck happened here on the punt? Illegal block in the back.
Typical.
Looking at the chat here on YouTube. A couple people played Fitzgerald. Mark played him in the captain spot. Why is my mouse not working? Oh, no, my mouse ran out of batteries. That's not cool. Let's see.
You want to click on stuff.
Yeah, I like to go from monitor to monitor. Brian Anderson says, Fitz is trash in Sims.
I know we don't normally do this, but we need to look at the punter's averages here, maybe between quarters. Because you had one punt go down to the 1, and that was a 72-yard punt. That's net 72-yard punt. Penalty. Yeah.
DK SimFam on Twitch. Both running backs are pretty worthless in this sim, though Drake worse. Yes, Drake has fumbled. I think his yard count is still very, very small.
God, cough is killing me. I still have Zion and Paul George, and he has one player that hadn't started, but he's up 50 on him.
CJ71, is there going to be a thing between Koff and Glash again because of Ducey's TikTok?
No, I didn't see Ducey's TikTok, so I don't know.
I did. It was fantastic. It was a TikTok of how college basketball coaches continuously move their masks down to argue with the refs or yell. Yeah. It was pretty funny, but I don't know what CJ is talking about. Wes, yeah, it's not great. Not good. Let's see. Piercy, what's up, man? How are you? Third and 10 for Herbert. Fourth and 6. Henry does make a catch, though, his 5th. Jordan Shore, right on it, just for you.
I forgot about that. The whole NIT is taking place in Denton, Texas, or at least in North Texas. I think it might all be in the same place. Maybe it's a couple places. Let me see. I'm intrigued.
Patrick Peterson, glad you got up from that. Final seconds of the third. Murray. Max, tight ends are playing well in this sim. So that's the final play of the third. Williams has 5 catches.
So, they're playing at the Star.
The Star in Frisco.
Yeah. Oh, well, it says Comerica Center. Do you think that's the name of the Star, probably?
I thought it was just always called the Star. The
Star is a whole facility, but I wonder if the Comerica Center is the arena. It was called the Ford Center, so let's see what the Comerica Center is. Comerica Center.
Frisco, you would know,
Texas.
right?
Dude, I haven't been to Texas since 2014. Oh, really?
Sooner than I have.
An ice hockey rink where also the G League team plays.
The Dallas. I don't even know. What's the name of the G League team in Texas?
What's it called? Like the Texas Energy or something? Am I making that up? The Texas Legends, right? Nancy Lieberman was our coach for a little bit, and then the Texas Tornado of the North American Hockey League play there. So not at the Star, the Comerica Center. Oh, it's right there next to Stonebriar Mall. Okay. All right, I know exactly where this is. I don't have a reason to go to Texas. I have still family and friends there, but my parents aren't there. My sister's not there. So I've been to Texas a bunch. Last time I've been to Dallas was for the Final Four in 2014.
I've never been. I should go though soon. My cousin lives there.
In Dallas or in Texas?
In Dallas.
Yeah, just with stuff starting to open up, I don't mean immediately, but give yourself a reason to either go check out Jerry World or go to a Mavs game or try to do both. Go Texas OU weekend. It's it's a good place to be from. I'd never live there again.
Henry 5 for 78, Williams 5 for 41, Allen 4 for 48 and a touchdown. That's the only touchdown we've had. A couple of field goals. Williams 2 for 30, Hopkins 2 for 23, Eckler 1 for 4. Kenyon Drake does have 4 for 22. It's progress for young Drake. You still in first, pal?
I'm checking right now.
You probably kind of should be close. You're in third.
Oh, well, so striking distance.
Nothing really happened in
Let's
that
see who's
third
ahead of
quarter to
me
change
and who
much.
Let's see. Right ahead of me. Both have Keenan, Kenyon Drake, so don't want anything from him. I'd like a Kyler Kirk touchdown. Really, Kyler doing something and not Mike Williams is the person directly in front of me. And then in first place, Josie 999, not to be confused with the 998 other Josie. Very similar lineup as well. Williams and Fitz. So looking for Kyler to do it all on his own, or maybe to Kirk. But mostly Kyler.
Luke Murphy asks, what is your favorite ice cream flavor? I just had a bowl of ice cream, and it was phenomenal. You know what I wanted last night on the way home? I went golfing with some friends yesterday.
Nice. And then it's snowing there today?
It snowed here in Mass for like 5 minutes. It was weird. It was like
Ben
hail
Bolin.
and
I
snow.
saw Ben Bolin tweet about it.
It came out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden the sun came out. It was like 50 out. I got black raspberry ice cream.
Wow.
Really, really solid little fruit flavor. It was great. So I don't mind it. I like all the chocolate stuff, fudge brownie, cookie dough, chocolate chip cookie, whatever. That's the standard. Like, you better like that. You should like that. Black raspberry.
A truly favorite ice cream flavor. It depends on the mood I'm in. I used to be a big orange sherbet, which isn't technically ice cream, but I can go a lot of different directions. I'm always a fan of some rainbow type type ice cream. I'll do a good strawberry. As long as it's in a waffle form, I'm in pretty good shape.
Ooh, producer Drew, orange sherbet. Thought about that last night. Thought about it. Was up there. I couldn't find.
I just said orange sherbet.
Oh, you said orange sherbet.
And that's what he
I heard rainbow.
No, I said that was before. Oh, I said orange sherbet. That's not really ice cream. Sherbet.
Yeah, I guess.
But yes, orange sherbet was always my go-to at the ice cream shop when I was a kid. But finish your orange sherbet thought. You were looking for it, and what? You didn't have it?
No, but they don't sell like smaller. You know how like Ben and Jerry's has like the pints?
Yeah.
I was looking for just a pint of black raspberry. A pint of sherbet. So I don't want to buy a whole thing of it. There's a lot. And I was just looking for a little fix. Banded Caterpie on Twitch. Black raspberry is the best.
Sounds good. Black raspberry sounds awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
Raspberry can be good. Is that Keenan Allen again?
Nope. Joe Reed.
Reed's good value.
Yeah, producer Drew, you have to get like a 5-gallon tub to get sherbet. It's like that or nothing.
If there wasn't a foot of snow right now and roads hadn't been plowed, I might run up to the store and grab some in between sims. Not going to do that. I think we do have some ice cream somewhere. I shouldn't say somewhere, in one of the two freezers. It's not like hiding in a closet somewhere.
Hey, good luck.
It's definitely in one of the two freezers. I think it's in the one in the garage.
Emerson's Baby Gap shirt. Hey Glash, this is on arcade mode, right? Yes, it is. Anything else?
Anybody predicted 13-3 win? Good for you.
That's why we play the games, everybody. So that's the beauty of it. We don't know what the heck's going to happen. Another catch for the tight end. The tight ends have been great. You played the tight ends and the defenses. I don't think anyone's complaining. You guys do realize when you don't win, someone else does win the contest. Like, there is someone who is liking this sim to some degree. Just saying. Like, that's how it works. Like, That's kind of why we're here. Contest. Winner and a loser. That's what happened. No matter what the score. Someone is happy about this current game.
Dave Sherwood at your local rest home.
Blows me away.
That is a good point that producer Drew makes. Yeah. Not every football game is 35-31. Sometimes the defense plays well or the offense plays like garbage. So you know what's funny about the snowstorm is everyone predicted it was going to hit Friday night and Saturday morning, and it just didn't come, right? And so everyone's putting the funny posts like, oh, got my measuring stick up, and there's literally zero snow or whatever. But then around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, it started to snow a little bit, and it hasn't stopped and isn't stopping until well into the early morning tomorrow. And then it's going to snow 5 of the next 10 days. So it's like, why are you tempting the weather guys and taunting the weather people? Like, just because it didn't happen at the exact same timetable didn't mean it wasn't going to snow.
Ooh, play action, Herbert. A little pep in his step.
Throw it to Allen or to the coaches on the sideline.
Danimal says, I got 4th last night in the free mode. $10, best I've done so far. Yet to get 1st, but I've been simming.
Oh, I'm in 4th.
2 to 3 weeks. Nice.
I'm in 4th by 3 points. Well, still, considering I was in the hundreds yesterday, Rossi and I were both like, I don't know, I can tell you what I was, like in 70 or something. What was I yesterday? I was 63rd, and 88th.
Noah Moon says, you are always the loser to me, Glash. Yup, Noah, you're right. Moan too.
No, I was, Friday, I was 144th with you. And 7,000 or whatever, 7,800 out of 10,000 in the big contest. So this feels good to be top 5 kind of finish, but I wanted to be number 1.
CJ71, Glash, if you get a cat, your mouse will never stop running. Possible. 3rd and inches, Henry, the tight end, with another catch.
That helps you. You got all those guys. What game do we have next? So I can fill out a lineup. You should fill out a lineup too.
Yeah, I should do that. Ravens and Saints.
Oh, big matchup.
Good matchup.
A lot of ways. You guys, you and I have had a lot of Saints games lately. We got at least 2 in the last week.
Yep, we did. We had one
Touchdown. Is that Hunter Henry? Yeah, we did.
It's Hunter Henry.
All right, I got Herbert and Hunter Henry. I don't know if that helps me with a couple people ahead of me. I guess we'll find out. Let's see if they have Herbert and Hunter. Oh, Hunter Henry in the captain spot, the person in first place. Well, OSU fan 3872. That's going to help them. Hunter Henry in the captain spot for the person in second place. Third place, Keenan Allen, but Herbert and Henry. So we're going to all stay in the same spot. And this person in fifth has Hunter Henry. They do not. They have Eckler. How about that? Fifth place, even though Eckler's been terrible.
We have a new first place leader in the public free showdown, Bookie Boy.
Way to go, Bookie Boy.
Tied with, there's a tie, 92.4 now is the tied score. Oh, never mind, 102.6.
Keeps changing. Yeah, 95 point, wait, just kidding. 97 even is what OSU fan 3872 has. 97 even in hours.
You'd be like up there, like probably top.
I'm 86.7 now.
Yeah. You'd be top 200, 230.
Great. Nobody has a shirt that says war number 230.
Hang the banner. Where are we putting the banner?
Well, that's I heard somebody say about the alternate team, like, do you put a banner up? Because some schools will put tournament appearances up as a banner. Smaller schools or schools that don't get there very often. Jayhawks don't. We've had 20 straight years as a top 4 seed. In fact, now that I do the math on it, the last time we weren't a top 4 seed was my senior year.
Your senior year at college, wow.
Yeah.
Last time Kansas was not a top
4 seed.
But they are.
Right. I'm saying we've
the
got
last
a
time they
20-year
weren't.
streak. Yeah. The last time we weren't was my senior year, where our seniors were Lester Earl, Terry Nooner, who's an assistant coach on the women's team.
Yeah.
Jelani Janice, who was a transfer. These aren't household names, as I'm sure. Nick Bradford. And but we had 3 freshmen who you may have heard of that we knew the tide was changing. Kirk Heinrich, Drew Gooden, Nick Collison, all freshmen my senior year. And then that next year we were 4 seed.
Noah Moon needs Christian Kirk. Lindenbaum has Allen and the captain. Henry flex, but not in the money because Murray and Eckler have 9.24 points combined. What is 3rd and 5? Arizona down 17. Not enough for the first down, so you got to go for it here, right? Do it for pride. They better go for it. Kenyon Drake, though, another catch. Yes, Madden After Dark. Ravens Saints in New Orleans. Are you cool with the planetarium setup for Madden After Dark?
Oh yeah.
All right.
That's easier to do than getting the TVs. I'll say DraftKings.
Cool. Well, we'll get the light party going, and maybe we'll get some more flashiness. Dare I say, glashiness, offense, disco lights.
With those 2 teams, come on. However, I don't think Lamar Jackson's going to go for 300 yards against the Saints, right? So this might be the first Ravens game in a while that I'm not captaining Lamar. I'm not going to divulge my strategy, and I need to remember to make a lineup. But I'm not even picking on you. I'm just saying in general. Like even yesterday, I was going to get in the late contest that Rossi was doing for when we got off our sim, and I just forgot. Like I made it halfway and I never finished it. There's Kyler doing it with his legs. See people ahead of me. That's Kyler. No, not the person in 3rd. Come on, Kyler, keep it going. Person in 2nd. Yes. Person in 1st. Nope. All right, Kyler, let's go. Showtime here. Kyler touchdown run would be nice. There, go run, dude. Great picking up points for no reason. How many different brackets do you do, or do you do one bracket for all contests?
I used to do a couple. I'd pick one with Syracuse winning it.
Yeah, right.
I've
definitely done that before, but yeah, I'm always same bracket every time.
Yeah. Just like how I do if I do head-to-heads with NBA with you guys. I mean, I'll do same one. It's too much. It's too much to like, all right, I need that guy. But like, now I say that, and I'm the same guy that will play 4 or 5 fantasy leagues for football.
The Saints put out a nice thank you note to Drew. It's hard to read, but it looks nice. It's nicer on their website than on Twitter. Kirk. Nope, that's twice in a row. God, I should have gotten picked.
Mr. Nick in the chat, Lamar did run for over 200 yards against the Saints last sim.
Oh, this thing that they just put out was a thank you note from Mike Thomas. On behalf of all of the great teammates that he's had. Drew Brees is going to be on the Today Show tomorrow, probably to talk about how he's getting ready to take Chris Collinsworth's job at some point. Right, he's already under contract with NBC.
Yeah. Are we sure that's going to work?
Well, I wouldn't just kick Collinsworth out, but maybe as you start to transition, they're already using Trico more.
No, I mean, like, work, like, is it going to be one of those things where, like, you know, Romo was just that guy and it worked and, is that a touchdown?
That fit?
Yes, DeAndre Hopkins. What a grab.
I think that might have jumped me to 3rd unless the guy right in front of me has Hopkins. Touchdown pass is nice. Let's see. Hopkins. Nope. All right, I should be in 3rd. I guess person behind me, they have Hopkins. But they don't have Murray, so or even. I guess Hopkins. Let's wait till these get added up instead of freaking out.
In the public showdown, Hopkins 33% owned, 7% in the captain.
I got a Grammys update.
What you got?
Megan Thee Stallion, Best New Artist, Grammy. Oh, Mr. Nick points out, hang on, before we focus on Megan Thee Stallion. Lamar did run for 200 yards against the Saints last Sunday.
Yeah.
Well, that is something to think about. The good thing is that when you captain Lamar, you can still fit in a bunch of Ravens because they all stink. So they're kind of cheap. You can fit in Mark Andrews and Boykins pretty easily.
Right. With Latimer in that sim, too. I mean, the fact that we're talking about the next sim during this sim shows that this sim has not been everyone's favorite, which is totally fine.
You know what I didn't account for? My Chargers D giving up points there.
Yeah, there is a contest available in the DK SimFam Friends League. It's titled Glash and Brandon Cristal Sim Orleans Night Party. Madden After Dark. Lamar is the most expensive player. And you got 3 Saints. Hollywood Brown is $8K in the flex.
That's what I'm saying. So you're not going to play him anyway. And the rest of those guys are relatively affordable. If you do captain Lamar. I just never know who to captain other than Kamara on the Saints. And sometimes he doesn't go nuts.
Right. You could go Traquan Smith. You could go Emmanuel Sanders.
I think the reason you have to captain Lamar is because he's almost 10 points better than anybody else. But none of y'all should, because I might. And I don't want you to have the same lineup as me. Emmanuel Sanders went up because he had a touchdown in that game we did on Friday night.
Why are the Cardinals taking timeouts? You're not winning this game.
Virtual Cliff never gives up, dude. That's his mantra.
You're not winning this game. LT the Great on YouTube. I am fading Lamar, Kamara, and Thomas. I encourage everyone to do the same. You are welcome. That sounds like a conspiracy.
Some sandbagging there. Seems like some sandbagging. Taysom Hill, 0 points, $140 million.
Then there's
Traquan Smith didn't have as good a game last game as against the Bengals as Emmanuel. So he played Traquan this time. Something to think about.
Producer Drew, great point. Why are the Chargers throwing the ball?
Well, Anthony Lynn's trying to save his job.
Yeah, I guess they wanted the first down. They're gonna kick a field goal? He's not making this from 58. What are we doing? Wow. So, if you guys believe in Kyler Murray's arm, maybe they scored some more points here. I don't know if they're not gonna win the sim. It's gonna change the leaderboard. I think. Maybe. Possibly. Could be. Kyler Murray, throw power, 90.
Huh.
50, only 52 yards away from the end zone.
Here's something to think about. Last time Baltimore and New Orleans got together, both Michael Thomas and Alvin Kamara had like 18 points.
Look at that. There's the analysis we need. We might have time for one more play. One more. Chronic Smith, watch it. Here we go. Kyler, got it! Okay. Christian Kirk, garbage points. Congrats if you got Christian Kirk.
I do.
Helps your line.
Kyler and Christian Kirk, those are my only two Arizona players, and currently sitting in fourth. We'll see how that helps out. Once Patrick gets typing everything in. See if you can give me a 12-point play.
All right, guys, hit that like button on your way out.
14 points. Either way.
We'll go through the leaderboards. Patrick doing the final calculations. And then give out the player of the game, Not My Kid. I think the Not My Kid's got to be Kenyon Drake.
Yeah, there's no long debate here.
Henry was pretty awesome. I mean, 9 for 114 and a tud. It's pretty good. captain in the winning lineup, I think. Yep. 4% captain in the public showdown. Chronic Smith. I'm just teasing. Herbert, 21 of 31, 250, 2 touchdowns. Murray, 22 of 29, 186, and a touchdown. No picks, no fumbles. Drake had the fumble.
Well, you hate the Drake.
So I hate the Drake, man. Let's go to those rushing numbers. Here they are. Eight carries, -2.
That's not a good average.
I bet you 298 members of the people watching on YouTube right now could run more than Kenyon Drake did.
Just fall forward. Well, I guess that'd be a 3-yard loss, but you get my point.
Derek says they actually have a guy typing things in, doing calculations. Haven't they had programs that do this automatically for over 20 years? Well, Derek, the difference is this is a video game with Madden. We are updating the scores manually because, our production team is streaming the game via the PlayStation. Exhibition, event type, simulation,
yes.
Computer against computer.
Does the computer pull the stats from an actual NFL game or college games and load them into DraftKings? Yes, it does. But there are services from the NFL that take care of that. Us running a simulated Madden game, there are not services that do that. Thus, Patrick has a job. And we appreciate him. Because without him, it would just say zeros across the board. Or we would just make it up.
And Derek adds, that guy is the most underpaid DraftKings employee in the history of DraftKings.
Yeah, without him, it doesn't matter. Like, we can goof around. As long as your scores are right, it doesn't matter what we say or do.
It's true.
And that's true. Daniel does point out a human does input them at the stadiums, but the NFL official stats page, the GSIS page, is then linked to every gambling site, every fantasy site in the world, so that they're all getting the exact same information.
Derek says, "Oh, I see. I was like, whoa, he's got like 900,000 lineups to update." Oh man, that's good. All right, are we good with those? The player of the game, not my kid.
Looks like as Patrick's calculations come through, top 4 finish. You don't get anything for 4th place. No, they don't hand out a 4th place medal. I'm basically like those teams at the tournament that are just hoping someone gets COVID. But it's actually not better than you did because your lineup, you didn't get yours in, so you might have beaten me. Can I give you a player of the game since we know it's Kenyon Drake is the Not My Kid award? It's got to be Hunter Henry. 44 points. Come on. As much as I liked Keenan Allen's performance, 28.5, 44.1 in the captain spot for free agent to be Hunter Henry, whose phone might be ringing off the hook tomorrow. Well, his agents.
Yeah, everyone's going to be calling him, dude, you got the Krusty Coffin player of the game last night.
No, it's Krusty Crystal when I do it.
Yes,
it's a different award.
Crystal.
Different award. Better. It's a better
You get
award.
a free snow cone from Denver with all the snow they got.
Orange sherbet.
Orange. There you go. Wow. Full circle. Folks, those of you that are still here, Twitch, YouTube, Game Center. My dad just texted me and said, you missed Bad Bunny.
Oh, you missed Bad Bunny?
On the Grammys.
Luckily, the internet exists, so you'll be able to watch it.
Tuesday, March 16th, we'll get you set for the NCAA tournament with the Sweat at 11 a.m. Eastern before the first sim, so you can turn your notifications on Twitch. Get reminded when we are live on the platforms for the Dream Stream, so YouTube included. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook, click on the pools page. Tons of options for the tourney, including a free-to-play pool with a $1 million prize pool presented by KFC, and the one Brandon Cristal mentioned earlier, $100 entry, $1 million to first place, $2 million total.
I know a lot of you could use that.
Check it.
Maybe instead of doing like 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 other pools, you do this one and win $1 million, because all of those will still be $20 entries to win like 600, which is cool, but $1 million's cooler.
There you go. So we'll be sure to mention that again throughout the night, also tomorrow, and even on, Tuesday would be too late. Tuesday morning, 11 a.m. for March to the tournament the sweat. Jesse will be on, joined by many of our analysts to break down what you should be looking for.
You know what's not good? Starting the tournament a day later, because that gives me one extra day to overthink all of my brackets. To really overanalyze, listen to everything every analyst says, and make 50 changes between now and then. Honestly, you should fill it out today and then just hope for the best. But the caveat being this COVID thing. Like, you don't know, do the Kansas Jayhawks get their starting center and starting small forward back? If they do, I guess he's maybe even a power forward, then maybe you want to wait to pick them, because if they don't have those guys, then maybe you don't pick them even in their opening round.
Right. All right, we'll be back at 10 Eastern for Madden After Dark.
8 Mountain.
We'll have the light party and also get you set for Ravens Saints. We even talked a little strategy for that particular matchup in the later stages of the 8 o'clock game. So there you go.
I'll see you there.
All right, man. Sounds good. Patrick from Ops will be there and his calculator.
Got his abacus.
Producer Drew, Daniel, DK SimFam, thank you so much for checking it out. And hopefully we get a good one to close out this Sunday night. We'll see you then.
Let's go to the Cleveland Indians here.
Who is this guy?
My God. Francisco Lindor, as we know, he is gone, but of course has led that offense, or at least did the last half dozen years. So now with Lindor gone, I mean, Jose Ramirez, is there anyone more fantasy relevant on this team, Bukes?
I think one of the most underrated signings this offseason was Eddie Rosario to the Indians. I mean, he has an isolated power of at least 191 in 4 straight seasons when he was with the Twins. He's been with the Twins his entire career. The knock on him is that he's not great defensively. He's certainly not going to draw a walk for you, but he's going to do one thing that's important. He's going to park the ball out of the ballpark, and that's what the Twins need. That heart of the lineup for the Indians, say what you want about this team. They're not going to go very far, but at least the 3, 4, and 5 hitters are going to be a problem for opposing pitchers, and Rosario is going to be in that mix there. He's going to knock guys in. He's going to collect some RBIs. So I think this is a great spot for him. They got him on the cheap. He had a down year in 2020, so it wasn't all that expensive to get him here, but I think he's going to be somebody that once we're a couple months into the season, people are going to realize that Rosario is a big player on the Indians.
What about you, Garion? Other than Jose Ramirez, who stands out to you?
I got to agree with Bukes. I mean, really, when you're talking about Cleveland positional players, let's be honest, it's kind of slim pickings. It's pitchers that really drive this team to fantasy relevance, but Rosario is like unimpressively consistent. That is what I would say about his career to this point. Like, is he someone who's going to blow you away? No. Is he someone who you're like legitimately excited about to grab at a fantasy draft? Probably not, but at the end of the year, you're going to look up and he's going to have batted 272 with 31 home runs and probably around 100 RBI because he's going to be batting in the middle of this Cleveland lineup. He's also someone who doesn't strike out a lot. Now, there are different versions of that type of player. Like there are guys who don't strike out a lot because they have good plate discipline. That is not Eddie Rosario. He just swings at everything. So eventually he gets a hit before he gets to 2 strikes, but that's fine too. He puts the ball in play. That's all you want, especially when putting the ball in play results in home runs as often as it does for someone like Rosario.
So from the bats to the pitching staff here for the Indians, Gary, and you've got Shane Bieber, who, of course, is coming off a 1.63 ERA last year, his very first Cy Young Award. It was a heck of a year during the pandemic-shortened season. Plus 400 on the DK Sportsbook to repeat as Cy Young. Do you think he will?
Here's the thing that I think is important to note about the AL Cy Young versus the NL Cy Young. There is no good pitchers in the American League. Like, let's just start there. If we want to compare the odds, Clayton Kershaw right now is 20-1 to win NL Cy Young. Marco Gonzalez is 25-1 to win the American League Cy Young. So here's Garian's definitely going to lose you money tip of the 2021 MLB season. Just put money on Garrett Cole at plus 350 and Shane Bieber at plus 400 to win the American League Cy Young, because no one else has a chance to win this award aside from maybe Lucas Giolito, but I'm not that scared of that guy anyway. These two pitchers are so much better than every other pitcher in this league. It is insanity. So one of those two guys is going to win. Put money on both. Forget about it.
You fall in line with that, Bukes?
Kind of, some of it, not all of it. I mean, the American League is very wide open when it comes to American League Cy Young. I absolutely agree with Gary in there. Tyler Glasnow is plus 950 to win the Cy Young. You want to talk about strikeouts? You want to talk about what people get excited about? That's what Glasnow is going to bring. He didn't have the best 2020, but I mean, we could say that for more than 75% of the league last year. The thing with Shane Bieber too, and this really goes for all the pitchers. I mean, if there was a season last year that favored one side, the pitchers absolutely had the advantage over hitters last year. And I think we definitely saw that over the first month or so, that hitters are just kind of getting acclimated, where pitchers are kind of, they don't really take as much to kind of get into that game mode where hitters do with timing and whatnot. So nothing against Shane Bieber, nothing against any of the pitchers last year, but let's see what Shane Bieber looks like in a full season here. He has the stuff. He has the strikeout ability, the swing and miss stuff, the highest of his career last year. Everything was fantastic, but I think the American League is one of those long shot ones. You can get some decent, return on your investment with Garrett Cole, with Shane Bieber, but it is so wide open right now that I think this is either a bet to ignore or just take a long shot.
Bukes, we're only a half dozen years removed from the Royals winning the World Series, and as we know, rebuilding in Kansas City at this point in time, long ways off from all that success. Is there anyone on this roster that excites you?
Yeah, Adalberto Mondesi had a really slow start to the year, but really came on fire at the end. But it was easy to overlook because the Royals were basically out of it when game one started. They had no chance. They're not going to have a huge chance this year either to contend, but if Mondesi, from an individual perspective, if he's going to do anything, if he gets on base, which was a bit of a struggle for him last year, he's going to steal a bag or maybe even 7. I don't know how he does it, but he just ends up doing it. Of the 128 attempts that he's made since he's been with the majors, he's stolen 113 bases. He's got some decent pop too. Like, he's definitely somebody that can hit between 11 and 13 home runs during the season. So I think he's somebody that near the bottom of the lineup, it's not the best spot to hit, but when he gets on base, he is a threat. He's one of the lone stolen base threats really overall that's left in the league that you can count on for 30 plus stolen bases.
So Mondesi for Bukes. What about you, Gary, and anyone else?
I mean, there's not a lot of guys who really get me too interested on this team, but I will say a squad like the Royals is one of those environments where I think you're trying to attack from the bottom. I think you're trying to find guys who are in spots for bounce back seasons who are just dirt cheap. And someone who fits that bill for as awful as he looked last season is Andrew Benintendi. He's going outside the top 220 picks in NFBC formats right now. And I mean, I don't mean to keep harping on this, but it's true. We are looking for stolen bases wherever we possibly can. And Benintendi is someone who had 220 stolen base seasons in his time with the Red Sox. And during those 2 seasons, he was a 121 WRC plus hitter. He had a really good swinging strike rate. All that went out the door in 2019 and 2020. So we do kind of have to fudge the numbers a little bit to make it seem like he's a palatable outfielder. But again, the risk is so mitigated by where he's going in drafts And we know what the Royals want to do. They are a team that lives and dies with the stolen base. So if Benintendi's going to get 700 plate appearances batting in the 2 spot behind Whit Merrifield in this order, there's a decent chance he ends up with 15 to 20 stolen bases this season. And at his ADP, I think that's a lot of value.
The DK Sportsbook has the Royals at 72.5 wins. And just listening to the two of you guys break down this roster with very tepid upside, obviously, I don't know, Gary. And I mean, are you going to go over, or is this an automatic under for you?
I wouldn't say it's automatic, but I don't really have a great read for this team. I think for me, at the end of the day, this just comes down to someone has to lose games in the American League. And you start looking at these divisions, you know, you can make the case that there are 4 above average or maybe good, depending on how you want to like classify the Red Sox in the American League East. There are 3 above average teams in this division. We just went over the 3 of them. And I know Steve likes the Mariners. Like, there are 4 above average decent teams in the AL West. Like, the only 3 teams I can legitimately say I think the Royals are better than are the Orioles, the Tigers, and the Rangers. And I just think when you get in that class of team, like I said, someone's got to lose some games, and their pitching staff is atrocious. So I think they're going to end up below this number.
Bukes, where do you land?
Are they atrocious? Is that pitching staff really atrocious? Gary and Danny Duffy, Brad Keller. I wouldn't say they're the worst 1-2 punch that you have. What if they can milk something out of Mike Minor too? What if they can rejuvenate Mike Minor's career? Here's what I think is possible. This Royals team is going to score some runs. I actually really believe that this offense is better than you'd expect. Carlos Santana, Andrew Benintendi, with Merrifield. I mean, if you look at last year, they actually tied the Indians for runs scored. They both scored 248 runs.
I don't think that's a positive.
It's not a positive, but here's what it was. The Indians were able to squeak in and make the playoffs. So at least offensively, they were kind of sort of aligned there, at least with runs scored. I think they're going to be a bit of a surprise this year. I'm not saying they're going to make the playoffs, but I do think that taking the over on their win total is something that is extremely possible.
All right. Well, we'll wrap it with this team, and that is, of course, the Tigers. Rebuilding just like the Royals. Bukes, we'll stay with you here. Is there anyone who's fantasy relevant on this team?
I think Robbie Grossman playing in the leadoff spot is a great signing for the Tigers. He's played 132 games in the leadoff spot, has a career 331 on base percentage in that spot, and he's going to get consistent at-bats. What the problem with Robbie Grossman has been in the past that he's always been kind of a bench player. He's been that role player. He's not going to get that with the Tigers. He's going to be an everyday player. He's a switch hitter, obviously at the top of the Tigers lineup to set the table. I think is going to be something that's going to help his fantasy value. So I think Robbie Grossman is somebody that, again, just looking at the name, it doesn't get you excited. But a couple of months in, you might realize that Robbie Grossman can actually get some things done when he gets some consistent at-bats, and he's absolutely going to get that in Detroit. So I think that's going to be somebody to keep an eye on.
Gary, is there a more exciting name than Robbie Grossman here?
There might be, I guess, especially for people who have a history in DFS. I think Matthew Boyd, anytime you talk about someone who's got a 30% strikeout rate going outside the top 300 picks, that at least gets your attention. But I'll back Steve up entirely here. I think Grossman is just one of the best values in redraft this year. There are questions, obviously. I mean, he's someone who is a switch hitter, but there's a reason he hasn't gotten many at-bats against left-handed pitching. He's just not been that good as a right-handed bat. But playing for the Tigers, they might not care. They might just see someone who can play every day, like Steve said. So if we see in April that he's still leading off, regardless of the handedness of the starting pitcher, at that point, he's someone who could outproduce his pick value right now by 100, 150 spots. It's crazy how much value he could possibly bring back. I think Tariq Skubal is someone who's kind of interesting too. High strikeout rate coming into his sophomore season. Jonathan Scope is just a cleanup hitter you can get for nothing in redraft formats. So there's some value to be had here, but none of it is exciting.
Casey Mize, Garion, is a plus 1,500 odds on the DK Sportsbook to win AL Rookie of the Year. We haven't seen a lot of them to this point, obviously, but do you like those odds?
Not really. I think they are long enough, I guess. And it seems like I know the Tigers are saying right now that he's kind of fighting for a rotation spot. I know it's a different animal than 2020, but I would be surprised if he started the year in AAA. I think he's just up now. But I look at guys ahead of him on these odds. particularly position players who could just rack up volume stats. And I think there's a reason Randy Arozarena is like the odds-on favorite here. But even someone like Ryan Mountcastle, who's 12-1 right now, yes, his 141 WRC plus from last season was heavily assisted by a 400 BABIP. That's not going to happen again, but he could just bat third or fourth for the Orioles for 150 games this season and finish with, 90 RBI and 90 runs scored and 30 home runs. And I think that's just enough to win Rookie of the Year over a pitcher who, might have like a 4 ERA across 25 starts this year.
Bukes, how do you like Mize's chances?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the positional players that are eligible for the award this year. It's really deep. Like I would be shocked if a pitcher of any caliber, relief or a starting pitcher, wins the award this year. Obviously, anything can happen here, but Casey Mize is not somebody that exactly jumps out to me as a good candidate, even at 15-1 odds. Like the hype was there last year when he was called up. They were excited about him, and he kind of, didn't really perform as we expected. I mean, granted, it was his first go around in the majors, but walks were an issue for him. They weren't really an issue for him in the minors. Home runs was a big issue for him when he first came up. And, like I said, not going to hold it against him in that season, but I didn't see enough from him, even in those 7 starts, that I said, yeah, maybe we will get something out of him in a full season next year. 15-1 odds, they're nice long odds, but at least from what I saw last year, I don't even know if that's enough to get me enticed.
This time next week, we pivot back to the National League and continue our tour division previews across Major League Baseball, getting you ready for the start of the 2021 season. For Gary and Bukes, I'm Kaufman. Thanks so much, guys.
Jones, not the only big name running back, of course. You mentioned Chris Carson, not tagged by the Seahawks. What teams do you think, with his running style, could benefit from bringing in a player like him, Reed?
Yeah, Arizona. The Arizona Cardinals. Kenyon Drake. If you saw last year, and I was pretty adamant and vocal about Cliff Kingsbury, not really deploying the correct strategy at the end of games, and also to the running back. Kenyon Drake was running to the back ends of his offensive line way more than he should have been. That's not the style of running back he is. He's never been like that. And that's probably the reason why he got hurt. Chris Carson fits exactly what it looks like Cliff Kingsbury wants to do. And as an early down bruiser, making sure Kyler Murray is staying upright. Chris Carson is a guy who breaks a ton of tackles, and the yards after contact. He's one of the best in the NFL. You get him on early down. Like my dynasty league doesn't like it because I got Chase Edmonds. So I think he's going to be an electric player in his own right. But Chris Carson on that team, especially with DeAndre Hopkins and Kyler Murray and that defense getting stronger. Yeah, I like him there.
How about you, Steve? Chris Carson, where does he make sense?
I'll tell you what doesn't make sense. Hearing about Reed's Dynasty League. We don't care about Reed's Dynasty League, so whatever. But thank you for that tidbit. Quiet. I think the Falcons are a team to watch here.
Oh,
I mean, they're certainly cash strapped, all right? So they're going to have to, finagle a little bit of moves here. But they're not expected to re-sign Todd Gurley. I mean, why would you? So they need to get somebody into that role. I mean, is it going to be Ito Smith or whatever, Brian Hill? Probably not. So I think Chris Carson is actually an interesting name to land with the Falcons. Their running game was almost non-existent last year. Granted, Todd Gurley did come on near the end of the year, but they were playing, for pride at that point. I think Chris Carson, always an injury concern. That's always a big thing there. But I think Chris Carson could be a nice difference maker on the Falcons that just need an injection of something. They got so many good names on there with Julio Jones and Calvin Ridley, but this team just continues to sputter. So implementing a solid running game with Chris Carson, I think, could be a way to try to do that.
After 5 seasons with the Chargers, Hunter Henry will be looking for a new place to play. Let's go to you, Boston. Where does Hunter make sense? Foxborough?
I think that is one of the names too, but the Jaguars, that's another, landing spot where they just have a ton of money. They didn't pick up the option on Tyler Eifert, so he's going to be a free agent now. So basically that leaves James O'Shaughnessy as the top tight end on the team. Is that the way they want to go with the new quarterback and the new regime? I'm not quite exactly sure. So Hunter Henry would make a lot of sense just surrounding Trevor Lawrence with more weapons. You look at the Patriots too. They don't even need just bodies. They just need a pair of hands. And they need like 19 of them so that, whoever is going to quarterback this team has somebody to throw to. I think in total, Patriots tight ends last year caught like 31 receptions in total. I think, like Michael Thomas did that in a game last year. So they just need some people to catch overall on the Patriots. So those are the two teams that I think most sense. They both have plenty of cap space that they can use. So someone like Hunter Henry, who's going to be by far the top tight end option in this market, I think those are the two teams that are going to be the most interested.
Yeah, Reed, Henry's on record. He wants the money, but also he wants to know who's throwing him the football. So he'll be looking at the quarterback situation.
Yeah, I mean, the Patriots, they need everything.
Right.
And they have to change something, right? They're kind of like the Packers, where they never really pay up for quality young player free agents, right? They'll pay up for Mohamed Sanu and some other guys that don't pan out or don't make a lot of sense. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, the Patriots are definitely our team to focus on there. The Jaguars are the clear cut just because of the cap space. You're going to want to have, some playmakers and an anchor on that offense for a rookie quarterback and Trevor Lawrence, who's the security blanket for every rookie quarterback is the tight end. And Hunter Henry is one of the best by any metric, PFF, or just by passing the eye test. He's extremely athletic. Injuries have plagued him in the past. I'm not seeing his full potential, but the Jags make the most sense. I think the dream spot for him, but I don't know how they're going to make this happen, is the Buffalo Bills. Right, the Bills, if they can, I don't think a guy like Smokey Brown's going to be there, and the Bills don't have a ton of cap space, so I don't know how they're going to do this. But boy, it'd be fantastic if Josh Allen got a guy like Hunter Henry who can run block, who can catch the ball out of the back or catch the ball across the middle. Exactly what he needs. The 4 tight ends on Buffalo's team totaled 9 touchdowns. Hunter Henry could do that in like 3 games.
Hey, you nailed it there. You mentioned how Henry was a security blanket for Herbert in his rookie season. So there's a chance that Justin Herbert's production could be hurt by his departure. Do you think this player, Hunter Henry, leaving, is there someone else that could maybe step in to help out Justin Herbert, or is he going to be just fine? What will the plan be for the Chargers, Steve?
Yeah, the Chargers are kind of a tough team to figure out, in my opinion, but we saw Justin Herbert literally step in and look like he's been in the league for years. Like, he was so good, and it's unfortunate because the Chargers were really going nowhere. But the play that we saw from Justin Herbert was consistent. He wasn't afraid to go downfield. We saw that numerous times during the year. So I think he's going to be just fine. I know that he was a big security blanket for him. I think Hunter Henry ended up for 16% of the completions to him. So that's a big hole to fill, but there's a lot of talent on the receivers for the Chargers as well, with Keenan Allen, with Mike Williams. So I think they're going to be just fine. But if we see anything close to what we saw from Justin Herbert last year going into this year, I'm not worried about him at all.
And you mentioned how, like, Jared Goff, just no help, of course, with Galladay out the door. Reed, is there another team that you have in mind because of player X leaving? Maybe it's Rodgers and Aaron Jones. Who do you have as maybe someone that could take a hit because of a player leaving that team in free agency?
Yeah, outside of the obvious, right, like the Kenny Galladays and the receivers, I mentioned him at the top of all the stuff that we've been doing, right? Shaq Barrett. If Shaq Barrett and what he's been able to do with the Buccaneers over the last couple of years, and his ability. We saw it in the playoffs and in the Super Bowl. We saw how dominant he was. Now, was that because of the other guys on the defensive line? Sure. Like it's a joint effort. But this guy, when he was on his own without guys like Ndamukong Suh, without these linebackers playing at an all-pro level, he was getting to the quarterback at an enormous rate. And so if he's not there anymore, and we see other guys through injury, Vita Vea got injured throughout that entire year, I think that defense, which was a stark difference when they were all healthy to when they were not, I think that defense takes a hit if Barrett isn't there.
All right, and the big news of the week were the Cowboys and Dak Prescott agreeing to a new 4-year deal, $160 million contract. On the DK Sportsbook, you'll find Dak is plus 1,600 to win NFL MVP next season. Steve, would you consider this, considering how bad the team was last year without him after he got hurt, or are you scared away because that injury was just gruesome?
I mean, 16-1 is phenomenal odds for somebody. You see what Dak Prescott was doing before he was injured. Through 5 games, he was averaging 371 passing yards, 12 touchdowns in total through the air and on the ground. He ran in for 3. I mean, that offense was clicking with Prescott last year. And if they're, prepared to give him this monster contract, then they're also confident that he's going to come back and play at the level that we've seen him play at before. I mean, if he obviously wasn't going to keep up that pace with 371 passing yards, but if he was able to make it through the whole season, he was averaging, a little bit lower than that, you're not getting 16-1 odds on him to win the MVP for this season. So this is a great buy low spot for Dak Prescott, because if they're able to do what they were accomplishing through the first 5 games before he was injured, they're going to do big things this year. So I love those odds. I think that's a great spot to kind of take one of the longer shots on the board other than the obvious play. So I'm all over taking 16-1 odds for him to win MVP.
And Reed, Steve's got me thinking now that division is just so bad. Yes. If they go like 11-5, 12-4, like an outlier kind of here in the NFC East, you got to like the chances here for Dak Prescott.
Yeah. And that's a big thing, Glash, is that they need to win games. Right. It doesn't matter if he's putting up these MVP numbers and they're not winning games. Right. We saw that last year. What Steve was mentioning is he was putting up these video game numbers and they were either skating by a couple of points, which again doesn't matter a lot in the MVP race and the voting, but they need to win games. Dallas going 11-5. I know it sounds weird, but who knows? Who knows? Because that defense was so bad. And with signing that huge contract, they're going to have to let go of a lot of players on defense and a lot of players on that team to make space. And so when you think about that, yes, as a long shot, he's definitely there. These things change drastically. We saw that Russell Wilson at the first quarter of the season last year was the clear-cut MVP. And then what happened? And then we see Aaron Rodgers, who was in the middle and towards the latter part, and then it pans out. So yes, as a long shot, someone else that you might want to consider, which again would be a long shot, is a guy like Justin Herbert. That defense with the Los Angeles Chargers has been unhealthy for a long time. If they're able to stay healthy, and that's a big if for the Chargers, Justin Herbert, if he's doing the same things that he was doing last year, who knows? He'd be someone to consider as well.
All right, Reed Fowler, Steve Buchanan. Yes, you've been making me think today, and I've learned more about the NFL thanks to the both of you. Thank you for joining me.
Sure.
let's get into the franchise tag stuff. The deadline was yesterday, okay? What does it mean? There's probably more guys that it's relevant for. But the 5 guys I wrote down were Godwin, Allen Robinson, Hunter Henry, Kenny Galladay, Aaron Jones. And so whether this is for Dynasty or Best Ball or redraft or whatever, I'm guessing that this is a positive for Godwin because he's still with Brady in Tampa, or could you spin it that he might have been better off being like a true number 1 somewhere else?
With Godwin, I would say that we're going to enter the season with similar expectations to what he showed us this past year. I would not say that it's necessarily a positive. I mean, everything's relative. And when, Jameis Winston was the quarterback leading the NFL in passing yards, and, they were throwing the ball all around the yard. And I mean, pick sixes are actually good things in fantasy football because it forces the offense to react by being more aggressive, throwing the football more. And I mean, it just gives the ball right back to the offense. So when Jameis was out here throwing a ton of pick sixes, that was actually a good thing for Godwin and Evans and, the other guys in the passing game. Whereas with Tom Brady, Tom Brady doesn't give the ball to the other team. They can play more conservatively when they need to. They have a good defense now. They didn't have a good defense when, Jameis was throwing the ball all around the yard. And now they do have a good defense. And, so they can afford to play a little bit more conservatively. And Chris Godwin went from being a top 5 fantasy receiver in 2019 to being more of like a top 25 receiver this past year. And so I think that should be the level of expectation that we enter the 2021 season. That's how we should approach him.
Okay. We do not know who the quarterback will be for the Chicago Bears.
Mm-hmm.
So what kind of expectations do we have for Allen Robinson right now? Or is it a total moot point? Or what? I feel like he could have maybe gone somewhere where we knew they had a good quarterback. Whereas in Chicago, they're unlikely to have a quote unquote good quarterback.
Yeah. And at the same time, he's been getting it done without good quarterback play because they manufacture touches for him almost. I mean, he lines up in the slot quite a bit. He catches everything. I mean, Pro Football Focus has pointed out some crazy stats on how few drops Allen Robinson has had over the years. He had 102 catches last year playing with Nick Foles and Mitchell Trubisky. So he has sort of established himself as being like quarterback proof and almost environment proof. And, as he returns, it's not like he has a ton of target competition in Chicago. I do like the young rising sophomore Darnell Mooney. But other than that, I mean, a little bit of Jimmy Graham in the red zone. Maybe Cole Kmet will play, will probably play a little bit more in 2021. But Allen Robinson is going to remain the alpha in that offense. And I expect him to, probably have a floor of around 90 catches, assuming that he stays healthy.
All right, now let's get to 3 guys that could have been tagged but weren't tagged. And since we talked 2 receivers, let's get to Kenny Galladay, Evan.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the question is, does it make sense to analyze Kenny Galladay right now? Well, we've always had this conversation, okay?
Mm-hmm.
What is the value of talking about a player like Galladay or looking at your rankings at Establish the Run now before we know what team they're going to and who his quarterback is?
It just becomes a bet on talent situation. And I think Kenny Galladay has an awful lot of talent. I mean, we can sit here and speculate, all day long about where he might go. I kind of hope that it goes to the Rams. Now, the Rams have the second fewest cap space in the league, and they've got some huge contracts on the books. And I mean, they had been a team that's been very willing to spend, aggressively on the top of their roster, and Kenny Galladay would be a top of the roster player. but I think he'd be a great fit there. But we can speculate all day long about this. It's just you're betting on the talent and other people that you'll be drafting against. Say you're in a very early best ball right now. They're going to have that same trepidation about drafting a guy they don't know who he's going to be playing for, who his quarterback is going to be. So that's going to drop him down the board a little bit, and then it just becomes a bet on talent situation. I think that he is a good bet on talent. Don't love wide receivers that change teams in the offseason, but he's a splash play guy, a vertical receiver. And so even if he's inconsistent with his new quarterback and his new team, I think he's going to make big plays and he's going to have big days.
All right, here we go. Madden After Dark on a Sunday night. Brendan and Brandon, we've got the Ravens, we've got the Saints. We've been looking forward to this one based on how that last sim went. Brandon, what do you got? Who do you like in the captain? Did you make up your mind? I know you were saying, if I remember correctly, that you were leaning to not captain Lamar.
I was, but then someone pointed out that he had 200 yards rushing against the Saints last time. And then when you look and you see, okay, he costs the most money, but he averages 26.5 points a game or whatever it is, it feels like it's worth paying up to have Lamar, right? So he's going to score almost 10 more points than the second guy on the list, whether that's Kamara, Michael Thomas, whoever it may be, depending on a given sim. And so I went ahead and paid up, and Lamar's my captain again. So I have however many Ravens games I've done since he's had that 300-yard rushing game, I've had Lamar captained every time.
All right. Well, I think the guy I had in the captain the last time we were together for a Saints sim was Traquan Smith.
Yep. He's in my lineup.
Put Traquan in the captain. I just like the fact that he's less expensive than an Emmanuel Sanders, and I feel like the chances for either one of them to go off are pretty much the same. So I took Traquan captain to have flexibility. So I've got Lamar, Alvin Kamara, Michael Thomas, Mark Andrews, and the Ravens defense.
And I, to give you the rest of my lineup, have Lamar, Kamara, J.K. Dobbins, Andrews, Smith, and Boykin.
Okay.
So four Ravens.
Certainly thought about J.K. Dobbins as opposed to Mark Andrews. Just didn't work out that way. So we'll find out how it goes. That's why we play the games. We've got producer Drew with us. Daniel, our technical director. Patrick, updating scores from the DraftKings Ops team. Peace of Mind in the chat says, Ravens Nation strong.
That's good.
Smalls in the flex. Smalls in the chat says, I got Smith captained also. Eric Court says, nice lineup, Glash. Well, we'll see. We'll see, Eric. Appreciate you.
Well, I think it's more just that you had a lineup.
That could be it, too. Very, very fair points across the board. So, if you were here for the last one, it wasn't great offensively. Kind of a snoozer. Hopefully, we get some points. Kyle. Hi, Kyle. Here today. Tomorrow, I don't even know myself, to be quite honest. Check it out. Just for Kyle. Let's go to the calendar. Yes, it is Saint football to begin. What's tomorrow? 15th? I'm here at 2 and 4. No Madden After Dark tomorrow, Kyle. Just enjoy tonight, Kyle. But yes, thanks for asking. Justin asking, did you watch the start to the NASCAR race today? No. Brandon, did you?
All right, ask that again.
Did you watch any of the NASCAR? Apparently, the start to the NASCAR race.
I didn't. I was watching a little bit of the pre-race for like 30 seconds, and then I had it on. But no, I was doing a bunch of other stuff. Why? What happened?
I don't know. I mean, Justin, you kind of asked the question as if there's some meaning behind a reasoning asking the question. We'll find out. Tell us, Justin, what happened? Here is Lamar Jackson. Ravens wearing the white uniforms. Not the Saints. J.K. Dobbins. 1 carry, 1 yard.
99 away from the bonus.
Corey. What's up, Corey? Captained Traquan Smith. Played Lamar, Breeze, Michael Thomas, Mark Andrews, and Justin Tucker. Great kicker matchup. Tucker against Lutz. 3rd and 8. Lamar. Gotta have it. Mark Andrews inside the 40. 37-yard pickup. That's what you like to see. CJ71, I see you're on Twitch. Not here tomorrow night. What's up? Dougie30, Glash and BK. Light show time?
You know it.
Yep. Dougie, here's what I did, pal. I put Traquan in the captain spot, Lamar, Kamara, Michael Thomas, Mark Andrews, and the Ravens defense in the flex. Lamar going to the right side. Tipped away, incomplete.
I like my chances to beat Koff in hoops. So the one player, when I still had PG getting started and Zion, was Thomas Sadaransky. Was the only person he didn't have in his lineup yet. So he's beating me 217 to 213. And I've got Paul George going just before the half, as well as Zion. And in that game, all he has is Sadaransky.
So we did get PI, which allowed for 1st and goal. Mark Ingram could not finish it off. So we get 2nd and goal from the 3.
Dobbins or a Lamar TD. I'll take a Lamar TD, even though I know lots of people have him in their captain spot. 82% in the big showdown.
Ooh, and 29% captained. Sean Payton hates PI, says producer Drew. Talk about Bree's greatest hits. There's Dobbins.
Gus Edwards? Oh, Dobbins.
Yeah.
Well, I got the catch. I'll take the catch. For -4 yards.
Someone brought this up in the Twitch chat. The Atlanta Falcons, their tweet to Drew Brees.
Which is what?
Let me pull it back up. Something like, "Hey, great career, but we won't miss you." Like that was the language of the tweet.
I like that better than the Bucs. The Bucs are like, "Hey, great career." Yeah. There you
Andrews,
go.
touchdown.
Lamar to Andrews. That's good for me. Good for a lot of people. Oh, I've overtaken Koff already. Right, hopefully this is a good night since he got me in the NASCAR game. I need a basketball win in the worst way. I haven't beaten him since one of our 2 All-Star head-to-heads.
Oh, it was Smash Lanta who brought it up. Yeah, the Falcons 4 hours ago. We thank you at Drew Brees, but we won't miss you. And that's like a narrated 1 minute, 20-second clip of just like, oh, the memories of what you did, and we won't miss you, Drew. Which is like...
Did you see just a few minutes ago, Kyle Juszczyk back for 5 years, or at least a 5-year deal with San Fran?
Yeah.
Have you seen the back and forth on that? Where last night, John Lynch, late at night, early in the morning, depending on what time you saw it, tweeted, "Can you feel the juice?" And then Joe Linta, Juszczyk's agent, told Schefter, "Everybody loves the juice, but this time of year, juice costs you more money," or something like that. And then Juszczyk puts out on his own Instagram, "So incredibly thankful to be a part," rather than a part. He made it a part, which means away from. Anyway, we know what he meant. "So incredibly thankful to be a part of this organization for 5 more years. Thank you, faithful," because they're the 49ers faithful, "for the continuous support. Looking forward to showing that the juice is always worth the squeeze." 2 juice box emojis. So 5-year deal, Juszczyk.
Gotta love Twitter. So here's Drew Brees. Superstar traits, no longer an X-Factor player. We all kind of saw this coming, right? I was kind of starting to think, like, wait a minute. Drew Brees has not said he's done yet. And then what do you know today? Announced his retirement. Nice post on Instagram with his kids. And he's hanging them up. Isn't it? Phillip Rivers, done. Drew Brees, done. Tom Brady, yeah. Extension. It's play till I'm 46. Fantastic. I know. Glash, how do you make it about Brady? Sanders first down. But I don't know. Do you have something to say about Drew Brees retiring? I'm like, all right, cool. Like, kind of.
We knew it was happening. This is not a surprise.
Okay. Me either. I'm good. We can move on.
He already has a job. He's going to be on Today Show tomorrow talking about it. He's made a couple $100 million. He and his wife are likely, I imagine, they're moving to Del Mar full time.
Does anyone have anything to say about Drew Brees? Put it in the chat or read it. We can get sentimental if you want. I don't know. Where does he rank all time? Best quarterbacks. Where does he rank? Top 10?
He wasn't in the top 10 of the 100 best players of all time, quarterbacks. But they also had like Sammy Baugh in there or whatever, or Y.A. Tittle. Modern era, statistically, he's top 3 in every category. But if you're going to draft a quarterback, how many quarterbacks have you drafted before you get to Drew Brees? And if you want to put him ahead of Mahomes right now, that's fine, just for the sake of this, where he ranks all time.
Sure.
We will take Mahomes out of the conversation for this.
All right.
Do you
I'll
have
make a list. I'll write him down.
Okay. You write him down. And
all right, Brady.
If you're writing him down, then I guess.
So you want to pick people that you would not take?
No, that you would take Brees. You would take these people before Brees.
Yes.
So you and I are agreeing we both take Brady.
All right, Brady, Montana.
Yep, Montana.
Marino.
Elway. I'm taking Elway.
Yep, and
Peyton
Manning.
Peyton Manning, not Eli
Peyton.
Manning. That's 5 without thinking about it.
Rodgers.
Rodgers, I'm taking before him. Again, we're taking Mahomes out of this exercise, although all of us would take Mahomes before him, I think. Steve Young before Brees. There's a similarity there, but probably not. We talk about durability, longevity, what he meant to New Orleans. I'm probably not that that's a reason to draft somebody. Bradshaw, probably not. I'm taking Brees ahead of Bradshaw, I think.
Agreed.
Are you taking Brees or Aikman? Probably taking Brees as far as running a passing offense.
Yeah, okay.
Staubach? I don't know. You talk to anybody that watched Staubach play, there's not too many people that are taking ahead of Staubach that really watched him play. And he spent the first 4 years of what would have been his NFL career in the Navy.
Are we missing an obvious one? Do we put Young? Yes or no on Young? You said no?
I said no, but it's kind of a coin toss, and that probably gives you an idea. Jim Kelly, no. That's what Micah meant. No.
Anthony says Favre.
Yeah, Favre. You're probably taking Favre ahead of you. Well, I don't know. Same amount of Super Bowls. Both super durable for the most part.
So we've got 6 written down right now. Brady, Montana, Marino, Elway, Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers.
Right, and that's without any debate at all. On the Favre, Steve Young's, Troy Aikman's, Roger Staubach's of the world. You're taking him ahead of Big Ben. You're taking him ahead of Phillip Rivers. You're taking him ahead of Eli, all his contemporaries. You're taking him ahead of Archie Manning, the best Saints quarterback of all time. Someone brings up Andrew Luck. Yeah, Andrew Luck would be the great unknown because he retired after 8 years. King Matt Gamble's taking Troy or Staubach ahead. I guess that's our point. He's definitely not top 5. He's probably top 10, right? Without putting a hard ranking on it.
Yep.
Yeah, right. Unitas, Len Dawson, people like that. Bart Starr. It's kind of comparing apples to oranges.
Right. You could put him somewhere between like 7 and 12th all time.
Yeah.
Closer to 10, not close to 5.
Right. And of the quarterbacks, these young quarterbacks now, Mahomes is the only one you feel like would jump ahead of him anytime soon. Luck may have had a chance, but we'll never know. Anybody else you're not putting in the conversation.
Brother Phil says, Glashy, try to remember Brees has thrown for 5,000 plus yards 5 times. Nobody else has done it more than once. He's a top 5 dude. All right, Brother Phil, give me 4. Give me the
2 you're taking out of the 6 we named.
Right. So Brady, Montana, Marino, Elway, Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers.
Who are you putting Brees ahead of?
You have to take 2. Yeah, right. You have to put him ahead of 2 of those.
Yeah, Fran Tarkenton, Warren Moon. I mean, we can name all the great quarterbacks, and we're doing that. Where Brees ranks is it's hard to put him ahead of those 6.
Jackson Keeper stays on his feet.
I like that. How am I doing?
Nice play.
I can't look at this Kaufman NBA showdown. We're literally neck and neck. So.
You're fine. You're gonna win.
So let's see how I'm doing in this contest. Is there a way you can set up DraftKings to not always have upcoming as the first thing, but have live as the first thing? When you click on lineups?
I'm not sure. I mean, it does just take a click of the view live, but I know what you're saying. Ooh. Saints D was ready for that one.
I'm in 15th, so hanging around.
Sixes B for Life is in first place right now in the free showdown. 10,423 entries. Mark Andrews captained in 2.6% of lineups. 36% in the flex, catching a touchdown from Lamar Jackson. Lutz kicked the field goal after 2nd and 13, and Jackson is sacked again.
So last week I got a new version of Adobe Audition, the newest version.
Yeah.
And it feels like it's
awesome.
A life-changing. Well, I've had a version that I got from a producer I worked with. I don't want to call it pirated, but it definitely wasn't my license, you know? And so I've had it for like 7 years. And about 2 years ago, it said, this is not an authentic version of Audition. You need to get the new version. You need to pay for it. And I would just like X out of that and then open it up and hope for the best. But in the last like month, it kicks me out. It's like, we are locking you out of this in 1 minute. So unless I am doing stuff with the internet off, which is hard sometimes because of what I'm working on. So finally I told my boss, I'm like, look, I know I told you about this a couple years ago. And he goes, oh, just go online. So the company happily paid for it. I think it's because we're on the other side of things now from where we were maybe 6 months or a year ago when I needed it at home still. But yeah, it feels life-changing. It only matters to people that work in radio. It feels, amazing.
Yeah, that I feel the same way about Premiere. So.
Yeah. What do you do in Premiere?
Well, I edit my own crap,
But not your TikTok videos?
No. Not my TikTok videos. Good question, though. I get it all the time. So I just put in the chat, everybody, the 6 names. Because I know, like, we say stuff and you might join in late or you missed something. You had to scratch your cat's belly or something and you missed what we said. The 6 quarterbacks that we have for sure ahead of Drew Brees. For sure. We think Brady, Montana, Marino, Elway, Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers. So this is just kind of like a base for our discussion.
Yeah, somebody threw Kurt Warner out there. No one's taking Kurt Warner before Drew Brees. Kurt Warner had a hell of a career in an abbreviated amount of time. Went to the Super Bowl with 2 teams, league MVP. Ooh, I got another one. And it may be too early, but one that we forgot that might slide ahead of him. And I just totally spaced it. But the guy's gone to 8 Pro Bowls, never been an MVP. Russell Wilson. You can't take him ahead of Brees because Brees is kind of Russell Wilson before Russell Wilson. But Russ is, 10 years into what is likely a 20-year career. I don't know if his numbers will ever equal Brees's, but they might based on this current construction of it, the way they play NFL football. So Russell Wilson could jump ahead of him, too, with another Super Bowl win.
Ralphie508, what's up? We mentioned Favre.
If you're going to take Favre over Brees, you're not going to get an argument from me. Like, same with Steve Young, even. I just point to Brees' longevity and production. That I would take him over Young, I think. And he's right-handed. I know that sounds silly, but realistically, you have to flip everything when you have a left-handed QB. You need a better right tackle.
Damon, what's up, Damon? Good to have you here. Sean McGurl says, please, no dumb voices tonight. I'd actually like to watch this sim.
Oh.
You have to worry about me.
If Chip Perkins shows up, that's got nothing to do with you.
Yeah, plus one of the Perkins brothers has been killed, so lucky you.
I would think that it would almost make you want to do it more.
I know. It's so true. Oh, Drew. Seeing ghosts. Not good. Drew Brees is making the right decision, right?
Yes. Did you watch that last game?
All right.
Yes, he can't do what he could do before. So can he figure out a way to win games and manage games and stuff? Yes. Can he throw for 5,000 yards and go lead a team to playoff wins? No.
That is like, I was having this discussion with my buddies yesterday golfing. Like, Drew Brees is 41, and he looks at this past year and goes, Tom Brady just entered my division. Never mind my conference, the division. Just kick me out of the playoffs again.
Of course, he did beat Tom Brady, or they beat Tom Brady twice. He played both those games. I can't remember when he got hurt. And then
yeah, he did. The game they won, the game they were winning 38-0 or whatever in Tampa.
Yeah,
Drew Brees was starting that game and opening day.
Yeah, so he's better than Brady in the regular season, but
it's like
in the postseason.
It's got to be like, you got to be kidding me.
I wonder if from the Perkins family.
Say it again.
Daniel's sad that Skip Perkins died, or that Chip died. He said who? Chip died? No, Skip died.
Chip's missing. Skip got killed. Yeah, like, okay. What do you think? Do you think if the Saints made a run and won it, you think Brees still would have hung him up?
I think they definitely would have hung him up then.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know.
I feel like this whole thing now of going out on top is now like no longer a thing. Like, I think you're more inclined to run it back because you win it.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
David Gorgie. I'm convinced it's Gorgie. Everybody says Georgie, but I'm going to go Gorgie. His top 5 all time: Elway, Brady, Montana, Bradshaw style. My thing with Bradshaw, and he was good, but he had Hall of Famers everywhere. I always like to think, what if you flip him and Archie Manning, and he stayed in his home state of Louisiana? I know they were a year apart in the draft, but Archie ends up in the Steelers. Archie was never better than 8-8.
Corey in the chat. He's one of those Aaron Rodgers doesn't have any receivers guys. God, those people are annoying.
Didn't he have a first-team All-Pro receiver this year?
Yeah, I guess. Well, that just goes out the window. But everyone but him.
I'm curious how many Pro Bowlers he's had at receiver. Greg Jennings, Jordy Nelson.
Yeah. Nope, those don't count.
Did Randall Cobb ever make a Pro Bowl?
Those don't count. Come on, Corey. I can't stand people that do this about Aaron Rodgers with no receivers. Stop it. They just paid Aaron Jones. That's good.
Yeah.
Now he catches the ball. Let's see. Chef says Saints are working on a Winston contract as we speak.
Yeah,
after the Cam signing.
They want Jameis to be their guy. The Taysom Hill thing is just insurance. It feels like. I don't even mean the $140, $140 million. It's in case Jameis can't get it done. Corey says, who else? Who else? We just told you everybody who else.
I think he's catching up. Like, our audio's starting to come.
Oh, right. Jordy, Greg Jennings, Donald Driver. Donald Driver went to a Pro Bowl, right? Did Randall Cobb go to a Pro Bowl? Nobody?
Yeah, who cares if they were already there? Troy Brown was there for Tom Brady when he showed up.
Yeah, we're just talking about people he threw to. We're not saying who they brought in for him.
Corey, are you a Packers fan? Do you feel bad for Aaron Rodgers? Not enough help for Aaron. Oh, poor Aaron needs more help.
He just won his 3rd MVP. You don't do that because you don't have anybody to throw to.
Poor Aaron. Aaron gets no help.
Driver went to 3 Pro Bowls. So you had 3-time Pro Bowler. Greg Jennings was a Pro Bowler. Jordy, I know, went to a Pro Bowl. And Devontae Adams was all pro last year. Right? Weren't Devontae Adams and Stephon Diggs the 2 first-team all-pro lineup?
Mm-hmm. That's it, though. Alvin Kamara for a first down. Come on, we need offense in this sim.
Cobb went in 2014.
Corey, you're entitled to your opinion. I just don't agree with it.
Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Sometimes they're wrong. Think whatever you want.
I mean, look, the Jordan Love, A.J. Dillon draft, that individual draft, yes, does not help Aaron Rodgers.
Very stupid draft. Jordan Love makes no sense, although as people will point out, they drafted 8 quarterbacks when they had Brett Favre. Now, the only one in the first round, I believe, is Aaron Rodgers, but they drafted Ty Detmer, they drafted Mark Brunell, and they drafted Matt Hasselbeck. They draft quarterbacks in Green Bay, and they move on from them, or they move them along. But
he also had great tight ends.
He has actually good. But A.J. Dillon, which I didn't really get, seemed to be insurance with Jamal Williams and Aaron Jones contracts coming up. It makes less sense now. You just signed to a 4-year deal. Especially considering last year was one of the best wide receiver drafts of all time, but this year's supposed to be just as good.
I think the Aaron Jones contract is a good sign in the sense that Green Bay is willing to be more aggressive to put stuff around Aaron instead of this we're building. How about win one, win a title? And I can get why Aaron Rodgers gets annoyed. He wants that all-in factor, but they've had a lot going on. Second and 10 for Breeze, completes to Jared Cook inside the 30. Big gain.
Sometimes the way you say Febreze kind of sounds like you're saying Febreze.
Febreze?
The cleaning stuff?
Oh, true, yeah.
Febreze. I'm not being critical. I'm just saying if you listen to it fast. Jared Cook was on the Packers. Yeah, he's pretty good. James Jones was a really good second, third wide receiver. They've had weapons. I understand that those draft picks were stupid, but he still won the MVP, even with 2 bad draft picks. He has the highest paid left tackle in football. He's had some of the highest paid offensive linemen in football for years.
This is good, though, Corey. It's good back and forth. Danimal says, Captain Cook, about time. Abby Rizzle, no, Marv Albert is not dead. My Marv Albert. The real one. Yes, the real one is doing well as well. Second and 5, there's a first down. Nice play to Thomas. Just enough for the first. Jared Cook also was a Packer. I always forget about that. Jimmy Graham.
Jimmy Graham was too.
Michael Finley.
Mercedes Lewis. A lot of big-time pass-catching tight ends. Rodgers wanted Ayuk or Higgins. I get it. He's right. They should have gotten it. Oh, that should have been a pick 6.
I was saying this all during January. If Green Bay had closed out the NFC Championship game and they had opportunities to win that football game, the narrative
maybe
would
don't kick
so
field goals,
different.
Matt LaFleur. That's not on Rodgers.
No, it's not. But the narrative would be so different if Aaron was in the Super Bowl this year.
Maybe if Rodgers had run to the end zone instead of, I don't know, throwing it wherever he threw it.
Yeah.
Run it in, dude.
But when he doesn't win that game, right? So here we are. It's March, and now it's, he hasn't had enough. No. They had enough. They were the 1 seed. They've had plenty. They just don't win when they're supposed to win. That's the problem.
And this was the first NFC title game he's ever hosted. How crazy is that?
Kyle coming in hot here. 3rd and 12. We'll watch the play first. Breeze to Cook. Steps out of bounds. Kyle says, I hate how everyone puts Rodgers in such a high scale. Overrated. Luck is his skill. It's dramatics that make him look good. Crazy.
You don't win 3 MVPs when you're by being lucky. You win a couple games by being lucky. You don't accidentally win 3 MVPs.
Well, Aaron's also just a great talent.
Yes.
No, very skilled too. Don't get me wrong.
He's maybe the best pure thrower of the football that a lot of people have ever seen. The ease with which he throws the football and can make every throw. And does he have the arm strength of Josh Allen or John Elway or even Patrick Mahomes? No. And Mahomes may be the answer if you don't like Aaron Rodgers, but ask quarterback gurus, quarterback aficionados, Chris Sims of the world. They'll tell you Aaron Rodgers throws the best ball they've ever seen.
I love how this started with, where do we think Drew Brees is in the top 10?
Well,
it turned into an Aaron Rodgers.
We put A-Rod ahead of him. And now he's engaged with Shailene Woodley.
Craig Martin has his rankings. Number 1, Mike Vick. Number 2, Vinny Testaverde. Number 3, Tom Brady. Number 4, Phil Simms. Number 5, Eli Manning.
All right. Chase
Great
Daniel.
list.
Bill Connor has Chase Daniel. I think you jinxed this game by talking about how it couldn't be worse than last game. Mark Andrews doing work, though. I'm in 53rd. I need to be better. I'd like my team to be better. Brain tired. Rutherford does bring up championships, our team achievements, and Breeze is in top 5 in every meaningful stat. I think he's higher than that. I think he's top 3 in every stat. Or 1 or 2 now. Brady.
No, yeah, and Brother Phil made a good point about the 5,000 yards thing. I forget the specific stat, but he's done it, what, 4 times? 5 times?
5 times, I think.
Someone else has only done it
7
more
and
than
9.
once? Yeah. Wes is on Twitch, holding down the fort. Fooligan says Brady made receivers better, but let's not pretend they were not good. I would agree with that.
Brady or Breeze?
He's talking about Brady. They're saying how Brady did a lot with less. It's just like how Aaron could probably have won more with a little bit less. But credit to Aaron for making guys better, guys around him better.
Yeah.
Like Robert Tonyan. Is Robert Tonyan without Aaron Rodgers? Probably not.
No, and is Marcus Colston the best receiver to never make a Pro Bowl without Drew Brees? Did you know that? Marcus Colston never made a Pro Bowl?
There you go.
No,
Yeah, that's
like 5,000
really?
yard seasons. Yeah, Lamar, come on now. I'll talk about it again.
You know, I'll give you one
Tucker,
from New
60-yarder?
Is Julian Edelman who Julian Edelman is without Brady? Probably not.
Probably not. This is
You know?
really weird. They're doing all that to set up a 56-yarder. Huh? Okay.
Is it Marquise Colston?
I think it's Marcus Colston. even
Marcus
though
Colston never made a Pro Bowl.
I don't think so. Double check that, but I don't know why I'd have that piece of information in my head if it weren't true.
Fooligan, I agree. Rodgers better than Breeze. Eye test.
I'm up to 33rd, by the way.
It's close though.
Tucker.
Talent-wise, yes, Rodgers, no question.
Nailed it. No Pro Bowls for Marcus Colston. Look at Ted Ginn. Ted Ginn's been really good when he's been with Breeze, and he's just been okay. Well, really good. He's been better with Breeze than he was anywhere else. By the way, New Orleans is kicking the crap out of the Clippers.
Derwin says Tonyan trained with Kittle before this past season, not Rodgers. Oh, so they didn't have anyone throw to them?
No, they were just throwing to each other.
Dude, let's run routes, put our hands up, and then I'll do what you do after.
Don't worry about the ball. Just it's all...
Don't worry about the ball. Just put your hands where I put mine.
There are basketball camps that they won't use a basketball to just work on footwork the first day or two. But you can learn to be a better tight end by spending time working out with another tight end, ideal or arguably the best in the game or one of the 2 or 3 best in the game. That can help you become a better tight end. And then when you need to run routes with your quarterback, you go find Aaron Rodgers and you catch passes from him. Also, Jay Sternberger opting out, I think, or getting hurt or whatever it was, helped Tonyan get the minutes, get the snaps.
Alvin Kamara, 4 carries, 31 yards. Lamar, 4 for 23. Wow.
Closing in on those bonuses. Another 79 and 69 and 77, and they're right there. Bonus time. Zion had back-to-back buckets, though. That's good. I want to beat Cough. I'm dropping in some basketball for you. It is 86-65. New Orleans has beaten the Clippers in the Big Easy. Can I go way off the board?
Say it again.
Can we go way off the board?
Sure.
I found out I've got the first pick in my fantasy baseball draft. It will become a keeper league after this year, but that won't affect the first couple rounds anyway. Softer hard tacos. That's
Yeah,
what
Kyle's trying to pivot.
Yeah. Well, I'm pivoting in fantasy baseball. First pick, I have too many choices.
Okay.
Mookie, good player, great player. Trout, Tatis Jr., Acuna, maybe Nolan in St. Louis. I doubt I'd take Nolan first. Who should I take with the very first overall pick in this fantasy draft?
I haven't played fantasy baseball in so long.
Well, you should know who the 4 best players are.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but from a fantasy standpoint,
I think it's Betts, but I don't know. Acuna's going to have more bombs.
I think
Producer Drew says Trout, right? You can't miss with
let's
Trout.
let the chat decide.
Chad, if you had the first pick in your draft in baseball, all players available, who are you taking?
Jordan, I know. I got to check my trades. I know. I got you, man. I got you. I will. I promise. I'll write it down right now. Check.
If I'm drafting a team, I'm taking Trout. But
trades.
This is fantasy baseball.
And it's a dynasty. So you can keep dudes after this year?
No. Sorry, Bill. I didn't know you paused the NBA game. Sorry. Next time I give you an NBA score, I will tell everybody that I'm about to give an NBA score.
You know who does? Someone from our team, Gary and Thorne, during the what the heck was it? It was he's from Toronto, so it might have been Raptors, Celtics.
I was laughing. Chef Duke says I should take David Justice.
Ha. And Garion was the same way. I didn't say anything though. He's like, "Oh, don't tell me the score." I think it was Raptors playoffs. Whoever they played in the first round.
Playoffs I get, but I don't know. If you can pause the game, it means you can probably pull it up on your computer next to the sim. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, some people like to watch it.
Yeah, I guess.
Sit on their couch, full audio, the broadcast,
you
no
hear
distraction.
Mike Breen and Mark Jackson have to say. I get it. Apologies.
Experience, you know?
Yeah, sure. Next time I give a live score, am I allowed to give out Grammy updates or no?
No, dude. just let Bill know every time
if you're recording the Grammys.
We'll have to anytime you do an update, we'll do it like you do it on the radio. Like, all right, it's time now for a KOA update.
Can I tell you who won Best Rapper or no? Best Rap Song?
Bill?
Best Rap Song coming up in 3, 2, 1. Again, Megan Thee Stallion. Best Rap Song for Savage featuring Beyonce.
3rd and 9. Breeze just cut it off. Camaro does not get the first. So we'll get a punt.
Jay-Z and Beyonce's daughter won a Grammy for being somehow part of their music video. They did Best Music Video as an award, a pre-Grammy show award. You know, they give out some of those awards before the show even starts.
So I'm seeing a fair balance of Mookie and Tatis in the chat.
Yeah, I can't go wrong. I get that. Unless one of them gets hurt. There's obviously zero way to predict that.
Herb Dog says, I have issues with Breeze as a Charger. He would stink it up for 3 quarters, then score versus a prevent defense, and games were closer, but we never had a real chance to win. Empty stats as a Charger. Yeah, but he went on to the Saints and had so much sustained success. I don't think it really matters.
I mean, he won games with the Chargers. If he wouldn't have hurt his shoulder, who knows? Although they had already drafted early. This question I love. Nice little throw there from Lamar.
Hit that like button if you haven't already, by the way. We have 400 watching on YouTube. We're almost at 250 likes. So hit that like button. Patrick from the Game Ops team. Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Producer Drew. Got a great crew tonight.
Jim wants to know who Megan Thee Stallion is. Well, she's the best new artist in all of music, and she's the artist who produced the best rap song featuring Beyonce.
Banded Caterpie 53 on Twitch. Let's do DraftKings SimFam Grammys right now. All right, Banded Caterpie, get us started. Give us something
What
to
are the
work
categories? Best solo artist, Matt LaMarca.
Best what?
Best solo artist, Matt LaMarca.
Yeah, there you go. Throw out your Grammy nominations.
This is my favorite. I've seen 3 different articles listing all the people who were honored in memoriam. We know the musicians who died. I'm not saying we shouldn't see them, but like I don't need to tweet about it. Just say, here's the in memoriam. I guess you need headlines to go with it. Taylor Swift performed her songs Folklore and Evermore in a medley. I recorded the Grammys, but my satellite doesn't work, so it's a blizzard.
Out of the pistol, play action. Jackson tucks, runs. He's got the 45-yard line of New Orleans.
Here's some info that I appreciate from Harry Taco. Says Megan Thee Stallion's song Savage didn't originally have Beyonce on it. That's a remix. Well, the remix one.
Andy Caterpie says the best Glash impression, starting easy. Best cereal cruncher, Emerson. CJ71. Ha! Reed Tees, did you know? Most likely to give bad takes award. We all have bad takes. All of us do. Some come true. That's why takes exist, because you get most of them wrong. So you get back up the next day and make a new take. What else we got? Oh, producer Drew says best solo artist. Oh yeah, Matt LaMarca, you said that. Best duo performance: Emerson and Christian singing "Sister Christian." Midway through the third. Oh, the Saints have just been ready to smush Lamar Jackson. I am in 10th place. Not bad. Ravens defense keeping me alive. Now I'm in 9th. Brother Phil, the best Ducey disser. Brother Phil. Brother Phil with the flex, giving himself an award, giving himself a Grammy.
That's okay.
That's
something Kanye West would do.
Mr. Nick, how about most muted from getting likes?
Yeah, I've got it. Blue Ivy Carter is now a Grammy winner. Pretty good for an 8-year-old.
Love that Brother Phil just gave himself a Grammy. That was fantastic.
She's 9 years old.
Best impression of a self-help coach, Emerson. Oh, man. 4th and 2 at the 32. Dobbins just made a catch. What are they going to do? Kick a field goal.
I'm in 24th before this Tucker field goal. So he's made from 56 and now from 44. Pretty good.
Wes says, best guy to talk to at the bar and hear all their stories, Brandon Cristal. Retease, did you know? Best cross-dresser, Brendan Glasheen.
Well, cross-dresser's not really the best way to describe. Best outfits.
Best rap song, DMX. I remember that.
Did you see the story today that the NCAA's lawyers are going after some medical group?
Oh, no.
For using vasectomy mayhem, saying it's too close to March Madness? Haven't forever companies that aren't affiliated with the NCAA directly used March Mayhem instead of March Madness? Although maybe, you know what, maybe the NCAA also ended up copywriting or whatever March Mayhem as well. Pretty recently.
That's absurd.
That's how it works.
That doesn't put the tournament in jeopardy or anything, right?
No.
Those are true. It's good. 2 minutes left in the third. Just got out of the way. Yeah, you saw that now.
Uh-oh. Who's got the Ravens D? Did the Ravens come up with that? Looks like they did. Check the tape. Best on-air meltdown award goes to Kenny Ducey. Yeah, that's a fumble. Kamara only 199 yards away from hitting the passing downs. Review it. Move to New York. What's Al Riveron say? Let's see. Knee down. Ball. Oh, I can't see the ball from that angle. Let's see. Is ball out? Nope. Knees down.
Rob ran the best bunk bed sleeper at summer camp. Oh. Adam Kaufman's here. Hello, Adam.
Come to congratulate me on how well my NBA line is doing?
Yes, Adam.
Or to take a victory lap after beating me in NASCAR today.
Yeah. I get it. That's
See
good.
what I did? Yeah.
Hello, gents and DK SimFam. Hope you're having a wonderful night.
Oh, Grammy is Kafka. Best spoken word.
Yeah, are we giving out superlatives or Grammys? I feel like most of these have been like superlatives.
Well, because you can't give out too many musical awards for something where there's very little music.
Yeah, for people that are very not musically gifted.
Yeah, well, they're just talking. I guess when you sang on The Sims, great. I haven't yet. So, best announcer voice, says Josh Delfino.
Skip Perkins would agree with that. Did a newscast with him once.
Yeah, great.
And then he killed him. So,
without giving any scores, Bill, this is a fun Pelicans team to watch. I'll say that out loud.
Oh, first down and more? No, but Traquan Smith reels it in.
He's in my roster. Whatever. So no Sims for me all week, dude, until Friday night. I think I'm with you Friday night for Madden After Dark. I mean, it's by design because I can't in the middle say, oh, I got to go. I've got news I got to take care of. That would not be good.
Thomas.
Touchdown. Guard Mike. Do you like his Twitter handle? @Can't Guard Mike.
I do. It's creative.
Bill, when you watch the game, I'm not going to tell you at what point it happened. You'll be excited to see Jackson Hayes dunk all over Reggie Jackson.
Bonzo says, best at answering a question with a question goes to Adam Kaufman. I can appreciate that.
Ooh.
Eric Court, out of nowhere, the ending of Avengers Endgame is so epic.
It's very epic.
Yeah, sure. Sure is. Brian Anderson, love to see it, love to hear it. Finally watching on the 55-inch TV.
So nice. And we appreciate it. I was talking with my buddy the other day because we were talking about electric cars and how they'll become the standard. And I reminded him that when I was a freshman in college in 1996, I was taking some TV class or whatever. And they're like, by 2006, all TVs in America will be high def. and that was definitely not the case. And then it got us down this rabbit hole. You remember like when a 32-inch TV was, especially if it was some sort of flat screen or plasma or whatever, you're like, it was the craziest thing you've ever seen. Now if you told somebody you had a 32-inch TV, they would just laugh at
you. Right? My
even
dad
42.
got a 30.
I think even a 42-inch TV. Bedroom TV, you get a little bit of break. But if you're a big TV in your living room or den or whatever, it's 32 or 42, you're getting clowned.
Michael Johnson says, I would love to smoke with Brandon Glasheen.
Okay.
Maybe he meant both of us.
Sure. Come on out to Colorado. You can find something, I'm sure.
Okay. End of the third. Bill Connor. What is this? The best announcer with a relative you're talking about Skip Perkins.
Skip
Best
Perkins.
announcer with relative buried in basement.
Well, we hope.
I hope you're talking about Skip Perkins.
I hope it's Skip Perkins and nobody else.
I'm reading that. I'm like, what in the world is Bill talking about? I'm like, oh, wait, maybe it's Skip Perkins.
I just saw Drew's note in our chat. It made me chuckle.
Oh, sorry, I went to a sim.
Can you wait to announce it in an hour and give or take 10 minutes unless we go to double overtime?
All right. Drew Brees, 193 passing. Yippee. Jackson, 9 for 48 rushing.
You know who'd have more than 193? Aaron Rodgers.
Ooh.
What do you have? Didn't we have him yesterday? Or I had him yesterday, I think.
That Aaron Rodgers discussion we had was
heated.
Felt like forever ago. Wasn't this sim? Mike A. meant, what kind of party is this? It's a lights party, man. Planetarium, disco. It's whatever you want it to be. Jared Cook, 6 for 44. Andrews, 5 for 71. Most likely to talk you into NBA head-to-head goes to Geoff.
Oh, no question. NBA sent. Yeah, thanks. Got it. Here, I want to know what Rodgers did the last time compared to what Breeze is doing in this one.
We're going to do a silent buzzword tonight. I'm trying to remember who suggested that.
Rodgers had 4 passing touchdowns yesterday and 286 passing yards and 22 on the ground. So take that, Breeze. Maybe you should retire.
Yeah, we're going to do a moment of silence tonight. Buzzword moment of silence for marvelous Marvin Hagler, who passed away.
Did you see this note from Mike Tannenbaum, former NFL GM, now working at ESPN?
No, what do you got?
As we're about to start free agency, here's some much-needed context. Only 4 teams have made the playoffs in their first year of signing a player to $15 million or more. Packers in 19 when they signed Zadarius Smith.
Yeah.
The Chiefs in 18 signing Sammy Watkins. I could argue that it had more to do with Patrick Mahomes. The Jaguars in 17 when they signed Calais. And in 16, the Giants signed Olivier Vernon.
It has to be 15 million AAV.
Yeah. That, according to ESPN Stats and Info, courtesy of Mike Tannenbaum. So, be careful what you wish for with your high-dollar free agent to come to your crappy team.
What was
Teams don't have the room to sign them. What's that?
These teams did not make the playoffs in year one.
Yeah, year one. I don't know. What's Stephon Gilmore's average annual value? 14, maybe? I thought it was 5 years, 80. So what is that?
16.
Well, I don't know. There's a chance.
Just thinking.
They definitely would have gone to the playoffs because they went to the playoffs every year.
Emerson's baby cap shirt, most likely to have their buttons pushed by Glash, goes to Kenny Ducey.
No, his contract was 5 years, 65.
Oh, wow.
18 million signing bonus, average annual value
13. All right, take it back. I was going to say Stephon Diggs, but that was not a. It was a trade.
Oh, you're saying Stephon Diggs. I thought you were going to say Stephon.
No. I said Gilmore. You were right. Then I thought about Diggs.
Yeah, but that was a trade.
Right. What did Michael Thomas just get?
He was already on their team.
And then right. Dallas with Amari Cooper didn't
trade.
Make the playoffs. Yeah. Oh, true. Trade. Yeah. That's fair. Initially, right.
Yeah, they traded to the Raiders. Right, Khalil Mack signed that crazy deal again after the trade.
Brother Phil says, of course, Clash's Grammy Award-winning album, Tommy Forever Love, really was launched by the hit single My Brady Blow-Up Doll is Leaking Air. Which rose to #1 on the Billboard chart.
Go forward, Pro Bowl fullback Patrick Ricard.
Freakin says, at Brendan Glasheen, it's my wife's birthday. Leslie. Happy birthday, Leslie.
Happy birthday. You spending it hanging out with us?
Hey, Deltfish is on Twitch. I know you jumped into this very briefly in the 8 o'clock sim. Question is, can you explain the Taysom Hill contract?
Not easily, but essentially, because he was already on that first contract, I believe, right? He had 2 years left on that one he signed a year ago that was paying him $16 million this year. We need to extend the deal to make everything kind of work, to make more of that paid out over multiple years in the bonus. So I think they converted more of it to a bonus and added more years and had to extend the total value to $140 million to make everything work, but each year is voidable. So this will be the last year that he's under this contract. I guess I could keep doing this, but you're going to get in trouble. They're going to be better off cutting him at some point and re-signing him, I guess, or restructuring the deal. But I don't know how the PA lets you do that. So it feels like this is the final year he'll be there, is the sense I get. But you really need a capologist or an NFL agent to explain it.
There you go.
So I know that wasn't the best explanation.
Oh, another first down. Sanders to the 10.
Let's see if I can get a little more detail.
So we're tied at 13, midway through the fourth quarter. I am in 6th place. If Traquan Smith can score a touchdown here, except someone named Chicago Sports 82 has the same captain as me.
Yeah, so he got no new money or more years added. I don't know if that's true.
Michael Smithy, what's up, Michael? Good to see you again. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. First time playing Fortnite. Need a Traquan touchdown to keep me in it. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Enough of this enough of this Emmanuel Sanders stuff. Sorry, who needs Sanders? Breeze. Oh, Thomas is open.
Okay, that's why. That's what happened. That's part of what happened. Players can't renegotiate a deal. They can't renegotiate higher salaries within 12 months of a previous negotiation. So that's why the money has to stay the same based on current years, but they can convert it. So his salary cap dropped from 16.159 to 8.4, but the 7.749 will now count as dead money next year after his contract voids, unless they decide to do a real extension.
Michael Thomas, touchdown. Put New Orleans up 6. Extra point coming.
I guess the Saints did this with a couple other contracts. We've seen them restructure a bunch. I just didn't know how many they put voided years on. When you add so much money to this, that's why you have to talk about the voided years. I still don't think I explained it. If you go to ESPN.com, it's pretty well explained on the NFL page, courtesy of Mike Triplett and Adam Schefter.
Yeah, and like you did in the 8 o'clock, after each year, it's voided, so they can just rip it up and do something else.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of the cap in the NFL.
It's malleable.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. Like, I mean,
Here's what's not malleable.
restructure.
Yeah, the cap is malleable. You need it's your cash to cap spending is what they try to equate, and
Yep.
at some point, all of the bonuses that you've paid out do count against your cap. So if you just want to forever be not in debt, but you can continue to literally kick the can down the road, as they say. I guess not literally, figuratively kick the can down the road. You can keep converting players' salaries to bonuses and pay it out over multiple years, even when they're retired.
Rick Lewis, I saw your comment about the BU Terriers. So UMass Lowell beat them today.
I was
Didn't know
going to
that.
hit you up because I was going to look and pick some winners, but I skipped it all. All right, I'm beating Geoff by 12 with very little time left, Bill. Enough time for you to go back and watch the game. There's still actually more than little time. But Zion and Paul George against Saturansky is good for me. All his games went final. You're going to assume that Zion and Paul George have a better fourth quarter than Saturansky, right?
I would like to think so, right?
Oh, and Saturansky, there's 8 minutes left in that game. Almost 9 minutes left in this other game. Are we getting free football here? Is Baltimore about to march down and tie this sucker up?
Great question. Wouldn't surprise me if they scored still some time on the clock for the Saints. It is 3rd and 4 at their own 32, the Ravens. They've got to get this. Michael Smithy, the pizza deal, I'm actually considering bringing them back. But someone ruined them. Because someone pretended to be... Two people pretended to be the same person. So it ruined them.
And neither were the actual person?
I think one was, the other wasn't, but I couldn't tell.
So that's not two people pretending, that's only one person pretending.
Right, yes. Yeah, you're right.
Somebody else is being themselves.
Yes. We think. I think, if I remember correctly. Rob Brandt says, DK Simfam, Glash, BK, and all. Thanks for a great year. I will send some Tom Brady fans gifts to DK for some parting gifts. Tomorrow I walk into a building with people for the first time in a year.
Well, enjoy it and be safe.
Mark Andrews, just like he was doing in the first quarter, with a big-time catch to the 47 of New Orleans. We have a 6-way tie for first place in the $250 free showdown. Michael Thomas and the captain with Kamara, Breeze, Andrews, Tucker, and Lutz, both kickers. Willie Snead with the grab.
Does Lamar have enough magic here? Feels like it's trending in the right direction based on these last few plays.
Oh, Jimmy B, thanks for the reminder. I totally skipped the buzzword. Not cool.
Well, there's going to be a moment of silence. You can do it now because you're not going to be loud.
All right, we'll do a moment of silence. We did mention we would do this, so I should do it because I would feel bad if we didn't.
After the first down pass from Lamar to look like Dobbins out of the backfield.
Yes, for marvelous Marvin Hagler. We'll pause now.
I think we paid enough respect there to the marvelous one.
Sorry, guys. I've been iffy lately on the 10:59 count. So, thank you. I know. Well, finally, the energy is picking up here at the end of this game.
I'm in 69th, but if Lamar keeps marching down the field, just dumping it off to Dobbins all the way to the end zone, that'll be good for me.
See, I am in.
Still all 3 timeouts. Run it, Lamar. Look at that lane. Run the ball, dude.
Here you go. The 10.
Juke. Oh, and a face mask. First and goal on the 2.
Against the defense.
Greg Roberts.
first and goal from the 2.
Cannot believe.
All right.
Taco Bell has something out called the quesalupa. I just saw a commercial for.
Imagine they don't score. Well, they do. Nick Boyle.
Who had Nick Boyle in their lineup? Probably in first place now. .4% owned in the big contest. 0% covered. Demario Davis is looking around.
Oh, boy. Nick Boyle.
Producer Drew points out that's pretty high ownership for a tight end, too, that isn't Virgil Green or O.J. Howard or Vance McDonald. I did not have Boyle. I'm in 47th.
Well, and you're almost willing to take that chance because Snead and Hollywood Brown are not really reliable wideout 1 and 2s.
Yeah, they're the opposite. They're unreliable. Mostly because of Lamar, but also neither of those guys are real number 1.
Right. Meager 66. LOL, I have Boyle 4 games in a row, finally.
If Breeze leads the Saints on a game-winning drive in regulation, then we can put him ahead of Rodgers.
On the day he retires in real life, can Drew Brees come through in Simland?
So that was a waste of 5 seconds to return the ball, where had Harris just taken a knee, they would already have the ball. At least
Here
returners
come
are
the
as dumb
Saints.
as real-life returners.
Now, Will Lutz has a great leg, kicks very well indoors. They only need 3. Here's Drew.
Daniel says, you cannot write this stuff, folks. Here's your first time out. You need more than 8 yards of pop.
You can't make this up.
You cannot make this up.
Drew Brees to win it in Simland on the day he retires in real life.
Well, at least his kids retired.
And we're going to see Drew Brees even more after today, but damn it, he retired. So it's a story. Ooh, empty. Drew. First down, okay. Timeout.
I was working towards the sideline, too. It's the right play call.
Sanders, 4 for 63. Or more
I don't think I knew Stan Van Gundy's the coach of the Pelicans.
You didn't know that?
Maybe I did. I don't know.
He's doing a great job.
I like their team.
I like their team a lot, too.
I don't know if they can do much in the playoffs yet. And I don't know if Zion can really be a dominant player, like to lead a team to a championship, but maybe.
Breeze looking.
Oh, that stops the clock. That's a catch for Jared Cook.
All right.
Breeze has been in these situations before. Now you'd like to pick up at least 15 to make Lutz's life easy, but we'll see.
Booth review.
Booth review. Come on, he had both feet in.
Come
I can see it
on.
from here. I can see it from Denver. In a snowstorm.
We now have a 3rd time playing Fortnite.
Look at all of his toes in, all 10 of them.
Wait, we have a 2nd time playing Fortnite and a 3rd time playing Fortnite. With 1st time playing Fortnite. Oh, man. There's a lot of Fortnite going on.
You ever played Fortnite?
Actually, to be honest, no, never have.
No, it's big in my house with the 14-year-old, so I'll just jump on it sometimes when he leaves it up on and mom needs him to do something.
Call stands incomplete.
And I just run around like a crazy person. That incompletion doesn't kill you.
Nope. Was that a free game, Fortnite, at first?
I think it still is.
Oh.
I mean, I think there's some various things you can do to pay, and like everything,
Right.
virtual goods that you can add to make your characters better or whatever.
All right,
let's skins.
Oh.
All right, look at that. Jared Cook operating with ease. Breeze is saying, where you at, Aaron Rodgers?
This is not a gimme, though. This is a
it's
53.
52-yarder. 52, 53? Yeah, 53-yarder. Now we saw Tucker hit from longer than this. And we saw Aaron Rodgers throw 4 touchdowns in his last sim.
And remember,
if Lutz
Saints
makes
win,
this,
you put Breeze ahead of Rodgers.
Yeah, if Lutz makes this is what determines Breeze's greatness. Lutz's kick.
Bonzo says Glash has played Porch Night before. Yes, the Kaufman household.
Koff and I played NBA Jam online a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, he told me that. I didn't get it at first. I'm like, oh, you can play online.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
I won both games.
Rick Lewis says $40 if he makes it.
To who?
All right, Rick.
Put it in Drew Brees' charity.
Kick is
Plenty
up.
of leg.
Oh, plenty of leg.
Look at that.
No problem.
Drew Brees is better than Aaron Rodgers. Mark it down, everybody.
Wow. On the day
Especially
he retires.
Corey. On the day he retires, Corey. If only Will Lutz kicked for the Packers, Aaron Rodgers would have more championships. Even though Mason Crosby's been the best kicker in the NFC for the last decade, maybe he and Robbie Gould together.
Plus, Drew Brees now has a better winning percentage than Aaron Rodgers on the day Drew Brees retired in Simland. So, more wins, better winning percentage.
I finished 74th. It's not awesome. Lamar respectable. Your captain, did you captain Traquan again?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. Let's see.
Well, I'm in 49th. I was in like 10th, but I have the Ravens.
Andrews in the captain spot, just 3 yards away from the bonus, which I guess you could get right here. Oh, no, time right now.
No, time right now. That's it, dude.
Right.
That's it.
Still,
Saints win it with 1 second remaining.
Mark Andrews, John Burney has him in the captain spot. Seems like when your ownership numbers are as low as his are, in 4th own, but still, and you put up 34 points. You got a problem with Mark Andrews being the crusty Cristal player of the game?
Not at all, pal, because I played him and it worked out well for most of the sim.
What about, do you have a problem with your captain, Traquan Smith, being the Not My Kid award?
A little bit, because how did Hollywood Brown do?
Oh, yeah, Hollywood Brown, I've not even seen anybody's lineups.
Right? Like we were on that. We told everyone not to play him.
But I'm just, well, right. So what was his ownership? I guess let me scroll back up and see that. And then you can tell me what he did, because I can't even find him in anybody's lineup, too. Let's see. Here we go. Hollywood. Only 18% owned, dude.
Wow.
So people did take our advice and smartly not play him. Thus,
He had 1 catch for 16 yards.
Right, but nobody played him.
Right, that's fair. Traquan was owned.
Traquan's 3rd most owned.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
That works.
If you captain him, even if you somehow finished 30 spots better than me, you should still feel like a dummy. I captain Lamar. You were obviously able to get a lot more good players, and that's why you're better. You know, you finish better. But remember last game when I finished 4th? I know it's a what have you done for me lately kind of league, kind of world.
Is it?
I think so, as it relates to these.
Yeah. No, you're right. People forget if you do well in these by the 3rd sim of the day. Oh, yeah, whatever. Okay.
I forget that I've done well. I remember my losses way more than my wins. Like I remember the other night, I didn't remember exactly what it was, but 144th place in our contest out of 171. That's not respectable.
I disagree. I remember when I win. I've won 3 times.
I think I've won 2 or 3 times as well. I've definitely won twice, maybe 3.
First time I ever won the free roll, first place. It was, I remember my lineup, for crying out loud. It was Pats, Patriots, Panthers, Snow Game, Madden After Dark. Pats
it wasn't even a wacky weather Wednesday, wild weather Wednesday. It was just random snow.
No. It was Wild Weather Wednesday. Sony Michel was my captain. I played both quarterbacks. I played both tight ends and McCaffrey. And Michel. So it worked out well. The end. No one cares.
No. But you do, and that's something.
I'm just saying I remember those way more. I don't remember when
I remember my very first sim because it was the craziest ending, and I still haven't had a crazier ending, even with some double overtimes. And it involved your man Mostert, I think, scoring his first touchdown, but not at the end of the game.
You didn't play Kyle Lowry, right?
I did not.
He got ejected from tonight's game.
But neither did Koff. I'm beating Koff as Sadaransky is his night done. And there's still a minute left, but I am up by 14. He's not going to score 14 points in a minute, you wouldn't think. Since Paul George and Zion. If Bill's still listening, Bill, stop listening. Go watch the game. There's 3 minutes left there. So, Paul George icy tonight, dude. Not good.
So annoying. Well, good night to everybody. The DK Sim fam on Twitch fam, also the folks on YouTube. Let's look real quick here. Who Day coming in first place in the free public showdown. Great stuff by Patrick from our Game Ops team, updating the scores. It was not easy by 0.34. Wow. Michael Thomas in the captain spot. Jackson, Cook, Andrews, Tucker, and Lutz in the flex. And then John Burney. Bernay?
I think it's Bernie. Right, Bernie. Maybe it's Bernay.
John, if you're there, nice job. Came in first place. 108.57. Mark Andrews captained. Jackson, Kamara, Thomas, Lutz, and the Saints defense in the flex. All right, let's go to the schedule for tomorrow, and then we can get the heck out of here. So, tomorrow's Monday, right?
Yep.
15th. There we go. Got it. Okay, so tomorrow is Monday. We will start the Dream Stream at noon. Rams at the Dolphins. Emerson Latzia, Christian DeAndrea will join you to start the day. At 2 o'clock, we'll have the Falcons taking on the Bucks. I will be here with Jason Rossi. 4 o'clock, Texans at the Bears. I'll be here as well with Zach Thompson. At 6, we'll have the Niners taking on the Seahawks. Kenny Ducey comes in to play with Geoff Ulrich. I don't know why I used that word. Kenny and Geoff will call the sim. Niners and Seahawks at 6. Monday, March 15th, 8 o'clock. Jags at the Browns. Kaufman and Tommy Freeze Pops. And then Broncos at Patriots for Madden After Dark. Freeze Pops in the host chair. Would you look at that?
I'm looking at Friday. I'm here with Tom late. Is my next time back. Saturday, Kaufman and I doubleheader. We start at noon Eastern. Well, the 2 o'clock sim, that'll be most of the second half of Kansas's first tournament game against Eastern Washington. So Kauf will be doing a lot of the heavy lifting because I'll be yelling at my computer watching the Kansas Eastern Washington game.
Oh boy. Do it.
And I'll probably send some mean tweets to Cooper Kupp. I don't know him, but he went to Eastern Washington, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. So.
He did. And yes, there will be NBA pre-lock after the 4 o'clock sim.
Nice.
So you can listen and watch Shirag and Julian Edlow. So they'll be here too. That's good stuff. All right, guys. Thank you, producer Drew. Also, Daniel, our technical director, Patrick from the Game Ops team. Brandon, see you later. No, you're off this week, right? You just said you're back Saturday.
I think I'm with you next Sunday night. You and I'll be keeping an eye. Oh no, I'm with Rossi. You got Tom for the late games.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm here Friday, 2 Saturday morning, 2 Sunday midday, and a lot of Broncos news in between. So keep following me on Twitter at BK Denver Sports, as it says right here below my name.
Regardless of what the Broncos do, I'm sure it's going to be a busy week because there's just going to be stuff to react to. But for your sake, I hope Denver's busy.
Well, I think they'll have to be with the Simmons. If he gets the deal done, Von Miller, they have to make a decision on. They're going to decide what they're doing with Phillip Lindsay tomorrow. And then I think they're going to be some players in free agent, cornerback and quarterback conversations. You know, does Jacoby Brissett or Andy Dalton end up in Denver to battle with Drew Lock. Keep an eye on that.
All right. Sounds good. Everybody, see you tomorrow, hopefully noon Eastern, for the start of another day on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Good night.